Advisory Board.
Thank you, Chair. And just before I commence that, if the Secretariat could bring up the report of the Research Advisory Board, and while that's occurring, the Assistant Director has a few administrative announcements to make.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson. Good morning, everybody. Just a few reminders for everybody in the room and online. If you have not actually registered for the meeting, if you don't have one of these little badges, please do so, because that is the way that we can communicate with you and keep you updated on the results of the meeting. Out there, if you are interested in meeting with the survey manager and talking about the Fishery Independent Setline Survey for 2019 and possibly bidding on work for it, there's a sign-up sheet to talk with our survey team. A reminder for those here in the room that to sign up for public comment is back with the Secretariat staff at the corner back there. There's a place where you can sign up, and then we'll call you up by name when that time comes. And for those of you online listening, please submit your questions via the question pane, and we will take them as they come and insert them into the public comment at the appropriate time. You've noticed that the room is set up a little bit differently today. That's in order to facilitate the transition at lunchtime, when they'll make over the room for the conference board. The conference board will begin its meeting in this room this afternoon. The Processor Advisory Board will begin its meeting in the Bengal room this afternoon, and the Commission will continue with AM095 downstairs in the Rattenberry room this afternoon. And that is it. Thank you. Again, the Secretariat staff is hanging out in those back corner over there and the tables at the end of the room, and we are happy to help you at any point during the proceedings.
Thank you very much. So we'll now move on to the next agenda item 8, which is the report of the 19th session of the IPHC Research Advisory Board. The RAB meets once a year. It has been moved to hold its meeting soon after the annual meeting each year, and so this past year it met on the 28th of February 2018. The RAB is composed of approximately 14 to 15 industry representatives from the coast-wide constituents who both harvest and process Pacific halibut. The Research Advisory Board's primary role is to provide direct industry perspective on key research projects which the IPHC Secretariat proposes each year. Yesterday afternoon, you heard a lengthy presentation from Dr. Planas, who outlined a lot of those research programs which the Research Advisory Board and the Scientific Review Board, who you'll hear from a little bit later this morning, have provided feedback throughout the course of the year. At the most recent RAB meeting, as I said, held in February of 2018, and we will be holding our next RAB meeting next month, soon to be, again in Seattle, and we have about 14 or 15 representatives attending that meeting. Most of the recommendations, if I could ask the Secretary to scoot down to the appendices at the end of the report, this is where you should cast your eyes on the projects which the Research Advisory Board have reviewed and provide recommendations upon. And so the final appendices has a number of recommendations and requests for action. And I'll wait till they're on the screen, and I'm just going to walk you through a couple of those. So the final appendices, please. So Appendix 4 is the consolidated set of recommendations of the 19th session of the RAB. There are really only two recommendations here which differ from those that you've already heard about from Dr. Planas yesterday afternoon, and so I'll focus a little bit on those and then touch briefly on the research project ideas that the RAB has recommended, which Dr. Planas has already addressed. First of all was the recommendation regarding best practice handling of Pacific halibut by all fleets. We already have best practice handling guidelines in place for the directed longline fishery. However, the RAB was recommending that the Secretariat develop those types of guidelines for all sectors interacting with Pacific halibut. And this is something that we will certainly provide resources to as time permits throughout the next couple of years. In terms of the closed area, the recommendation number 2, this is a reiteration of previous recommendations from the RAB, which the Commission has taken note of, and that's regarding the closed area. whereby the RAB agreed that the closed area is not currently meeting its intended objective of protecting juvenile Pacific halibut, and recommended that the Secretariat continue to liaise with the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council intersessionally to bring a revised proposal to the Commission at its 96th session next year. And that's also been endorsed by the Commission at previous meetings. So I guess it's just a reiteration of that previous recommendation. The RAB discussed at length the prevalence of chalky halibut occurring in a number of regulatory areas in 2018 and previous years, and again reiterated its previous recommendation that the Secretariat undertake research to answer a number of primary questions. And Dr. Planas yesterday afternoon spent some time detailing how we intend on doing that throughout 2019, which is essentially a survey of processes up and down the coast to try and gather as much information as we can on the prevalence of chalky halibut throughout 2019, so that come 2020 we can design a field research project based on that information to try and identify the causes and potential mitigation techniques that could be used for chalky halibut flesh. The RAB also highlighted the utility of collecting additional bathymetric data from the Fishery Independent Setline Survey and made the recommendation that we start collecting that information from all of our survey vessels. And that was partially implemented in 2018 and will be implemented for all vessels in 2019, of course, dependent upon technology available on those vessels. The calibration of snap versus fixed gear, we covered that off yesterday during the Fishery Independent Setline Survey design for 2019, and also in terms of the only request, which was regarding whale depredation, whereby the RAB requested that the Secretariat evaluate possible gear solutions for avoiding whale depredation. And again, Dr. Planas touched on that yesterday with the collaborative project that's currently underway with Alpha. And partially funded externally. So, Chair, that's the summary of the Research Advisory Board recommendations and requests from 2018, and we're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Are there any questions on the RAB report? No, I'm not seeing any. We can move on then to hearing from Dr. Cox on the Scientific Review Board.
It's got me hooked. What's that thing wrapped around the bottom of it, or? Oh yeah.
I'm gonna let you do that. Test it.
Hello, testing. Okay, thanks. It's not the first time I've got a hook in the ear. Okay, well, I'm here to present the report from the Scientific Review Board. We met twice this year, one as usual, once in June and then once in September. Our June meeting is mainly to talk about research ideas, future research priorities and things like that. And then by September, we get more specifics on what's expected to come out of the assessment and what's going into the assessment, the data and the models. This is your Scientific Review Board. There's Jimmy and Ellie, who a lot of you will know. Kim Scribner, who is from Michigan State, has a lot of background on population genetics, life history modeling, things like that, and Mark Mangro from the University of California. So our main meeting structure is we go over the set line survey and then talk about the assessment And this year we spent quite a bit of time, actually I think most of our time, talking about the management strategy evaluation. So in terms of the set-line survey, this is the 6th time we reviewed the set-line, the set-line survey space-time model approach. And we continue to endorse this approach. It makes a lot of sense for something where you have a fixed station type of survey. The expanded stations that have been going on the last couple of years, those are helping to reduce uncertainty in areas that haven't been sampled previously, like shown here, the Strait of Georgia, Eastern Bering Sea, Northern Bering Sea. In terms of the assessment, which you saw yesterday, and when we review this work, we don't get the same information that you got yesterday because, of course, we did this back in the fall. So I'm not really going to go beyond what we reviewed in September. But at the time, it was expected that the survey indices would decline a bit more from their current state. In terms of the assessment, I'll talk about it later, but this coming year, our research meeting in June and the follow-up in September will be a full-scale review of the new stock assessment that Ian's working on for this coming year, for next year. One of the things that we were asked to do was recommend an assessment cycle. And so we put together this table where coming up in 2019, so we'll start this year, there'll be a new full assessment where the model structure, a lot of things are revisited. I believe there's going to be a new move over to the new stock synthesis software package. So there's going to be some fairly extensive movement in the assessment. I don't know how that'll affect the outcomes and the results, but the model itself will undergo some changes. And in that case, we expect, as shown in the 2019 column, an external review outside the SRB as well as more extensive review inside the SRB. And then in the years that follow, it'll be similar to what you're seeing this year, which is just a routine update of the model, plugging in the new data, and just reviews by the SRB in those years. And then a new cycle will start where the assessment goes through another full-scale review externally and internally. So as I said, we spent most of our time on the MSE work. That we've been really encouraged to see the progress going on, since Alan's been here, and particularly the Management Strategy Advisory Board has made a lot of progress in developing goals and objectives and working with Alan and Ian on this. So the management strategy evaluation, the simple definition would be that it's a systematic process for testing the expected performance of management procedures against fishery objectives. Management procedures, the way these are defined in this kind of field of fisheries is a management procedure is a repeatable decision-making process, something that you can actually program into a computer and do it over and over again. The process that's been going on over the years in the commission, the way the TACs are decided, and we pointed this out in the report, is not necessarily repeatable. And so that's the key difference here, is that these would be repeatable procedures to test. They depend on objectives, and the objectives, as you know, are being developed by the MSAB. The more stakeholder engagement and involvement in developing those objectives, the better. So it's good to stay in touch with the MSAB. And they've done a good job of putting together some objectives. And one of the things that we did, I'll show you in a second in a coming slide here, is to try to consolidate some of the objectives. There are a lot of them. There's a lot of possible objectives you could aim for, but really there's a few core ones that really determine your choices ultimately in what management procedure you might choose. Operating models. This is the scientific realm here that. These are the different hypotheses for halibut movement, stock structure, how the data that are being collected relate to the stock size. All these things are scientific uncertainties, you might call them. And so those are represented in what will be the operating models. And then the idea is to test different procedures using computer simulations. And so I've just put in here who would be involved in these different kinds of processes. So the MSE process, I should mention, it's not like getting married. You know, it's not that you're going to choose a management procedure and that's going to be the end of it for the rest of your days as a halibut fisherman or manager. This is an iterative process, and in the ones that I've been involved in, they've all been learning processes over time. It's tough to make the first decision because it's the biggest change. You know, going from something that's a little diffuse to something that's very prescriptive. It's like, here's the data, here's the assessment, here's the CEY. So think of it as this as a cyclic sort of thing where you decide on some goals and objectives, you identify some management procedures, do that evaluation in the MSE process and the simulations, and then apply it and see how it works. And if it doesn't work to the way you want, you go back and revise those goals and objectives, because that's obviously what's changed. Is if it's not producing outcomes you want, then it means the goals and objectives maybe weren't stated in a certain way. So, and I've seen this happen several times. It's happened to us where almost every time things get changed and revised. The idea, though, in an MSE is it makes your harvest strategy scientifically defensible, because you can say if some eco certification body comes along and says, well, your management is not conservative enough. Well, you can show scientifically that indeed it is. There's no other way besides this kind of simulation approach. And as I said, it can be adapted over time in response to new information, as well as to changing goals and objectives. So, as you've probably also seen, this is the program of work, and it's to this year, the idea is to determine an overall fishing intensity, kind of coast-wide fishing intensity, and then in the coming years, and hopefully delivered by 2021, is that key issue, right, is how to distribute that coast-wide catch limit among probably biological regions, or however you're going to decide to do that. The models really, the models are kind of resolvable to these biological regions, larger regions, 2, 3, 4. Beyond that, within those regions, it may be a different kind of decision-making process. And so, as I mentioned earlier, the MSAB has done a good job of putting together goals and objectives, and this is just a few of them. The point that the SRB wanted to make was to try to prioritize these objectives. There are different ways of doing this. So these are just ordered. I think the first one is kind of a large-scale biomass objective to keep the biomass above some limit. I think it's usually 20% of unfished biomass, I believe. Then there's limit catch variability, how much the catch limits change from year to year, what percentage wise, and it looks like the MSAB has come down to choosing about a 15% variation from year to year would be acceptable, and then to maximize directed fishery yield. So these three objectives actually would determine a lot in terms of what kinds of management procedures would be acceptable and would meet these kinds of objectives. So what the SRB wanted to just get was to say, how are these prioritized in terms of 1, 2, 3 objectives. Usually something like that first one, keeping the biomass above some size, say 20% of unfished, usually overrides all other objectives. It's a very simple way of implementing that, and it kind of keeps everything on track, really, so that when it comes, if a stock is anywhere near that region of headed towards 20% of unfished biomass, you really want a very clear way of getting out of it, because when things get below that level, you could be in for a long period of low catches in the future. So that's kind of a key priority. And then prioritizing the rest, there's a bit more flexibility in that. I've got a simplified version of this. So this was just to clarify some things about the differences between management strategy. Oh no, this was about some ideas for doing the MSE simulations. So we recommended there were a few things in there about fine-tuning the simulations that were being presented, to put a constraint on catch variability. Rather than choose some arbitrary catch variability, just examine how the historical catch variability has gone on. And then to look at possibly some survey-based management procedures. And these have been fairly popular in other places around the world, where you kind of skip that stock assessment model step in the management procedure and just use the data. So you would say, okay, if some examples are just a 3-year running average of the set line survey index multiplied by some number sets the annual TAC. And then that thing, as I said, in the MSE cycle, that multiplier of the survey gets updated and revised every few years. But the nice thing about that is everybody has a much clearer idea of how the data relate to the quotas. There's not this kind of mystery model in between. And those have been used in quite a few places around the world, and they tend to be better for longer lived species. It's species that don't change a lot from year to year, and the indices aren't very noisy. Yeah, this was the one that we wanted to make it clear that there's a difference between the stock assessment process, what you're seeing today, and the MSE. These two things are quite different. The performance measures and the models that are used, say, in calculating the probabilities of certain events, those things are really different. They're very different between the stock assessment and the MSE. The ensemble assessment that Ian presents, that informs the annual TCEY choice, whereas the MSE informs the choice of a repeatable management procedure. And the idea behind the MSE is it's testing over a much wider range of possibilities and a longer time horizon into the future. So a lot of our discussion was, can we use the stock assessment for decision making in the short term and the MSE for long term? And that what we want to do is discourage that. They're not comparable in that sense. And finally, the biological research program. We've been really encouraged to see the biological research program, taking real strides and showing how the biological research connects to the stock assessment and the MSE, and then the MSE process is linking those ultimately to policy decisions. And so here's just a table that we look at. Where the biological research, and we had asked for this earlier, we always want to make sure that the research that's going on is directly related to the decision-making process. And so this is a good example of, some research on reproductive biology, what the expected research outcomes are, how that relates to the stock assessment, and how that relates to the MSE. So this is a good kind of picture of how that research is making its way into the management decisions. And I think what we try to do is Joseph is probably getting tired of us saying this, but just to keep prodding to make it even clearer how things like population genetics and migration studies, exactly how they're going to clarify movement, population structure, and so on, for the MSE and the stock assessment. And I think these things are definitely feasible to do, but yeah, and that's it. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thanks very much, Sean. I never heard the analogy to marriage before, but kind of like that concept. I think it's important, I'm not being facetious when I say that, is that there is a review period that needs to be undertaken, and there could be different levels of review around an MSE as well. So I think it was important to make that distinction about what one is looking at. I'll open it up to questions for Sean. No? Sean, I did have one. It was on slide 17, and maybe you could just go back to that, and it was, I think, number C there, examine survey-based management procedures. Maybe you could just go over that again.
Yeah, so the typical cycle here, if we were to say, let's say we wanted to turn this process into a management procedure. So over the summer, the survey teams go out and collect some new survey data points. In the fall, that data is put into a stock assessment model that the stock assessment model takes that data and adds it to the existing data set. So the catch at age going all the way back to the early 1900s. And then that model does a bunch of hocus pocus, numerical algorithms and so on to find, basically it tries to estimate the historical recruitment, how much halibut recruitment happened every year since 18 something, and the fishing mortality rates in each year, all the way to come up with an estimate of the biomass available this year. And it accounts for all the uncertainty in those things as well. So that's why you see those big, it's really, the historical estimate of halibut biomass is not a series of points, it's a band. You know, it could be anywhere in this historical band. But that step, that stock assessment step it's just a black box to probably everyone in here. You know, it's a giant black box except for maybe 2 people, maybe 3. And that's usually a point of frustration in fisheries that I've seen, that a lot of people have seen, because, you know, everybody says, oh, you know, we know what the survey indices said this year, they're down by 10%, but then why is the model going up? You know, they don't really understand those kinds of disconnects. So one of the things that we've tried to do in this MSE process is say, okay, can we just set a TAC using only the data that are collected and some multiple of that, so that you know, if the survey goes down by 10%, there's a good chance that the TAC is going to go down 10%. So those two are more closely related and tractable. So an example one, we did one for sablefish years ago where we said, okay, the TAC this year is 50% of last year's TAC plus 180 times the 3-year running average of the survey. That was how we would set the annual TAC. And right away, you see fishermen pulling out notebooks and napkins and calculating the TAC, you know, running scenarios over the next 3 or 4 years and so on that they could do. So that these are used. South African fisheries use some of these. There's some European fisheries that are trying to use them. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thanks,
Hope so.
Sean. Go ahead, Neil.
So just to kind of keep going with that, can you maybe just tell us a little more about why it looks like that approach might perform better for long-lived species? And then also, you know, let's just sort of hypothetically say that something like this was implemented. Where does a stock assessment with all that modeling that you were describing, where would it play in the decision making? And an understanding of the stock
Yeah,
from
that's
year
it.
to year.
Well, the key thing about a long-lived species is because if you're using a data-based approach, you only have data up until the year before you're going to make the decision. So you're going to set the TAC right now for the 2019 fishing year based on data up to 2018. So you don't have a model to project what the expected biomass is this coming year. You only have 1 year previously. So for long-lived species, they tend to not change very much from year to year, so that you can get away with that a little bit. If you had something like a pelagic, a herring or a tuna, something that the biomass last summer might be very different from the biomass this summer, then those things can go really, really wrong. You can over/underfish. It's like salmon, right? Salmon, you have the preseason forecast and everything, and they change very quickly. They're usually quite different from what actually happens. So the point about where the modeling, I mean, you don't abandon modeling. The idea is what you focus on is the operating models, right? Then you say, okay, we have this survey-based management procedure, and what we need to do is test it under a range of possible hypotheses for the stock dynamics. So a lot of the modeling turns out to be focused on the operating model itself. And the idea behind an operating model is not to find the right one, right? The idea behind an operating model is to find several, because right now nobody can explain why halibut weighted age is changing over time, or what's driving halibut recruitment, or what's driving movement. All these different hypotheses are unknown, and you're never going to get it right, a single right answer. So the idea behind this approach is that you don't have to, is that you just need to represent those different hypotheses and test this management procedure against them. And if they matter, they matter. If then there's more research that would go into the operating models. And you would also, in that cycle, let's say the cycle we showed for the stock assessment, that cycle would be a little different. It would be revise the operating model every 3 years, and in the interim years just apply this procedure to calculating the TAC.
Thanks, Sean. I'd like to go back to the review period. So I wondered, in your experience, what thoughts you may have around, appropriate review period for halibut if a new management procedure were to be adopted, and I guess maybe the definition of a review needs to be considered as well. Like you could have a whole host of things that could be reviewed, and so I think defining what is meant by review is also critical.
Yeah, I'm not sure. When we've applied this kind of cyclic approach, at least in our sablefish example, we do this 3-year cycle as well. The moment you apply a management procedure and it's okay, there's no haggling here. We're going to compute this TAC and we're all going to live with it. You find out right away that a lot of people aren't comfortable with that. So it's almost like, the goals are reviewed every year, but, we've kind of settled into this 3-year process. In our case, we had one situation where the TAC was dropped several years in a row to the point where it was, the fishery was under a serious economic constraint. And so even in the 3-year review period, we had to do something in between. We had to revise, we had to test some other parts of the management procedure that people wanted us to test. So it depends. I would say at the beginning, a short cycle is probably better at the beginning, but if things kind of settle down and, if the stock's increasing and things are looking good, then you could stretch it out. Things calm down when, when a stock is on the rise than when it's on the decline. So it depends, I'd say.
Right, thanks for that, and that's helpful to think about what we may want to do going forward. Are there any other questions for Sean? Neil?
Yeah, maybe it's just expanding on that question, but so I'd be curious to hear from your sort of awareness with other examples where MSC's been in place for longer. What happens in an annual kind of catch limit setting process if you have your management procedure in place, which essentially prescribes what the catch limit should be based on your goals and objectives and everything. What is the scope for discussion and choices in an annual decision-making process like the one we have here? What is still left? How has that looked in other contexts?
Not much. I know in South Africa, I've been down there the last several years in a row working with Doug Butterworth's group, and their sardine and anchovy management procedure is that's the idea. You run through the calculation and the quota goes out, and there's really no debate. When we were running our sablefish one, it was very similar. It's basically a 15-minute TAC discussion and move on. But this year, for example, the data are way up for sablefish in BC, and so the TAC recommendations were way up, and the industry didn't like that idea for economic reasons, for quite a few reasons actually. And so that was a case where we had in the last round of the MSE, we had a phase in to a lower target, to your fishing intensity. Say that's a similar concept. So we were targeting into a lower fishing intensity over 5 years, and so rather than take the big increase in the TAC, there was some discussion about maybe moving a little bit faster on the ramp and the phase into the lower TAC to the lower fishing intensity. So they ended up going for lower target harvest rates, which that's an industry choice, and if all sectors agree to it, that's a legitimate discussion to have, I suppose. The other way would be more dangerous, of course, if the stock is going down, and the debate is to not take recommended reductions. Then you fall out. Both of those fall outside the scope of the original simulations that were where you tested these procedures. So both of those, all bets are now off, right? Because you're outside of the parameters that you tested them in. Going for a lower TAC obviously is something that is not as critical as something where the fishing mortality rate might be going up more than you expected. So that's one example there. One example in South Africa for their rock lobster, they've abandoned the MSE approach just because the stock is it's 1% of its unfished level. It's outside any practical abundance levels where simulations would be even reliable. So that's a kind of an extreme example outside that. But that's the idea behind a management procedure, is that you leave the discussion to every 3 years. You allow the procedure to do its job for a few years and then review and say, is it doing what we want? Rather than reacting every year, this way and that way from year to year to some unknown end,
All right, thanks very much, Sean, for that overview and addressing our questions. Going to move on to the next agenda item now, which will be Dr. Hicks giving us an update on the MSAB process. I'd also like to welcome Cliff Atleo. Cliff was a former Canadian commissioner, and I see that he's attending the meeting as well.
Okay, great. This thing working? Good. All right, good morning, commissioners, and welcome everybody to Tuesday morning, the annual meeting. My name's Dr. Hicks. I've been working with the IPHC for a little over 2 years now, and I've been working on the Management Strategy Evaluation in cooperation with the Management Strategy Advisory Board. I'm going to give you an update on the work that we've done this year, 2018, and this is agenda item 10.1, and you can find a document with more details than what's in this presentation. It's document number 12 on the annual meeting AM095 website. So you may recognize this figure. Dr. Cox just presented it, and I stole it from Dr. Cox and made it a little more pretty. Put in a little color, basically, but it's exactly what Dr. Cox showed earlier, where MSE is a process to evaluate harvest strategies and to develop a management procedure that's robust to uncertainty and meets defined objectives. So this is exactly what Dr. Cox just said. You define different objectives involving stakeholders and managers. You then develop management procedures that can include sources of data, stock assessment models, black boxes, harvest rules, things like that. And then you simulation test those management procedures by looking at alternative scenarios, these operating models, and evaluate those. And that's one of the roles of the MSAB, is to assist in the evaluation of these simulations and these results. So you review that, and really the goal of this whole process is to apply it into practice, to apply a management procedure that is a strategy for fisheries management. And I want to note, communication is really a key part of this, part of the reason I'm presenting today, part of the reason we have an MSAB, but that's really a key part of management strategy evaluation, is involving the stakeholders and bringing those objectives your objectives into the process. So what I want to do today is step through the different boxes and explain how we've been incorporating these boxes into our process in this last year. So first, talk a little bit about the objectives. And Dr. Cox presented a summary of these objectives. I'll go into a little bit more detail. The primary objective is to avoid a critical biomass below which the stock may not recover. We do not want the Pacific halibut stock to get to such low biomasses that we can't even have a fishery. So we really want to avoid low biomasses. And we've defined this as we do not want to go below a certain level more than 10% of the time. So that 10% is a tolerance. And that's our level of risk we're willing to accept. Now, the measurable outcome here is the 20% of dynamic unfished equilibrium biomass. That's a fancy way of saying stock status. So we don't want to go below a level of 20% of the unfished biomass. And we don't want to have a risk of more than 10% of doing that. And then we define a time frame, which is the long term. We want to make sure that the stock remains above this level in the long term. So it's a good strategy to have, and it maintains the fishery over many, many years. But I do note the short term is of interest, and I want to identify some of the time frames that the MSAB has defined. Being the short term is defined as the next 4 to 13 years, the medium term, the next 14 to 23 years. But think of the long term as the equilibrium, that if you simulated this stock out for a long time with this consistent procedure, that it would stabilize about this value, or this equilibrium value. And that's really the strategy idea of this, is we want, in the equilibrium in the long term, we want things to be stable and have desirable properties. So that's the primary biological objective, with a tolerance, measurable outcome, and a time frame defined for it. We've also defined some primary fishery objectives, and that is to limit the annual changes in the TCUY. This is how much change occurs from year to year. And so we've defined now a tolerance here of 25% risk that we don't want to be above an average change of 15% each year. So we really don't want very often there to be more than a 15% change from year to year in the TCUY. And that offers stability to the fishery so that business plans can be developed, et cetera. And really the interest here is more in the short and medium term rather than the long term, but that long term is of interest as well. A second objective is to maintain a minimum TCUY. However, we have not defined what that minimum is or what a tolerance to achieve that minimum is at this point in time. And then a third objective is to maximize the TCUY subject to the other objectives. So if we're meeting the biological objective and we're meeting the stability objective, well, then we want to maximize our catch, right? So we prioritize these objectives. We must meet the biological sustainability objective. I think that's really key to this. We want to maintain a healthy stock of Pacific halibut. And then we want to meet the short-term catch limit stability. So we want the catch limit to be stable over time, and that's objective 2.1. And as I said, we have not defined the elements of a minimum catch limit objective yet. So then the third objective in this prioritized list is then to maximize short-term fishery yield, subject to meeting those other two objectives. And so you'll see this in application as I show some results later. But I don't want to just focus only on those things, and the MSAB, when they did a lot of this evaluation, also looked at many other metrics, sort of like where's the stock on average when fishing in this way? What are some of the quantiles? What are some of the extremes that you might observe when fishing in this way? So there's a lot of objectives that were also considered, but these are the three primary prioritized objectives. So you also saw a figure similar to this in Dr. Cox's presentation, and this is sort of a depiction of the management procedure that I've put together. And so you see, this is all part of a harvest strategy policy, and the harvest strategy policy contains a management procedure. That management procedure is a defined procedure in how catch limits will be set. So we begin on the coastwide level with a coastwide assessment and a defined fishing intensity shown in the blue box on the lower left there. Those two come together to define what's known as total mortality, how much mortality will be put on the Pacific halibut stock from the various fisheries. And then that's split into an O26, fish larger than 26 inches, or the TCUY component, as well as the U26 mortality component. That O26, or the TCUY, is what's of most interest to everybody here because that's how the catch limits are defined. That TCUY is then passed into what's this portion of the management procedure called distribution. And that's how is the TCUY distributed among the regulatory areas. And that's what we'll be looking at in the next couple of years. So there's two aspects to that. There's stock distribution, the biological aspect, and then there's other distribution procedures that may address fishery objectives. So we come out of this management procedure with catch limits for each regulatory area, which is then fed into a decision-making process. And I'll talk a little bit more about that decision-making process, but you're all observing it this week. So what is this scale management procedure, or this coastwide part of the management procedure? And this is defining that coastwide fishing intensity, which has been called the spawning potential ratio, or the SPR. So you notice on the vertical axis here is that SPR concept. Really just think of it that it's an increasing fishing intensity. So as the spawning potential ratio approaches 0, that means you're fishing harder because you're driving the stock down lower. And if SPR is 100%, that means you're not fishing at all, and the spawning potential of the stock is 100%. So the different elements of this management procedure is called a harvest control rule, and that is in that it defines a maximum fishing intensity, or a procedural SPR, and right now in the interim, that's a 46%. And that is what you would fish at normally when the stock status is high. So on the horizontal axis here, you have biomass, which is really a measure of stock status, or this dynamic relative spawning biomass. And when the stock status is good, we fish at this procedural SPR, no problem. But as the stock status goes lower, and if it goes to a low enough level, we might want to back off on that fishing intensity to allow the stock to rebuild. And this is the control rule part of this. So there's a fishery trigger in which the fishing intensity is then reduced. So currently in our interim management procedure, that fishery trigger is 30%. That's the 30% of the 30-20 control rule. And then the 20% of that interim management procedure is the fishery limit. And that is when we would really start to cease fishing, or at least have no directed fishery at that point to really allow the stock to rebuild up to healthy levels. So currently, in the MSE process, we've investigated different procedural SPRs between 30% and 56%. And remember, the current interim value is 46% for that SPR. We also investigated various fishery trigger values as well as a couple of fishery limit values, in that we investigated the current interim control rule of 30-20. We also investigated a 40-20 as well as a 25-10. We're doing this in simulation. It's not going to hurt any fish, so we can just see what the results might look like. So that's the management procedure that we tested. And we put this management procedure through a closed-loop simulation framework. So this is the simulation framework producing results for evaluation. And in that framework, we have an operating model, which consists of things that we cannot control or things we choose not to control. For example, we really can't control how many fish are being recruited into the fishery or being recruited into the population, the recruitment. That just has its variability that we have to accept. There's also parts of the fishery that we have to accept that we might not want to control. The dynamics, where people are fishing, the availability of fish to the fishery. There's some variability in there as well. So this operating model captures variability that we cannot control. The management procedure side of things are the things we can control. These are, what data are we collecting? How are we collecting those data? How are we catch accounting? How are the data being fed into this estimation model or this stock assessment model? And then the outputs of the stock assessment model are then fed into this harvest rule, the control rule parts of it, the procedural SPR, catch caps, size limits, other things like that. That's all things that we can control, and that's the management procedure that we really want to focus on. So what we're actually focusing on in 2018 was the three parts of the harvest control rule, that procedural SPR that I showed, the fishery trigger or limit, so the 30-20, for example. And then we also looked at maybe constraining the TCY to only change so much from year to year. This is what Sean Cox mentioned that the SRB suggested looking at. And to do this, we simulated estimation error. So we basically simulated how the stock assessment would behave in this process. But I do want to note that you note the top box, which included data before. That was where the SRB recommendation of a survey-based index would appear. It would be based only on the data, and then that would feed through the harvest rule into a TCUY. This is the framework we investigated in 2018. I spent a lot of time running models and running the simulations doing that, and I got a lot of results. And what I want to show today are three performance metrics that relate to those prioritized objectives that I was showing earlier. Those performance metrics are the dynamic relative spawning biomass in the long term, and this is really an appropriate measure of stock status for Pacific halibut, so think of it as stock status. And the objective here was to avoid going below 20% more than 10% of the time. The second performance metric is average annual variability, or AAV, and this is a very common metric reported in many MSEs around the world. And I report this in the medium term, so that 14 to 23-year period. Think of it as the average percent change in the total mortality limit from year to year, how much that might change. So a 15% change means that the total mortality limit, or the TCUY, might go up 15% or 15% every year. It might go a little less or a little bit more than that, but we want to avoid going above 15% more than 25% of the time. So every once in a while, it might be a larger than 15% change, but most of the time, it's going to be less than a 15% change. That's the objective. And then finally, to look at the total mortality limit, the median total mortality limit, and to maximize that value. So here's the results in graphical form. I've also produced these results in tables that are presented in the document I suggested to you, and then I'll show you an online tool later that also shows you some of these results. But here we have in the upper left corner that dynamic relative spawning biomass, so that measure of stock status. And that's on the y-axis or the vertical axis. On that horizontal axis, you can see there's a low FY on the left and a high FI on the right. Those are fishing intensities. So it means you're going, this is basically an SPR, 56% on the left, going to an SPR of 30% on the right. So we're increasing the fishing intensity. Now this makes a lot of sense. Good thing, because the results that I put together, that the harder you fish, the lower the stock gets, right? The lower the stock status. But notice here, what I've plotted is the median in the circles for two different control rules. The black is the 30-20, that fishery trigger and limit, when fishing intensity is reduced. And then the orangish color is a 40-20 control rule. And the little line on there is actually a 10% quantile, and that relates back to the objective. The objective was we want to avoid going below 20% with a tolerance of 10%. So the way you can interpret this, that red area shows going below 20%, and if that line is in the red area, we do not meet that objective. So anytime the line is in the red area, that means that management procedure did not meet the objectives. The first thing you see here in the biological objective is all of these management procedures meet that biological objective. So that's great. They all do a good job, and the reason they do a good job is there's the control rule that's controlling fishing intensity. It's reducing fishing intensity as we drive the stock to lower values. And you can see the 40-20 control rule is a little bit more conservative, you might say. It's reducing fishing intensity sooner. So they meet all of the biological objectives in the upper left plot. The upper right plot is the variability, the average annual variability in the catch limit. And what you can see there is, again, the median is plotted with now a 75% quantile because we do not want to go over a 15% AAV more than 25% of the time. And so if that top of that little line is in that red, that means it does not meet the objective. And what you'll notice here is that every single one of those management procedures does not meet the objective of catch stability. Now, a lot of this is just from the natural variability that's occurring in the Pacific halibut stock. Managing on a constant management procedure, we would expect to see this sort of variability in the catch limit that's coming out of the management procedure. But do notice that if we fish at a lower fishing intensity, the variability is lower, and it increases as you fish harder and harder and harder. And then finally on the bottom plot is the total mortality with a median, are the circles. So 50% of the simulations are above the median, and 50% of the simulations are below the median. And then we have quantiles, which show the range of sort of possibilities that we might expect. Sometimes we might have catches as low as 10, 20 million pounds, sometimes as high as 100, 120 million pounds. But notice on that plot that really the objective here is to maximize total mortality. And so you see as you fish harder, you increase the median total mortality, but it begins to level off at the higher fishing intensities. So this is really a way that we're evaluating the MSE results against the defined objectives. And that's really important that they're being evaluated against those objectives. I'll show you some other results. And this is now comparing a 25-10 control rule. So we are reducing the fishing intensity a little bit later. We're going to allow fishing intensity to remain at that procedural SPR a little bit longer as the stock is driven to lower levels. And that's compared to a 30-20 control rule as well, shown in black. And so you can see here, all of the biological objectives are met. Again, the control rule is keeping it above that 20% stock status. And none of the stability objectives are met. Although it does show a slightly more stable, the blue line's less than the black line, slightly more stability in the catch limits over time. And then the median total mortality is very similar as before. So the real thing here is that we met all the biological objectives, but we didn't meet any of the stability objectives. And so there was concern in the MSAB and with the SRB that, look, you're not meeting your objectives, so how can you change or how can you develop a management procedure that will meet your objectives? So we thought, let's put some constraints on how much the limit can change from year to year and see how that affects it. Again, we're simulating, we're not affecting the fish, we're not affecting the fishery in these simulations, so it's really good to play with and see what the results look like. We investigated a maximum change that's allowed, and this is basically if the management procedure said to change the limit more than 15% up or down, we just capped it off at a 15% change. So sometimes it won't take the full recommendation, either up or down. The slow up, fast, or full down approach is you never do take the full management procedure recommendation, but you go part way up or part way down. We also investigated a cap where you operate normally from the management procedure, but if the management procedure says to take more than 60 million pounds or more than 80 million pounds, you just cap it at that level. You never take more than that amount. And then finally, something new since the interim meeting is the investigation of multi-year catch limits, meaning the catch limit is only changed every third year. And so it will be constant for a 3-year period and then changed, and then constant again and then changed. And so that adds some level of stability, at least over a 3-year period. And I note all of these use only the 30-20 control rule. These simulations take time, and that's really all that I had time to do. So to give you an idea of what that looks like, we have on the vertical axis total mortality, and we have on the horizontal axis time or simulation time, years that are being simulated. You can think of it that way. In the black line are just simply setting annual limits based on this management procedure without any constraint. And you can see that jumps around a lot. That's that variability that we're seeing in these simulations from year to year. The orange or yellowish line is the constraint of not allowing that to change more than 15% in 1 year. And so you can see it dampens the variability. Some years you take the full amount, and then in that early period you see you don't take that full decline that it's suggesting. And then in the blue line are the multi-year limits, where you see there's a constant period of change, a constant period of change, a constant period. So those are some ideas of the constraints, and I'll show you these same 3 similar plots with results and explain to you how the constraints now meet these objectives. So the upper right plot, we have the control rule of 30-20 that I showed earlier in the black dots. They're now shown in gray, and that's no constraint on it. And so those gray dots have no constraint on the annual change in the mortality limit. The colored dots are with these constraints. So we have the orange dots are a maximum change of no more than 15% in any year. The blue dots are a slow up, fast down approach. And then the green dots are setting a multi-year quota every 3rd year. And so again, you can see they all meet the biological objective. This is not unexpected. What is interesting now is that they're beginning to meet the variability objective. That variability is not greater than 15% more than 25% of the time. And so you can see that all of these constrained management procedures are meeting the variability objective, except for the green one on the very right. The top of that bar barely touches the red area. It's like a 26% probability, and we were looking for a 25% probability. But that's good. That means we can develop a management procedure that meets the biological objective, meets the variability objective, and then look at how it maximizes catch over time. And with these constraints, it actually shows there's a slight potential for lost yield compared to an unconstrained management procedure. But these are the trade-offs. The trade-offs between more yield or more stability, trade-offs between protecting the stock status, et cetera. So in summary on the constrained management procedures, the maximum change of 15% has potential to meet all objectives. The slow up, fast down has potential to meet all objectives. The caps really didn't work. It was really a lot of variability until you hit the cap. And then the multi-year also had some potential to meet all of the objectives, at least for an SPR greater than 40%. But I wanted to note what I thought about this multi-year approach is what is the change in that third year? Are we all of a sudden taking huge changes every third year? And what I calculated here is the change on average is about 27% in the third year compared to a change of about 25% in the unconstrained management procedure. So yes, that third year change is a little bit more when you have a constant limit over the 3-year period, but not a lot more. So in summary, for the evaluation of scale or the coast-wide portion of this management procedures, all of the management procedures that we tested met the long-term biological sustainability objectives. And there's more management procedures in the document you want to look at, but they all met the long-term biological sustainability objective. Short-term biological risks were greater, and a few management procedures showed some high risk more than what is tolerable. Only some of the constrained management procedures were able to meet the variability objective. And this is related to what Dr. Stewart showed yesterday, in that there's this inherent variability. He showed it in that plot of the retrospective of SPR. In that one year we thought we would be harvesting at a 41%, and then we were actually harvesting at a 48%. And that's just the natural variability that's in the process that we have. So to meet that variability objective in stabilizing catch limits, we had to actually introduce a constraint, and the maximum change, slow up, fast down, and multi-year approaches showed some promise there. The median total mortality differed slightly between the management procedures, but there's a lot of variability in that total mortality limit, as we've actually seen in observed catch limits over the past few decades. But just to note that median peaked around an SPR of 40%, and there really isn't a lot of gain in fishing when you start fishing harder than that. And that's a really interesting result in itself. So in terms of outcomes on the investigation last year is some additional investigation of the coast-wide management procedures may be useful. This is getting at what Sean Cox was saying, in that this is an iterative process. We learn something. Every time we do the simulations and apply things, we learn something, and we might want to go and revisit things again. A constraint may increase the conservation risk, but it would reduce the variability in that mortality limit. And at SPR values lower than 40%, so if you're fishing at a higher fishing intensity than SPR 40%, say 36%, the median mortality limit showed minimal increase. The variability began to increase more quickly, and you can see both of these on the plots in the bottom. And so that might not be a desirable place to go. But I want to note now, the idea of management strategy evaluation is to rank management procedures based on your objectives. And we have defined objectives, these prioritized objectives, to where we can now rank the management procedures. The only management procedures that could be ranked because they met all of the objectives were the ones with constraints on them. And there's a table in the document that shows how this ranking was done. I just want to note that the highest ranked management procedure was an SPR 40%, a 30-20 control rule with a constraint on it of not allowing the limit to change more than 15% from year to year. Now that's the highest ranked of all the management procedures we actually tested, and that's not the entire pool of management procedures that we could test. So just to give you some note on that. So where are we at then? We just went through the first 3 boxes, and we're in that application phase at this meeting. Do we want to implement some sort of management procedure? And that's a decision to be made. We have some results in front of us, but I want to note we've learned a lot. We learned a lot about the simulations. Maybe we want to take one of these arrows back and revisit some more evaluation and test some more management procedures, or actually try to tune some management procedures to meet those objectives. But I want to note, too, that in this process, we learned a lot about the objectives that we're using, and this is that arrow from application to objectives. And so at the MSAB, there was a lot of discussion about, you know what, I'm sort of would like to keep the stock around some specific level, like 40% or 35% or 45%, whatever it is. Keep that stock status at that level, because that's where I feel comfortable. And that's not a currently defined objective. So that might be an unstated biological objective. I'll give you an example here. What I'm showing is increasing fishing intensity across this little graph, or across this table, from an SPR 56% low fishing intensity to 30% high fishing intensity. And this is where we would expect the median relative biomass, that median stock status, to be. When fishing at a low fishing intensity, you expect it to be around 49%. When you're fishing really hard at 30%, you'd expect it to be driven to a lower level, around 27%. And a lot of MSAB members were expressing this comfort about having a biomass being around 40%. And so if this is an unstated biological objective, this can really help us hone in on a desired management procedure, which looks like it would be around that 40 to 46%. So I want to note also the draft harvest strategy policy, which is info document 03 on the AM095 website, states an objective to maintain the biomass at levels on average that produce maximum net economic returns. So we haven't defined what net economic returns are yet, but that sounds like the perfect setup for defining an objective. So that's what was the program of work at this meeting in 2019 to present results on scale. You've seen a lot of those. And just to give you an idea what's coming up next is to begin developing and updating and producing simulation results for distribution. And of course, this is really a key aspect. What happens? How much does each regulatory area get in terms of its catch limit? So we're working on that over the next couple of years. And I just want to present really quickly our ideas where we're moving forward on this in 2019 and sort of a framework or a procedure for distributing the TCEY. So we begin with this coast-wide target fishing intensity. This is what I just spent the last 20, 25 minutes talking to you about. This coast-wide total mortality determined from the scale management procedure. We want to separate that TCEY coming out of that management procedure into, we want to distribute that among the regulatory areas. So we have that coast-wide TCEY. And then the first step is to meet biological objectives of maintaining a healthy stock of Pacific halibut. And we want to make sure that the stock of Pacific halibut is spread out across this geographic range. So we might distribute that coast-wide TCEY to biologically based regions. And this would be using the proportion estimated in the set line survey, which is an amazing survey for all sizes of halibut and from the WPUE index. So using this biological information to then split the stock or distribute the TCEY into the various regions on a biological sustainability objectives to meet those objectives. But there may be some regional allocation adjustment that we want to apply. And this is what Dr. Stewart was talking about yesterday in terms of relative harvest rates. There may be productivity differences between these different regions, so we can harvest maybe a little harder in the east, we want to back off harvest in the west, for example. So we can adjust that allocation, that biologically based allocation slightly across the regions to account for those different things. And this would address biological sustainability as well as different fishery objectives. Now the important part is then to distribute to the regulatory areas, and this step would be called regulatory area allocation. And this would be to satisfy fishery objectives. We're out of the biological realm going into those regulatory areas, so only satisfying fishery objectives, and we can do all sorts of things in here. This is where we have a lot of freedom. Apply allocation percentages that are based on policy, data, observations of CPUE, observations from the survey, lots of different options here that the MSAB has been talking about. But this gets us to catch limits at the regulatory area. So as summary, we have the coast-wide target fishing intensity, distributed first to regions to meet those biologically based objectives, allocating amongst the regions, and then finally that regulatory area allocation. And so this is all part of that stock distribution and the blue distribution procedures box, which gets us to the end of the management procedure and into the decision-making process. And our current paradigm is that there is this decision-making process at the annual meeting where these catch limits are considered and different options are considered. So Dr. Cox talked about this a little bit. You might have a management procedure producing results, but there's other factors you want to consider. And you might change that based on other factors as needed. This is really the policy part of harvest strategy policy. The problem is it may deviate from the management procedures, which can produce some unintended consequences. And those consequences are very difficult, or that deviation from the management procedure is very difficult to simulate for us to determine would that be robust to the variability that we would observe. So this is getting out of the realm of a management procedure in the MSE into more of an unpredictable decision phase. So what we're looking for here at this meeting are recommendations from the commissioners to endorse the primary objectives and associated performance metrics, to recommend any additional goals and objectives, such as what is maybe a minimum total mortality limit, and is there another objective, an undefined objective that we can work on, to recommend a management procedure for the scale coast-wide portion of the harvest strategy policy to be adopted in the interim as we investigate the distribution and scale part of it in the future. And this would be defining an SPR, a fishery trigger, a fishery limit in the control role, as well as the potential for an annual constraint. And that's on the coast-wide level, remember, not on the regulatory area specific level. To recommend any additional management procedures for us to evaluate using this current framework, this coast-wide framework. Is there anything that they're like, you know what, I'm really interested in seeing a constraint that looks like this, or a multi-year that's 2 years or 5 years, something like that. And then finally, to recommend moving forward with that distribution framework in the future in the evaluation of distribution in the MSE process. So finally, I presented a lot of results here, but there are a lot more MSE results out there, and the MSAB used this online tool, which has the ability to present tables and plots for you to investigate the MSE results itself. So feel free to go here, grab me if you want a little tutorial on it, but it's a way to look at different SPRs and control rules and constraints and see the results for yourself and to make some really specific comparisons. Thank you, and with that, I'll take questions.
Thanks very much, Alan. Any questions for Alan? Neil?
Thanks, Alan. I have a couple questions, but maybe I'll just start with, if you could remind me a little bit about the different kinds of uncertainty and how you and the MSAB are trying to account for those in the generation of these results. So for example, we have some uncertainty in what total removals are year by year. Mm-hmm. We have some uncertainty like we see from last year to this year in terms of what SPR is actually realized as opposed to what we aim for. I'm just wondering, are we trying to capture and account for that uncertainty? And maybe you could just tell me a little bit more or remind me about how we're doing that in the modeling.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Davis. That is really the key part of management strategy evaluation, is simulating that uncertainty and evaluating management procedures and finding a management procedure that is robust to that uncertainty. So I've taken that very seriously in identifying key areas of uncertainty in the operating model as well as the estimation process. So there are many different sources of uncertainty in the operating model, and a lot of this has been put in documents past. It's not in this current document. But there are things like the variability in weighted age is a huge part of the uncertainty in the halibut stock, which feeds into actual mortality limits, because the size at age determines the biomass out there, right? So I've simulated uncertainty in there and devised some techniques for having, as I project forward, that uncertainty sort of carries through the simulations. A second big part of uncertainty is in recruitment variability. We not only have different regimes of high and low recruitment, but there are variability within each of those regimes. And as we've seen, that recruitment variability can dictate how large the stock can be and what the catch limits may be too. So I'd say those are two of the probably the largest sources of uncertainty in the operating model. But you're right, there are other very important sources of uncertainty, such as the total mortality. What are different bycatch coming out, for example? That's not a fixed amount every year. So I've introduced uncertainty in the amount of bycatch coming out, how the recreational fisheries operate, how commercial fisheries operate. So I've introduced some uncertainty in there as well. But I would say the two largest sources of uncertainty in the population are weighted age and recruitment, and we've identified a lot of other areas of uncertainty to also simulate. That's in the operating model. The estimation model is also a very important part of uncertainty as well. And you may remember at the annual meeting last year, 2018, I presented some MSE results that I called no estimation error. And those results were showing average annual variability is around 6%. And people are like, that's great, that's awesome, very stable catch limits, everything looks great. And then I added in this estimation uncertainty. And this is the uncertainty that just comes from the stock assessment. Given the data we have, given the uncertainties we have, the uncertainties we have in incoming recruitment, things like that, there's this underlying estimation uncertainty. And that is really driving a big part of the high AAVs being above 15%. And so I've introduced that into these new simulations, which the SRB stated in a previous report is extremely important, and these management procedures cannot be considered without considering estimation uncertainty as well. So I'd say those are the largest sources of uncertainty. There's other small sources that are inserted in the simulation process too, but we're really trying to make sure that we're characterizing uncertainty in the best way possible with those, as well as potential scenarios like structural models, different natural mortality rates and things like that, that would also affect the performance of the management procedure. And as we move forward into this distribution phase, investigate distribution, investigate a multi-area model, we're going to have additional sources of uncertainty, such as movement, annual movement of halibut from year to year. We're going to have to identify hypotheses with that, as well as the variability associated with that. But that's a key aspect.
Richard?
Could you explain, Dr. Cox kind of mentioned a averaging of multi-year stock assessments and how that varies from this multi-year approach that you mentioned. I assume one of them involves the MSC process, the process that you're using, and the other one does not involve the MSC. It's just taking the strict stock assessment and averaging it over a period of years, past years. What's the different pluses and minuses of each one of those approaches?
Yeah, I think what Dr. Cox was mentioning, if I remember correctly, in his averaging of the assessment was when explaining the sablefish method of the survey-based method, where they take an average of the previous 3 years of that survey and then apply that to determining the catch limit. And that is part of a management procedure that was tested through an MSE process. So they'd both be tested as a management procedure through the MSE process. The difference of what I investigated here with a multi-year quota is that the multi-year quota that I've investigated here would be take this process as we have it now with a stock assessment and a commission making decisions on what the catch limit would be, but they're making a decision on a catch limit for the next 3 years instead of just for the next year. So additional considerations may be made, but you'd see the exact same results and you'd be making that decision over that time period. And that introduces stability in that catch limit for stakeholders for the next 3 years. They know that's going to be what it is for a 3-year period. I can develop a business plan, whatever. What Sean Cox was saying is it's still an annually adjusted catch limit coming out of the management procedure, but it's just averaging over like the previous 3 years of results. And so that introduces another level of stability. It's a way of averaging over that estimation error, you might think. And that is something that we could investigate here, is looking back historically and using some averages or something like that. But I think the space-time model for the survey results is already including some of that smoothing in its process as well. As we move forward in time, I am very interested in this survey-based approach, and we'll begin to think about that and how this averaging might fit into that approach as well.
As a follow-up question, so if I understand it right, Dr. Cox mentioned some separation between the MSE process and setting catch limits, and they should be kept separate. So what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Yamato. That's a really good question, and we had a lot of discussion in the SRB about that, and I think it's something that amongst fishery scientists we can have a lot of discussion about as well. But basically, it's what the goals of each of those things are, the MSE and the stock assessment. The MSE goal is to develop and rank management procedures that are robust to uncertainty, and that uncertainty includes things such as hypotheses about what might happen in the future. And this really, the outcome is a management procedure that is a strategy, a long-term strategy, thinking more about this is how we would like fisheries management to occur over a long period of time so that it meets our long-term objectives. The assessment is different in that it's more tactical. And this is looking at what's happening right now, what's happening not only in the population, but also in the fishery. What are some of the economic concerns? And making a decision based right now on what's happening over the next 3 years, and maybe deviating from that management procedure potentially, or trying to get back on track with the management procedure. The way that I've been thinking about this, I have a commute that's 12 miles to work every day, and it takes me between 30 minutes and 60 minutes, depending on the traffic. This is Seattle. And I have a strategy I've developed over 2.5 years of doing this commute, where I know I'd be in this lane, and I switch to that lane, and then I switch to this lane, and then I get to work. And on average, that works out to about 35 minutes. However, we have the Seattle squeeze going on right now, where they close down the viaduct, and people are doing this and that, and I'm driving to work in my normal lane, and there's a bus stopped there and some construction going on, and so I take a right turn, and I might go around it. And that's the tactical part of that, is I'm seeing deviating from that strategy slightly because of what's happening right now. And so there is a real separation of those two processes, where we want to think tactically now for the assessment and the catch limit decision making, but we have a management strategy that if we follow that management strategy over time, we would expect it to meet our long-term objectives.
Any other questions for Alan? Peter, then Neil.
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Hicks. On slide 17, you mentioned the highest ranked management procedure was 40%. Was this because it met the objective of maximizing the fishery?
Yeah, you're right. So two things, and I'll show you an extra slide here. See if I can get to it. If we can go to the very last slide in the presentation. There's a table also in the document that shows these different management procedures and then how they were ranked. Just try to step through this real quick because I think this will help. Oop, went backwards. Oh boy. Anyways, there's a table in there, and what the ranking is you look at whether you're meeting the objectives. And as I showed in the results, the objective of, here's the table here, the biological objectives was met by all the management procedures, and these are prioritized, so we can move on to looking at the next objective, which was stability in the catch limit. And that stability in the catch limit was only met by some of the constrained management procedures. And so if that objective was met, then yes, we looked at what is the maximum median total mortality coming out of this. And you can see in this table, that would be this maximum catch along the bottom in total mortality, and it's ranking those in terms of numbers. And you can see that The number one actually is the cap at 80, but the stability objective was not met, so we do not end up choosing that management procedure. So the only one that met it was the fourth highest median average total mortality, which was this SPR 40% with a constraint of 15% put onto it. And then you can see there's other ones, 2 and 3, which are very similar to it. Very similar behaviors, but had a similar amount of catch associated with it.
Thank you.
So just one other question, Alan, about if I follow some of the basic concepts right, the composition of your catch in terms of its sizes and so on can affect the SPR, right? Did we model any different compositions of catch in this exercise?
Yes, we certainly did, and that the different compositions of catch would come through in how the recruitment variability was simulated. So there's strong cohorts coming through the population at different times, which means the size composition or the age composition of the catch would differ over time. So that source of variability was introduced in there, as well as selectivity in the various fisheries was not constant. Selectivity was variable. I introduced some variation in selectivity, and that's really to mimic what Ian has learned from the assessment and put that into the operating model, and to mimic that in terms of differences in availability in different regulatory areas, different catch rates between the different regulatory areas and things like that, but those changes in selectivity over time and that variation. So the catch composition is really a result of what's currently in the population, which has variability in the simulations, as well as how the fishery is operating, which is introduced to variation in the selectivity.
All right. Thanks very much, Alan, for that presentation on where things are at with your extensive simulations.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. We're now going to hear from Adam Kaiser, who's going to give the co-chairperson report from the MSAB.
All right. Morning, everybody. First, maybe I acknowledge it's the last presentation before the break. There's probably some redundancy between what I have to present and what we've just seen from Dr. Hicks. So I'll gloss over some of the text in the presentation in the interest of getting folks out for coffee. Everything is there in writing, though. And if you have any other questions, as you'll find out in the presentation, there's lots of folks here to engage with. So first of all, introduction, my name is Adam Kaiser. I'm one of the co-chairs for the Management Strategy Advisory Board. I've participated in this process for a few years. The co-chair, Dr. McGilliard, is unfortunately not able to be here this morning owing to the orderly reopening of the U.S. federal government, but I do understand she's going to be here this afternoon and be able to talk to folks at that point as well. So as the co-chairs, we meet twice a year with the Management Strategy Advisory Board, normally once in the spring, which is a planning, work, tasking meeting, basically us asking Alan to do X, Y, and Z. And then we meet again in the fall to review the work that the Secretariat has undertaken over the summer months. Maybe a quick reminder for folks who maybe aren't that familiar with the MSAB. The MSAB, in our tasking of Alan, et cetera, is put in place to oversee the management strategy evaluation process, advise the Secretariat on how this work should advance. Specifically, the MSAB is providing recommendations on objectives, candidate management procedures, and most importantly, provides a point of engagement for stakeholders and the Secretariat on this work. It's also worth noting, though, the MSAB is not the only point of engagement. Venues, such as the annual meeting, are a really important piece a really important point in time to connect with the MSAB, with stakeholders, and with the Secretariat. So I'd like to acknowledge that there's a number of MSAB members in the audience here who have dedicated a considerable amount of time over the past few years for this process. So, I mean, I think folks know who the MSAB members are, but if not, maybe raise your hands briefly. Everyone who puts their hands up, these are MSAB members. Thank you. Those are the people you should corner in the hall with questions, in addition to me, but talk to those folks. All right, so this year, in addition to our two meetings, or at our two meetings, we provided some recommendations and requests on prioritizing objectives, on a component of the management procedure, specifically fishing intensity, SPR, and we provided some recommendations on additional work for the Secretariat to go away and conduct over the winter months, which we've just seen from Dr. Hicks. In addition to focusing on our program of work, the MSAB received some guidance from the commissioners in the fall. Specifically, they requested that the MSAB focus on providing a recommendation for coastwide fishing intensity at interim meeting 94 this past November, and that if need be, we focus on the scale portion prior to work on distribution. So that really gave us a specific piece of work to take care of in our October meeting, and that is reflected in much of the report recommendations that are available online. Now, to help us meet our that guidance of providing an SPR recommendation, the Commission also said, you know, for the purpose of expediting this work, let's prioritize long-term conservation objectives over short to medium-term catch performance. The commissioners provided this recommendation, I think maybe unbeknownst to them, that the SRB had also made a similar request to prioritize objectives, and the MSAB had an ad hoc working group over the same period of time that came to that conclusion a third time. So I think it's helpful to acknowledge that there was this convergence from three separate groups to say, let's look at conservation over the long term. If a management procedure meets conservation over the long term, let's then focus on fishery yield. Two specific performance metrics that we've talked about this morning, or that we've seen from Dr. Hicks, are maintaining some minimum average catch, or to maximize yield, and to limit catch variability. So that produces the first recommendation from the MSAB. Keeping the stock biomass above some critical level, it's the 20% that's noted in the first row over the long term, and then minimizing yield and maximizing average catch. You'll see that there's long-term and short-term, or the time frames that we're evaluating these over. For folks' reference here, long-term is, as Alan said, kind of the long-term equilibrium. So we've said that's about 91 to 100-year time period. And 14 to 13 years is where we're looking at the fishery yield piece. I'm not going to spend too much time on the objectives because I think we spent a fair bit of time with it with Dr. Hicks already this morning. So we'll go on to our next objective, which is fishing intensity. And if there's two slides that you remember from my presentation this morning, it's this one and the next one. So the MSAB, upon receipt of all of the data that Dr. Hicks presented a moment ago, provided a recommendation on coast-wide fishing intensity. Given the results that were available to us at the time, the MSAB recommended that the SPR should not be lower than 40%, we should not fish harder than 40%, nor should it be higher than 46%. We should not reduce intensity to less than 46%. That a target SPR would be around 42 to 43, and this would all be within a 30-20 harvest control rule. 30-20 is referring to that trigger and the limit on the hockey stick shaped SPR plot that Dr. Hicks showed earlier. The reason that the MSAB put forward these bounds, 40 to 46%, was that the results that were available to us at the time was that higher fishing intensities, so fishing at an SPR lower than 40%, say 30%, increased catch variability, and it increased the probability of low biomass, so going to critical stock levels, and you also had much more variable catch. Reducing fishing intensity, say greater than SPR 46%, like 50, something like that. They decreased yield, but there was actually little benefit to conservation in terms of increasing biomass. Now, we also acknowledge, though, in putting forward this recommendation, that there were maybe some unrealized objectives and other ways to develop the management procedure that might better satisfy our objectives. That's why the MSAB put forward a number of requests to Dr. Hicks to do more simulations. These 3 bullets here about limiting the amount of variability or slow up, fast down, how quickly the catch limit can change, were the results that we just saw a moment ago. So the MSAB hasn't had, as a body, hasn't had the benefit of discussing the results we saw from Dr. Hicks. That's where there's maybe a bit of a discrepancy between the recommendation of 40 to 46 with a 42, 43% target and the results that we saw just earlier. So that's our recommendation on fishing intensity. We did fortunately have some time in our October meeting to start to talk about distribution. And most of our discussions were around how do we set the table for our spring meeting? What sort of work are we going to request the Secretariat to undertake so that we're productive and adhering to our schedule of work with a 2021 delivery? So the MSAB requested a number of additional management procedures, which are detailed in the MSAB 012 report. The MSAB also agreed that an ad hoc working group would get together between the conclusion of this meeting and in advance of our May meeting to talk about some priority distribution procedures that should be examined. So that's why I also asked folks on the MSAB to raise their hands, because those are also the people you should be talking to about different candidate procedures to consider for distribution. This is similar to what I just said, and in the interest of getting folks up for a break, maybe I'll pause on, or move past this slide to focus on our schedule of work, where to from here. So this is, I think, a notable achievement of the MSAB, owing largely to the efforts from Alan, is that folks are really keen to see the MSE work through, to have an evaluated harvest strategy policy, but it also takes a lot of time. So to try to balance the appetite for getting something out with making sure we have a robust product available, a schedule of work is put forward and reviewed regularly. The schedule of work is the same as what's been presented at the past annual meeting, and I'm happy to say that we're continuing to meet the deliverables on this 3-year schedule. So right now we're at the green circle. The MSAB has provided a recommendation on scale, on target SPR, and we've started our discussions around distribution management procedures. I think where everybody wants to be is getting to this black or gray circle on the right-hand side about providing a recommendation for both scale and distribution. So over the next 2 years, that's what we'll be focusing on, is incorporating distribution procedures and determining if or how scale is adjusted from that point. And that is the end of the MSAB presentations. I'll maybe invite Dr. Hicks up in case there's other questions that I can lob to you.
Thanks very much, Adam. So are there questions for Adam? Bob, then Richard.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
So Adam, on slide 9, it's where the MSAB suggested a target of 42 to 43 and a range of 40 to 46. Can you provide the context with which that in? We are currently at approaching a 100-year low in the abundance of our resource. So would this be something that the MSAB would recommend at this juncture of the state of the resource, or is this to be looked at as a 100-year average, as I've heard some people talk?
So when the MSAB, sorry, thank you for the question, Commissioner Alverson. It's a good one. When the MSAB evaluated procedures, specifically looking at the SPR value, we were trying to identify a procedure that's going to best meet our objectives. So that's meeting the conservation objective over the long term, 91 to 100 years, and minimizes variability and produces the largest yield available. So this procedure of the procedures we examined, had the greatest probability of keeping the stock out of that critical stock level, and it also provided the most yield available within it. So it satisfied our objectives. The other piece, and I think this is what Dr. Hicks and Dr. Cox were referring to, is the differentiation between harvest policy, the larger strategic piece that we're trying to meet, with an acknowledgement for short-term tactical decisions. So acknowledging socioeconomics or other considerations that might affect the annual, year-to-year decisions. The other piece to consider is, and I think this is what you're referring to, Commissioner Alverson, is perhaps there's an unrealized objective. Right now, our objective is just to keep biomass out of that critical 20% spawning stock biomass. It sounds like there may be some target of a larger biomass that folks would like the stock to stay around. That hasn't been evaluated or considered. Anything else to add there?
Yeah, Richard.
So you mentioned that this decision was based upon the best available knowledge you had at that time. So exactly how would this decision on the SPR rate might change, knowing what new information Alan had provided? What do you see changing in this decision?
Okay, thank you for the question. I'll think there's two pieces, and I may have to pass it over to Dr. Hicks as well. So the first bit is what we see on the screen, slide 9, that's the MSAB's recommendation. That's what the group had a chance to discuss amongst themselves and put forward. The MSAB has not had an opportunity to discuss Dr. Hicks's work. And I think, speaking on behalf of the MSAB, it'd be prudent for that group to have an opportunity to discuss the results from what Dr. Hicks has presented. Personally, from what I've seen from Dr. Hicks, it seems as though that SPR 40 performs well, it meets our objectives, it's something that it's consistent with what we had seen earlier. But again, I think the MSAB should have an opportunity to discuss. The second piece is this recommendation on SPR is done a bit in isolation. We haven't talked about distribution at all. And so while this is presented as a target SPR for the next couple of years, I anticipate that the target SPR will change again with the recommendation that the MSAB brings forward in 2021 when we have information on distribution. Is that fair to say, Alan, that we'll likely have a new scale when distribution is included? Potentially. Yeah, so that's a potential outcome, that the scale may change at that point in time. And I guess it also comes back to Dr. Cox's marriage analogy this morning too, that we're not completely wedded yet.
Neil?
Actually, I think Bob asked the same question I had, so I'm good.
All right, if there's no other questions, thanks very much, Adam and Alan again. I recognize that we're a bit over time on the agenda, but it was deliberate given the conversations and discussions needed to happen here for, as you know, here's the recommendation from MSAB. As Adam has identified, MSAB has not yet had an opportunity to consider the additional work that Alan has undertaken, but we're being looked at as a commission to make some decisions around the MSAB recommendations at this meeting. I know that PAG and Conference Board will be convening this afternoon, and you will likely have discussions around this recommendation. And I know that Alan will be available if you like, and Adam can be as well, to address your questions. And as Adam clearly pointed out, he has a whole bunch of assistants as well. So please consider this in your deliberations as you meet in Conference Board and PAG, as we as commissioners need to hear the feedback from you on this recommendation. With that, we'll adjourn for 15 minutes. It's now 10 to 11. We'll get back together at 5 after 11. Thank you very much. If everyone could take their seats, we're going to commence with the regulatory proposals. Oh, we're actually going to do, sorry, we're going to do public comments and questions first. Is it still just one on the list? All right, Steve, I think we have a question on the MSE, MSAB.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one question from in the room here. It's from Malcolm Milne, who's coming up to the microphone. And, oh, I'm sorry, we have two questions. So first is Malcolm Milne coming up to the microphone. And he has a spreadsheet that we will project as he asks his question.
Yeah, thank you. So this is, my name is Malcolm Milne. I'm with the North Pacific Fisheries Association. We're a group out of Homer, Alaska of commercial fishermen, longliners, and halibut fishermen. And my first question actually had to do with Mr. Hicks' presentation, and that had to do with his slide number 3. And when I was reading through the information and looking at the sort of parameters he used here, I saw no more than a 10% risk of being below. And to me, that seemed like a really high level of risk. And I wanted to ask Mr. Hicks a little bit about where that number came from, because to me it looked like a 1 in 10% chance, or 1 in 10 chance of going below that level, which would lead to no fishing. So when I looked over a 10-year period, if 1 out of 10 years could possibly be that case, that seemed very risky to me. So could you clarify that a little, please?
Okay. Is this thing on? Can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello? There we go. It's coming on. All right, perfect. Thanks, Malcolm. That's a really good question. So this is the biological sustainability objective. And actually that 10% risk of going below 20% is very common in fisheries management, as Dr. Cox mentioned earlier. It's a criteria often defined by organizations such as the Marine Stewardship Council. And it's something that I've had as objectives in other fisheries. And so we put it forward here as a potential for the biological sustainability. You are right, there's the potential that that could happen 1 in 10 years. Given the slow dynamics, it's not as likely to just occur in 1 out of 10 years, but it is quite a high tolerance that we put on there. We can easily redefine it as the objective. But what I encourage MSAB members and stakeholders to do is to think about these objectives in terms of what they're used to in their fishery. So you mentioned perfectly there that the objective of this is risky because you're afraid that it would close the fishery in 1 out of 10 years. So I see the objective there actually being we don't want the fishery to close in 1 out of 10 years, or we want the total mortality limit, or the TCY, to be above some amount with very low tolerance of going below. So if we had defined an additional objective, let's say something like the risk of closure to the fishery is less than 1%, I think that'd be a very useful objective to add that would then make sure that the stock isn't driven to levels that close the fishery.
Okay, yeah, through the chair, thank you very much for that clarification, and that is definitely something I'll be pushing for, as a sort of a much more conservative level like that, like the way you stated it, so I appreciate that. And so that also then gave me another thought that was going back to a couple of slides Ian threw up there at the end. So from Ian's presentation, slide 51, which he showed yesterday, I think if we could look at that slide 51. was the reference TCE-wise by regulatory area. So these were the quotas recommended at the time, given the harvest strategy and the information. And then he showed us slide 52, which were the adopted TCE-wise, so the numbers that the commission adopted. And I started looking at these numbers and thought of showing them in terms of a percentage. And so I did a quick spreadsheet, and I'm not a great Excel person, but I pulled this up. And when I looked at it in terms of percentages of what we did is the harvest strategy versus the adopted levels, it just really put into contrast how much we've been over as a body what our harvest strategy has been. And it's just been a real concern, and it goes against my ideas of conservation and and where I think we should be as a community is fishing towards the stock and giving conservation as a #1 priority as far as having something that we can go into the future. So I just wanted to show that to the group as far as just a visual interpretation of the numbers that Dr. Stewart gave us yesterday. So it's not really in the form of a question, it's more of a comment there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and now we have 2 more questioners on the list. The next up is Jeff Kaufman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to excuse my voice here. I'm just wondering, is this comment period specific to the MSC process? I have a question about harvest rate, but maybe not so much as it relates to the MSC process. And I think that this may be the last opportunity to ask a question of the Commission prior to going into the conference board this afternoon. So it is about harvest rate, and it would require pulling up the projection tool. So I don't know if this is a good time for that or not.
Well, there was a focus on the MSAB, but I mean, I think your question, Jeff, is pertinent regardless to the presentations that we had yesterday, and so I think, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Ellen, is there a chance of pulling up the projection tool?
I think so. So the online projection tool
Sure.
is the one?
With the default settings in it.
With the default settings. I think that's possible. They're doing it from the back. I won't be able to do that.
So if we could scroll down a little bit. So, Mr. Chairman, my comment here is that we typically from year to year we'll see catch limit recommendations or a blue line or a staff recommendation or something other of that nature for the conference board and the public to see what the numbers shake out to as far as what TC-wise or total removals for each regulatory area are, and also what that shakes out to as far as catch limits for each regulatory area. And we got to look at this a little bit yesterday in terms of risk from, over a 3-year period or in a 1-year period, or if it's 10%, if it's greater than 10% change in allocation. But what we did not get to look at were the numbers that at the projected coastwide SPR of 46%, which is the interim harvest rate. I think it would be helpful for this body and for those of us in the public to see what those numbers shake out as for this distributed mortality. And so there seems to be some question among the public about what the numbers are and that people haven't been able to see them. And so putting this up here, speaking for Alaska specifically, I think all areas in Alaska are slated for a pretty hefty increase in the TCEY, with the exceptions of 2C, which is down by 1%, and 3B, which is down by 9% TCEY, based on the interim harvest rate of F46. And so the way that I read this, and I think it's important for all of us in here to understand, is that this, at the interim harvest rate, produces a TCEY, or total removals coastwide, of 40 million pounds. And last year, the TCEY at an F46 was 31 million pounds. And so, despite the surveys seeming to be declining, and the number per unit effort declining, commercial catches kind of flatter declining, maybe in some areas, the science, based on the recruitment, I believe, and on the information that we've learned from the expanded setline surveys, has resulted in a model. So the model, my understanding is that the model has not changed, it's the inputs to the model. And the inputs, the significant inputs that have changed are the 2011 and 12 year class, and then the information that we've learned from the setline survey. And so there's a lot of, everybody's asking where the numbers are, and we haven't really been able to see them. So this gives us a snapshot of them, but what it doesn't do really is capture from year to year what percentage increase or decrease it is. You can do the math based on these numbers, but it's not in black and white. And so, for instance, in 4C, D, and E, we're looking at an increase, at an F46, we're looking at an increase of 27% in our TCEY. And then when that shakes down to the FCEY, to the area 4C, D, and E catch limit, it's a 66% increase year over year. And so I want to make sure that I'm reading this correctly, and that at the interim harvest rate of F46, or SPR 46, that you don't call it a blue line anymore, but it is the number that's put out by science and by the models. And I just want to clarify for myself and for others that I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, what I was going to suggest, Jeff, is that we could ask Ian to come up and explain the mortality tool, which I think would be, it's a good question, and I think probably others are asking similar ones, so that would be helpful.
And so, as he's coming up, we're going to put some numbers. My assumption is that at the conference board today, some numbers are going to be put up, and one would be an F46 straight, you know, as a way to address catch limits going into 2019. Maybe one is to apply the old IPHC policy of slow up, pass down to it. Or maybe it's a half up, half down, or maybe it's looking at an F50. And so we have these numbers put into these spreadsheets, and we want to make sure that the numbers that we're using there are reality based on this projection to an F46, or whatever other F rate we might choose to put on the board.
Just before turning it over to Ian too, I just wanted to, clarify or I guess restate. I mean, Alan and Ian will be available to attend the conference board meetings so that other people can ask similar questions or different variants on that, Jeff. So this won't be the only opportunity is really what I'm saying. There will be other opportunities to have the same discussion.
Thank you. I can clarify. Here we go. I can clarify this question. So, in fact, yes, you're correct, Jeff, that the results that are preloaded into this tool reflect the same calculations that have been reported as the interim management procedure for the last several years, and then previously before that, it was the blue line, noting that the overall scale of fishing intensity was different for the blue line than for the current F46 reference level. So these values are preloaded. Scrolling down this sheet, you do get to a catch table, which provides the full breakdown. Detailed mortality projections by regulatory area and sector. This includes all the application of the various catch sharing plans in each of the regulatory areas that have them, and the same methods for projecting forward. So some key components of that are that the bycatch is projected forward at the same value that was estimated for the previous year. Same with some subsistence removals. And the discard mortality estimates that are projected forward are based on the rate of discard mortality estimated for the most current year. So those do scale up and down based on the most current rate available. The table actually from the previous public comment from Malcolm Milne, slide 51 in the PowerPoint presentation, actually provides, maybe we could go there now, provides a brief history of how these numbers compare over the last several years. Actually, slide 51, please. Perfect. And so these numbers are provide a comparison of the interim management procedure as it was calculated in each year over time, going all the way back to 2013. And so you can see, as you noted previously, that the 2018 value, the total TCEY, was estimated to be 31 million pounds at an F46. And as I discussed yesterday in my presentation, that reflected somewhat higher fishing intensity estimates in the stock assessment from last year, with this year's assessment actually much closer to the fishing intensity estimates that we had in the 2017 assessment. And that's why you see that total value there of 39 million pounds for 2017, a similar scale of fishing intensity estimates. So as people are interested in evaluating different alternatives through the mortality projection tool, this table could provide a point of reference back to the calculations that were available from previous years. And as was stated here, I will be available, and other people on the Secretariat staff will be available to help people navigate this tool and make sure that they are able to put in the numbers that they're interested in seeing and evaluate those results.
Did you have a follow-up, Jeff?
Yeah, just real briefly. I'd like to say that we love the projection tool. I think all of us in here, it's an amazing tool, and so we're looking forward to using that. And because a lot of us have been here for a lot of years, and we were just so accustomed to what used to be a staff recommendation and then a blue line, and then this year we didn't know what we had really, if it's a staff recommendation, scientific recommendation, or what it might be, but nonetheless, I think we could liken the results of the projection tool on the bottom for TCEY or the FCEY as our blue line. And so, anyway, much appreciated your clarification. Clarification's been helpful, and it'll help us in the conference board, so thank you.
Thank you. And our next question is from Dan Falvey, and it's about MSE.
Thanks very much, through the chair. So Alan, thanks very much for the presentation. I thought I'd just comment on some of the next steps that came to mind as I heard you speak. And I think I really appreciated the comment about maybe there are additional objectives out there that we could explore. In this initial MSAB round, we pretty much just looked at the chances of driving the stock to very low stock sizes, such as below 20. And, kind of talking about the stakeholders and folks around that, I do think the suggestion of maybe there is another metric in there about trying to maintain a stock size or a percentage of time that the stock would be above B40 versus below B35 or B30, and perhaps taking a look at some more fine, levels close to where we are now and what that might mean in terms of catch limits. I mean, I think there's also time for some understanding to grow around the fact that, as I understand it, the halibut stock is currently at B43, which is pretty healthy. It's kind of close to what a harvest policy would want to maintain. And so I think there's room for us to explore more about holding the stock around here. What does that mean for catch limits as we go down from here below a B40? What would that look like for catch limits? And perhaps pull out a couple of metrics or statistics of interest that would help us understand, both the goals of avoiding very low stock sizes, but also the benefits of perhaps maintaining a slightly higher stock size. And so I really appreciated that comment. If that was interesting to the commissioners, I think that would be something that could get passed on for further work for the MSAB. I guess the second point I would offer up is, I think the work you've done on looking at smoothers is really important. We identified there's no real way to wring variability out of the stock, because most of it is really caused not by the stock itself, but by the stock assessment and the survey and the inherent estimation errors in that. And so things like slow up, fast down, or annual caps are ways to directly address perhaps the cause of that additional variability, which can be an extra 15 or 20% above what the stock is doing itself, in a way that lets a couple of years worth of data kind of come into play before it captures trends, but doesn't go to the highs and lows of each individual year's data point. And I think I've come to realize how that might be a very important component of our final harvest policy, and I think continued work on that would be really helpful. I guess I have just a couple of more things that I would highlight, because there's a lot of stuff you presented. I think the concept of a range is something that I'm very attracted to, because I think what it does is it really provides some guidance on, it doesn't try and refine a single value with more precision than that value necessarily has inherently, trying to distinguish it from one real close to it. But it does provide some guidance on what a target long-term harvest rate could be. and provide some guidance on, during times of uncertainty or times of caution, where you might kind of become more conservative than what would be your mainstream harvest rate, and gives the commission some of that guidance about how much less is good versus how much more. And in times in the future, if we have high size at age and several incoming year classes, to provide some guidance on how you might become more aggressive and actually get the maximum yield out of those stocks without jeopardizing long-term impacts. And so I like the way the MSAB kind of characterized the harvest policy as a range, which puts kind of brackets on either end so that we don't get too far away from that middle point, but also allows the commission and the stakeholders some flexibility to put, short-term or near-term considerations in place, such as how we may want to modify the harvest policy over the next 4 or 5 years as we look at this dip in recruitment we're experiencing until we have more definitive evidence of more year classes coming on. So that's an aspect that I found, very helpful, I think, for the process. And I guess I did hear you say, one last point I think we could do more work on, which is perhaps as we move into distribution, looking at differential harvest rates by area or by region. In other words, what is the productivity of the stock at something smaller scale than coastwide? I think we've got them in place now. I think people have questioned whether they're real or what they were based on, and I think the MSAB can, as we move into distribution, probably have some productive discussions about what are the productivity differences as you geographically move across the Gulf. And I wouldn't necessarily confine that discussion to the region level if the data supports it. Looking at it at an area by area level, I think that would be perhaps most desirable as well. I guess the one comment I would offer is that now that I just loaded up the plate so much, I did hear some comments about other things we could explore, like doing away with the stock assessment models and just indexing it off the survey. And I think, there's an infinite number of things that you could explore with an operating model. I think our job is to try and come up with some tangible recommendations that we can be working on before we move on to like the next circle out, which may be nice to have at some point over the next 5 or 10 years. But I think we have a fair amount of work to come up with a concrete operating harvest policy in the near term, but just focus on some of those changes that would lead to that directly, and use that as a way of perhaps prioritizing some of the things you can do if you want to spend the rest of your life doing this. So with that, those would be my comments, and I just appreciate the work you've been doing in the presentation.
Thanks for those comments, Dan. That was a full meal. You covered a broad spectrum there from today's presentations and yesterday's, so thanks very much. Are there any others? So I think we are done with public comments at this point. It won't be the only opportunity. There will be others for sure. And I think we're now on to regulatory proposals. I'm going to turn this over to Steve Keith to walk us through the process. Oh, hang on. Bob had a question.
So I have one last question I'd like to ask David. I'm confused with a lot of this information before us, and so I'd like to know from David and the staff, do they recommend having less fishing mortality during 2019 than we had in 2018?
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Commissioner. This really comes down to what the objectives are of the Commission, and so I'll only comment on from a biological perspective. And I guess from a biological and fishery sustainability perspective, our advice is that taking into consideration the results of the stock assessment, is that the Commission should acknowledge the short-term projections indicating that spawning biomass is likely to continue to decline under any harvest rate higher than 20 million pounds. And you should probably consider making an attempt to slow that level of decline if you are unable to drop down to 20 million pounds, which I think, given the social and economic issues relevant for the fishery, is that you're not going to make a decision to drop to 20 million pounds. And so that really means that you should be considering a way, in the short term at least, to slow any decline in the spawning population. spawning biomass rather. So I think if you're going to take that approach, it's what would be termed as a precautionary approach to fisheries management for Pacific halibut. And you could probably argue that anywhere around 35 million pounds is a reasonable amount to slow that level of decline. But that's all from a biological and sustainability perspective, and I'm very conscious that there are social, economic, and management factors at play there. Thank you.
So back to regulatory proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have for you now a presentation about the regulatory proposals before the Commission for this meeting, as well as the stakeholder input that we've received so far. So just a reminder for everybody, the regulatory proposal process occurs over the course of the year. Stakeholders may submit proposals at any time during the year, but we have deadlines for consideration at the annual meeting. So the deadline for proposals to be presented at the interim meeting was at the end of October. We had several proposals in at that time. We presented them at the interim meeting as a kind of a first reading. And the deadline for any other proposals, as well as any modifications to the original proposals for the annual meeting, for this meeting, AM095, was at the end of December. Also, through our regulations portal, stakeholders can submit statements about existing proposals or other matters that are not necessarily new proposals themselves. And stakeholder statements are taken all the way up until the beginning, till just before the annual meeting. So we have in our stakeholder statements document, which is available to you on the website, the statements that we received up through Sunday, the 27th of January. So that's the process. And what we'll talk about is the regulations and the regulation proposals themselves, as well as the extra material available to the Commission as they consider the proposals before them. The first is paper 13, revision 1, which is from the IPHC Secretariat, and those are our implementation notes in which we comment on our recommendations and notes concerning the proposals from the contracting party agencies as well as from stakeholders. And the other document, which I'll return to at the end of the presentation, is the stakeholder statements that we have received up through the 27th of January, and this was just published yesterday morning. So if you are looking for your statement in the document, be sure you've refreshed and looking at the latest version, which is revision 2, published yesterday morning. So with that, we'll review the regulatory proposals themselves. There are 3 from the IPHC Secretariat. These are the same 3 that we had for you at the interim meeting. And the first one, Prop A1, is simply adding a table to the fishery regulations that explicitly states the TCEY decisions made by the Commission. So currently in Section 4 of the fishery regulations, there is a table which describes the sector allocations for various fisheries in different regulatory areas that are the result of the operation of the contracting parties' catch sharing plans. And what we're proposing is simply adding a table in front of that, which would list here, and you see it on the screen as our proposal, to add the TCEY decisions, the distributed mortality decisions made by the Commission here at the annual meeting, and put them in the fishery limits. And then the table following it would be the existing table, which indicates the operation of the contracting parties' catch sharing plans and how the TCEY is thus allocated among different fishery sectors in the different IPHC regulatory areas. So that's our first proposal. Our second proposal, Prop A2, has to do with fishing periods. We presented this at the interim meeting. There was a lot of discussion about it at the interim meeting. We have modified the proposal from the one you saw at the interim meeting. So if you haven't read it since then, please do so and refresh, because we have added to the proposal document itself responses to the discussion that we had at the interim meeting. And there's two parts to this proposal. The first part is the part we do every year, which is to propose when the fishing period should be for the commercial fisheries. And we propose a commercial fishing period of the 15th of March to the 31st of October. And we propose that that be the same fishing period every year, and that is our proposal again this year. The second part of this is the part that has attracted more attention, and that has to do with the non-treaty directed commercial fishery in IPHC regulatory area 2A. And for those of you who are not as familiar with regulatory area 2A, that particular fishery still fishes with a very short fishing period, a 10-hour derby-style fishery that's open a number of days each year. The IPHC Secretariat actually sets the fishing period and the fishing period limits for that fishery. In this proposal, we have proposed a longer fishing period. We specifically proposed a 5-day fishing period or a 10-day fishing period, but anything from 2 to 10 we think would be satisfactory. Our primary motivation here is safety of the fleet as it goes out to fish. There are not very many derby fisheries left, and one of the reasons that there are not many derby fisheries left is because of the safety of the participants. If the derby is only a few hours on one day, many fishers would be motivated to go out even when conditions are poor. So our primary motivation here is safety. This particular proposal has been discussed at great length during the course of the year in the Pacific Fishery Management Council and in other forums, and we've had a lot of feedback. And in the revised proposal that you see here, we have addressed the concerns raised by others in their discussion. And our primary point is that we believe that this change can be made without changing any of the other management structures of the non-treaty directed commercial fishery in IPHC regulatory area 2A. In other words, this change can be made in the interest of safety while we continue to explore future changes to the fishery, to the management of the fishery. So that's proposal A2. The third proposal from the IPHC Secretariat is similar to one we introduce every year, and that's minor clarifications and amendments, and that is available for you to see. The primary part of that, which may attract a lot of attention, is it actually changes the sequence of the regulations in the fishery regs to be more coherent and make more sense. But other than that, it's really pretty minor. We developed this one over the course of the year based on our experience and the feedback that we got from the fleet about how the fishery regulations are worded, and so the changes that we're suggesting are to make various parts of them more clear and to change the order of the sections. And you can see that in the document there. So those are the three proposals from the IPHC Secretariat. We have one proposal from the contracting parties, and it's from NOAA Fisheries, Alaska Region. I'll ask Glenn Merrill to come up and present that from the table in front here. This one is new since the interim meeting because, as Glenn will explain, the contents of this one are developed in the North Pacific Fishery Management Council process that takes place between our interim meeting and our annual meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. Very briefly, this is a pro forma regulatory proposal that is consistent with the implementation of our catch sharing plan for the charter halibut fisheries in areas 2C and 3A. Briefly, it would establish the management measures and the allocations that would derive to the charter halibut fishery depending upon the specific catch limits that are selected by the Commission.
As you can see from the proposal itself, it provides an indication about what the specific management proposals would be, both for Area 2C and 3A, depending upon the specific amount of catch limit that is selected. The management measures that are developed here are developed in collaboration with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game, as well as the North Pacific Council, with input from the Council's Charter Halibut Committee. And it provides an indication that we should be able to maintain our harvest of the charter fishery within the specific limits that are specified, depending upon the specific catch limit that is adopted by the Commission. The analysis is linked to the proposal here. I was not planning to address that. And as you can see, there is the suggested regulatory language with the revisions that would be required in the specific sections, depending on the catch limits that's selected.
Question, Commissioner Alderson.
So Glenn,
There we go.
I think I don't know if I'm on or not. Okay. So on Friday, if we make a motion to accept the regulatory proposal of the charter management measures, and that passes, what happens to the fleet are automatically a result of what our harvest levels we set. So we don't have to get into particulars. We can make sort of a macro motion. Is that what we've done in the past?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and I'm looking to Mr. Keith for correction, but that is my understanding, is that you select the specific allocation that derives from the catch sharing plan. The catch sharing plan provides what that allocation should be, and then from that there are also the charter management measures that are applied.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill and Commissioner Alderson. That's exactly correct. The numbers which go into the final product here for the regulations is results from the catch limit decisions that you make, and we will display those for you. But procedurally, all you need to do is approve this regulatory proposal with the provision that we will populate the numbers depending on the TCEY decisions that are made. All right, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Glenn. Then we have two stakeholder regulatory proposals, C1 and C2. These were both presented at the interim meeting. I will note that proposal C1, there we go, has been modified since the version that was presented at the interim meeting. So if you did not read it since the interim meeting, please do so now because it has been changed. I will ask Patrick DePoe to come up and present proposal C1.
Thank you. So as we explained in the interim meeting, we have some suggested regulatory language. Adopt as TCEY for IPHC regulatory area 2A that supports a FCEY no lower than 1.5. So that would be a TCEY of 1.65. In years when the distribution would indicate an FCEY higher than 1.5 is available, that number would be adopted. A quick little background is we've been working diligently with IPHC staff, and this number that we came to, we wanted to make sure, because conservation is very important to us, so we wanted to make sure that this number was not a conservation concern as supported by IPHC staff, as well as we see that there is a way to do this without taking from any other area to the north of us. We're unique in our area that we're on the southern edge, and what we catch in our area doesn't affect anything to the north areas of us, as well as we know that this number that we've come up with is sustainable. And I have my policy and technical staff with me as well for if there's any questions.
All right, thank you, Patrick. No questions? Okay. Then the next stakeholder proposal, oh, you have a question, I'm sorry.
But actually, my question is not to Steve or Patrick, but it's a process procedural question, perhaps for Dave, Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
And maybe it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another, but procedural process-wise, I was struggling with whether, typically area quotas are set as part of the area-by-area process at the end of the meeting. Is there a difference between that and this being submitted as a regulatory proposal? And, for me, it maybe doesn't make a difference. I support the proposal or getting as close to it as we can through either mechanism, but I'm wondering how we deal with this procedurally.
Thanks, through the chair. Historically, we have received what has been termed catch limit proposals, regulatory proposals from various stakeholders for commissioners to consider. And last year, we agreed to move away from a specific consolidated catch limit regulatory proposal process and to allow this type of regulatory area specific proposals to come forward, as long as they were following the standard format and process of submitting effectively a catch limit or mortality limit proposal through the regulatory portal. That's what's occurred in this case. And so from a process point of view, we would be considering this regulatory proposal as a mortality limit component for regulatory area 2A and taking that into consideration as part of the broader mortality limit discussions, which would occur again on Thursday for potential consideration and final adoption on Friday morning. I think that helps. Thanks, Chair.
I would also like to, before we leave, thank the IPHC staff for their professional integrity throughout this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick, Commissioner Oliver, and Dr. Wilson. The second stakeholder regulatory proposal is C2, and I'll ask Mike Pettis to come up and present that.
Are we on here? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission. I'm Mike Pettis from Newport, Oregon. I'm here today to introduce a proposal for an IQ program in Area 2A. Area 2A is the only area managed by IPHC that we're aware of that doesn't have an IQ program currently. Our plan provides simple initial qualifying criteria with 2 basic ways to qualify for quota poundage, providing fair access for all vessels. Our plan will address concerns brought forward by the IPHC on vessel safety and wasted halibut in the current 10-hour derby fishery. Our plan will provide a more consistent supply of fresh halibut to our local communities and allow fishers to more efficiently plan around other fishing opportunities and avoid bad weather. We also request that the Commission set a control date for IQ qualification while our plan is being considered to avoid speculative interest. Our plan is put forward by a group of Oregon fishermen with a combined fishing history of over 140 years, and we appreciate your time to consider our proposal. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Any questions?
Any questions on this regulatory proposal from commissioners? Bob?
So, Mike, there's been other alternatives suggested and discussed at the Pacific Council on what to do with this halibut. if this became a bycatch to the sablefish fishery, it's my understanding that the people that are halibut fishermen aren't necessarily sablefish fishermen, and vice versa down off the coast, because not everyone has a sablefish permit. Can you speak to that?
Well, one of the concerns that we have for the idea of giving it as a ratio fishery, now currently they have a stacking program in the sablefish fishery. And several fishermen who have in the past fished sablefish with traps and have delivered no halibut whatsoever they would receive a windfall of halibut as a ratio with what they're fishing now if they chose to switch to hooks. People that never caught a halibut before ever would get a large portion of it. And in particular, my son leases sablefish permits from another man. If the halibut allocation was attached to that sablefish that he now has the right to go out and fish for halibut that he has the right to fish for independently now would then be tied to the sablefish, and he would end up paying lease rates again to someone who never caught a halibut before. And that's not particularly appealing to us either. I mean, the idea of harvesting a halibut while you're out there already pulling the ground line is way up there on our list. And we feel that our individual quota plan would provide a lot of opportunity for that. And everybody that signed on to this program also fishes hooks for sablefish. And it seems unfortunate to us that we go out one day and harvest a sablefish and release the halibut, and then we go out a week later and harvest the halibut and release the sablefish. If we're already out there with both species on the gear, it seems like a prime opportunity to put both of them on the dock, and in doing so, we would lessen the adverse effects from bycatch on both species.
Sounds like Alaska 1990. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not seen any.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Thank you. And then next, I'll talk a little bit about the input that we have from stakeholders. And the first one I'll note is that in response to a recommendation from both the Commission and the Pacific Fishery Management Council, the IPHC Secretariat conducted a survey of license holders in IPHC Regulatory Area 2A. So not only does the Secretariat set the fishing period and the fishing period limits, we also license the fishers in the fishery, the participants in the fishery. So the response was really quite good. There were 171 that we sent it to. We got responses from 80% of them, and 86% of respondents said yes to a longer season, and only about 14% said no. And that's the total license holders. Of those who participated in the fishery in the last 3 years, in other words, delivered fish, it was still a fairly lopsided result. 76% said yes to a longer season, and almost 24% said no to a longer season. So we believe that there's stakeholder interest in something longer than the current 10-hour fishing period. So we have more data on that if you are interested. The other thing I'd like to highlight is the stakeholder statements for you. And the stakeholder statements are in your paper Info 1. And as I mentioned earlier, revision 2, we need revision 2, was published on Sunday. So we're bringing up the current revision. So at the time of the interim meeting, there were 7 stakeholder statements, and to them, we've added a bunch more, and there's a total of 34 statements in revision 2. And I'll just note among them, there are 22 statements that speak about proposal C1, in other words, the 2A TCEY proposal. There are 6 stakeholder statements in there to talk about Proposal A2, which is the IPHC Secretariat proposal for fishing periods. There are 4 stakeholder statements about the Alaska recreational fisheries and 2 others, which are different topics not in the list above. So I commend all those to you as you consider the regulatory proposals before you, noting that a whole bunch of the statements we received from stakeholders have to do with the proposals on this year's menu. So then moving on to the process. Now that we've presented the proposals to you, then let me go to the next slide. Both the commission as well as the subsidiary bodies, the conference board and the processor advisory board, will consider the proposals, and on Thursday is when it's scheduled for the commission to return to the topic and make decisions on the regulatory proposals. And in some cases, as already indicated by the questions here, the answer on Thursday may simply be to approve it, noting that values will be filled in with TCEY decisions the following day, or to note it, also noting that TCEY decisions will be made the following day. And with that, that is the end of our presentation, and subject to your questions, that's where we end for now, and then we return to the topic on Thursday.
Thanks very much, Steve. Are there questions from commissioners for Steve on the presentations around regulatory proposals? Neil has a question.
Just a quick process question. Steve, could you just remind me, we review these again prior to Friday and have a chance for further discussion about them. Is that correct?
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Yes. We return to regulatory proposals on Thursday afternoon. So on the basic course of events on Thursday is in the morning, you'll hear the reports from the conference board and the processor advisory board. There's opportunities for discussion, and then later we also revisit the regulatory proposals. And as we did last year, we'll be asking the commission to make decisions on the regulatory proposals on Thursday. That just relieves the sequence for Friday morning, makes it a little bit easier.
Any other questions? So if there are none, I think we're done until lunch. So we reconvene back here at 1:30. Oh, is it downstairs? Yeah. We do have a few minutes. We'll take a comment.
Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. In considering the staff's proposal for longer seasons, one of their considerations was wasted halibut. In the current derby fishery, most halibut that are wasted are the result of blue sharks biting off the ground line with halibut attached. Longer fishing periods could cause more conflicts with sharks, causing more lost fish in that manner. But my biggest concern with a multi-day opening in Area 2A, it's been 30 years since anybody set a night set in Area 2A. Because since the 91, there has been 12-hour openings or less, all in daylight hours. I started in 81 when we had 4 12-day openings. Night sets, you're faced with slime eels, sand fleas, dog sharks. You set that gear at night, which is going to be wide open possibility with a longer season, these fish are going to come up damaged. They're going to be lost to the resource with no gain to anybody. They're going to be discarded. I see a very real possibility in Area 2A. I mean, it's hotter bottom down there than it is in a lot of Alaska. I see the possibility we could go backwards on saving fish. They made reference to the survey and how many of the respondents wanted more period of time. Many of the people that come out during our halibut openings, it's the only day of the year or 2 days of the year that they fish longline gear at all. They don't really have a good handle on where the fish live or where they're at, how to catch them. So certainly there would be an interest from those people for more time. I think the people that have a longline history, that have been doing this for years, they actually they're not really negatively impacted by the 10-hour derby. But we realize that the groundswell of opinion is against the 10-hour derby, so we're going to move away from that. Again, I started when they were in the 80s, we had 4 12-day openings. In the mid-80s, we lost half of our opportunity because the salmon collapse caused the charter industry to go into the halibut industry, and half of it went recreational. Now more than half of it is recreational. Then the tribes received fish, and the end result is we have a very small piece of pie left. And if we put more days out, I think you're going to see that the commission proposed that we would get 60% of what the allocations are in the 10-hour derby. Well, that might be the case for year one, but when you give somebody a week or more to catch the fish, and then they're successful, the guy that's tied next to him is going to go, "You made how much in a week?" And he's going to get gear, and he's going to be out there, and then the guy next to him is going to be out there, and the quota levels are going to come down because there's going to be more and more people. And when that happens, this is one thing that I'm really afraid of, that I spent a fair amount of money coming from Newport. I'm not doing what I normally would be doing in my job down there. Motels, ferry fees, on and on. But this fishery's worth that to me at this point. If it gets to the point where quota levels come down to the point where you got a 10-day season and you can probably make more towing tuna jigs, or you can make more.
Say Mike, provided you an opportunity, and
Okay.
I think you've made your point.
All I'm saying is that nobody's going to come fight for this.
Well,
if it's not worth
I
fighting
think
for.
we've
And
heard
right
you.
now it is. Okay,
So thank you very much.
thank you.
So as we are covered off the agenda, and so we are reconvening as commission down in the Rattenberry room. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then maybe just let other folks know where they need to be this afternoon as well.
Yes, thank you. We'll ask everybody to actually clear this room fairly quickly as soon as we adjourn for lunch. And this room will be set up for conference board. Conference board will begin their meeting here. And the processor advisory board will be meeting in the Bengal room. And the commission, AM095, will be meeting downstairs in Rattenberry. Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over to you. You have all the details on who's going to be doing what.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is agenda item 12 for those who are listening in. It is contracting party agency reports, and as Chairman just said, we're going to go south-north. So IPHC Regulatory Area 2A will be first, and we have a series of reports. I think we'll start with the Pacific Fishery Management Council, who then can proceed to the other reports. I will note for the afternoon there are a number of reporting agencies who are not in the room because of travel restrictions, and so at that point we will indicate that they have a report, but we're not going to be presenting it.
So Steve, those reports are available online, but just won't be presented today. Is that what you mean?
That's correct. All the reports are available. And so for the first section here, the reports that have to do with Regulatory Area 2A are reports AR01 through AR08, as well as information paper 06. And so you will hear about those here in our first section. If I could ask Mr. Anderson to come up. I also note that for most of these, there are not presentations, but they have the papers themselves.
Well, welcome, Phil. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Dr. Wilson and Mr. Keith. I'm going to be reading from some prepared remarks that I have here to address several of the issues that are before the Pacific Fishery Management Council. By way of introduction, my name is Phil Anderson. I'm chairman of the Pacific Council. I want to make comments on two areas. One that will be short, which is the catch share plan. And the second is we have some comments on the Area 2A directed fishery that I would like to make. First, relative to the catch share program, Dr. Wilson and Mr. Keith received copies of the letter the Pacific Council sent to Mr. Barry Tom, dated December 19th, 2018, that included the Council's 2019 Pacific Halibut Catch Share Plan for Area 2A. We are requesting the Commission to adopt or accept the Catch Share Plan. The changes from 2018 were minor and primarily dealt with Washington's, what we call our South Coast recreational fishery and the recreational fishery off the Columbia River. Regarding the Area 2A directed fishery, we appreciate and share the concern to make this and all of our fisheries as safe as possible. We appreciate the efforts that the Commission staff has made to coordinate potential regulatory changes in this fishery with the Council. The Council recommended the IPHC delay making changes to this fishery both in our letter dated November 16, 2018, and in our subsequent comments that were provided by Michelle Culver on behalf of the Pacific Council on December 19th of 2018. I believe you have both of these documents in your briefing material. The Council received a response from Dr. Wilson on January 25th that in part said, quote, "We welcome engagement with the PFMC on the concerns raised in your letter, that they do not require immediate resolution in order to proceed with a fishing period extension. An extension of the fishing period represents a substantial safety improvement without a significant change in management and can be implemented within the current management structure of the fishery." End quote. Perhaps not surprisingly, we have a different viewpoint. Our recommendation to delay taking action on the staff proposal is founded on a number of areas of concern that have been identified in the correspondence I referenced. And I would like to speak to several of these concerns. Yellow eye rockfish. Yellow eye rockfish are subject to a rebuilding plan. All of the council's commercial and recreational groundfish fisheries have been subjected to severe restrictions since that rebuilding plan was initiated, I believe, in 2002. The council is concerned about the potential of increased encounters and subsequent mortalities of yellow eye rockfish if the directed commercial fishing parameters were changed in a manner proposed by IPHC staff. Our concern is associated with the potential of more gear being deployed to increase a higher average weight of halibut, to increase the value of the catch, and the ability to fish different areas in deeper depths where the potential of higher yellow eye encounters may occur. Each of these has the potential to increase yellow eye encounters and mortality. This could result in the council needing to take action in the subsequent year after obtaining our West Coast Groundfish Observer Program data to restrict other sectors to avoid exceeding the total allowable yellow eye mortality under the terms of our rebuilding plan. The commission staff indicated that from their perspective, they estimated that with longer fishing periods, less gear will be set to achieve the same halibut allocation, and that they expect a combination of less total gear and greater care about when and where to fish will reduce overall levels of bycatch. So we have two very different perspectives that we think need further dialogue before moving forward. There is also some question as to whether halibut discards would be reduced as noted in the IPHC staff paper. Again, because of the 10-hour period, based on our knowledge of this fisheries, participants do not do much high grading. This appears to be supported by the smaller sizes of fish landed in the directed fishery than what we see landed in the incidental fisheries associated with sablefish and salmon troll. However, if fishery participants have more time to fish and their landing limits are lower than before, we would actually expect to see an increase in high grading to maximize the economic return, particularly considering the lower vessel limit that would need to be put in place if more days were provided. This would result in increased discards and mortality of halibut. We need to ensure advanced coordination with National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast Observer Program to avoid undermining the council's data collection and bycatch estimation efforts. We currently only have a 7% observer coverage on this fishery. We believe that and hope to increase that. That's of course much different than the 100% observer coverage we have in our trawl fishery. We need to consider the economic impacts on harvesters and processors associated with smaller volumes of landings that would be necessitated by lengthening the fishing periods. IPHC's report says that a floor could be used for vessel limits, and I quote, "in order to maintain an economically viable fishing opportunity," end quote. What is an economically viable opportunity? We haven't seen any analysis. We have heard from some fishermen that it's marginal with the current limits. We need to consider the potential and how to avoid gear conflicts with the recreational sector, particularly off the coast of Oregon, where they have a season structure and they're all depth fishery that provides recreational fishing opportunity throughout the summer. We need to ensure that federal and state law enforcement have the capacity to accommodate longer fishing periods while meeting the rest of their enforcement priorities. Regarding safety, my colleagues and I have heard from several fishermen that a slightly extended opening like 2, 3, or 5 days will not move the needle on safety, because it will still be a race to get out and drop gear on the good spots at 8 a.m. the opening day, assuming that 8 a.m. continues to be that opening time frame. So the first day of the fishery is going to be important, to be out there on the grounds and get your gear out. Also, with an opener of that length, they will still want to get their halibut as quickly as possible so they can get back to their other fisheries. Bottom line, a modest change is currently proposed by the Secretary. It seems highly unlikely to move the needle in the right direction on safety and may have unintended negative consequences in terms of worse crowding, lower trip limits, higher bycatch, and wastage. The Council is committed to working with the IPHC to address the concerns associated with managing this fishery. So, where do we go from here? In the event that the Commission decides to delay taking action to modify the fishery, in our November 16th, 2018 letter, we said that the Council and National Marine Fisheries Service had proposed the idea of holding a workshop to look at this fishery in a more holistic way, and we would be committed. I would commit to you that I would go back and advocate that to my colleagues on the Council. The workshop would include the management entities from National Marine Fisheries Service, our 3 states, as well as the Halibut Commission, and the harvesters and the processors, because we all know those that are on the ground and doing the real fishing can educate those of us who are not. The proposed workshop would be a first step and offers the opportunity to address the concerns we have raised and explore viable alternatives to the management of the 2A directed fishery. And we would extend a special invitation to the IPHC staff to join us. Those conclude my remarks. I do not have any comments on the allocations or TCEY decisions that you are about to make. I would note that under the one scenario that had the 40 million pounds and dividing up the quota between the areas, reduce the percentage coming to 2A down to 1.9%. I think that would give us an FCEY of 640,000. That would result in no incidental halibut allowance in our sablefish fishery that we have north of Grace Harbor, and we estimate that our Puget Sound recreational fishery would be about 2 days, and our coastal fisheries would be between 1 and 2 days. So an amount that is that low makes our catch share plan very difficult at best to implement. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Phil. Other questions for Phil on his report?
Mr. Chairman, really a comment more than a question. I had some questions that Phil and I discussed yesterday evening, but with regard to the season extension in 2A, from my experience in the North Pacific, I'm lean very favorable to programs that extend the fishery out in a more orderly, rational manner that address safety issues. But also, given my past, it's probably no surprise that I am very deferential to the Regional Fishery Management Council system in terms of dealing with domestic fisheries issues. So maybe that's a comment, a signal. I think some of the things that Phil suggested make a lot of sense, and I guess I'll just look forward to further discussion of this issue when the time is proper.
Thanks very much, Chris. Did you have a comment or question?
Phil, what's the perspective of the Council on the involvement of the Commission in this matter of how that direct fishery is managed?
My understanding of of the law and the parameters of the treaty and the commission's, is it is totally within the purview of the commission to set the allocations and quotas associated with the TCUI and FCUI that are adopted by this body. I think where the line is, in my view, is that when it comes to domestic allocation issues, if there are decisions made by this body that impact domestic allocation issues, I think that's where I see the line between the management domestically for each country versus the responsibilities of the commission. So I think we're in this particular issue, there's probably some gray area. I think initially when the Halibut Commission representatives brought this issue to us, our plate was full, and we were almost happy to defer to the Halibut Commission to deal with this issue. And then as it began to take shape and we began to think about it more and the potential impact on some of the issues that I've brought forward here this morning or this afternoon, I think the council concluded that we needed to take an active role, but do it in a manner that was in coordination with the commission. So I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, Phil, and thanks for your presentation and you providing further details on some issues and concerns that you have with the current proposal. I'm just wondering on the workshop, is that to look at just safety issues, or are you looking to have the workshop consider more broadly the management of the fishery? Or maybe you haven't got to that step, but that's what I was wondering.
I think the words I wrote were looking at it in a holistic way. So it would go beyond just the safety issues, but look at it broadly, see if there's a better way to skin that cat, to manage that fishery, to address certainly the safety concerns that have been brought forward and that we share. But at the same time, do it in a manner that doesn't create unintended consequences and makes the fishery more economically viable if possible.
All right, thanks very much. If there's no other questions or comments, thanks for the report, Phil.
Appreciate your time very much. Thanks. Next up, I'll ask Matt Damiano, there we go, to present, this is information paper 6, which is the tribal report for 2018.
Thank you, Steve. My name is Matt Damiano. I am the Marine Resource Specialist for the Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission. I'm here to tell you about the 2018 Treaty Halibut Summary from the Treaty Tribes from 2A. In 2018, the treaty halibut allocation was 416,500 pounds, of which 389,500 pounds were devoted to the commercial fishery, and another 27 were set aside for ceremonial and subsistence purposes to take place throughout the year. In 2018, the tribal management plan was very similar to past years in that it consisted of 3 components. First, a unrestricted fishery during which time the tribes could catch as many fish as they can within a duration. A restricted fishery, which imposed a 500-pound trip limit, and quota permitting a late season fishery that could be either a restricted or an unrestricted fishery. The key difference from past years is that the tribes agreed to a new memorandum of understanding that incorporated elements of the 2000 management plan that those components were a part of, but allowed each of the 13 tribes with rights to halibut an opportunity to fish their unrestricted and restricted opportunity within the same window if tides or weather conditions were unfavorable on either the coast or in Puget Sound. And so those took place during March 24th and April 28th. The initial unrestricted fishery caught 153,446 pounds. This was a lot less than in the past, and that was largely due to poor weather conditions, and halibut had not made their way into the usual and accustomed fishing grounds of the tribes at that time. The restricted fishery caught 37,043 pounds, and once those catch data had been reviewed, the tribes decided to have a second unrestricted fishery in the late season, since over 50% of the TAC was still available. They came to a similar agreement where each tribe could prosecute this fishery during a period between May 4th and May 23rd, and the total harvest from that second unrestricted fishery came to 213,265 pounds. Some information of note: the weight per unit effort in the tribal fishery, the initial unrestricted, came to 25 pounds per trip per hour, which is the way that the tribes measure weight per unit effort. And then during the second unrestricted fishery, it rose to 78 pounds per trip per hour. The commercial season for the tribes closed on May 24th, and the final catch came to 403,754 pounds, which was 3.7% over the allocation. The ceremonial and subsistence fishery continued through the end of the year and came to around 23,000 pounds, although I'm told that there are still numbers coming in. And with that, I will take any questions that you have.
Thanks very much, Matt. Are there comments or questions for Matt on his report? Neil?
So, Matt, I think I heard you say that the treaty tribes get one allocation and then they make a decision about how to allocate it to commercial versus subsistence or ceremonial purposes?
On an annual basis, they get an allocation, and they usually have a set aside for ceremonial and subsistence that they base off of how much they caught the previous year.
But they have the determination of how much to dedicate towards subsistence and ceremonial purposes versus commercial is made amongst the tribes. It's not dictated somewhere in policy or...
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
That's correct.
All right, thanks very much, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. Next up is NOAA Fisheries West Coast Region, and Catherine Blair will be presenting for them.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Catherine Blair with NOAA Fisheries, and I'm going to give you a very brief overview of our fisheries in 2018. This year, we had a catch limit of 1,190,000 pounds, and 97% of that was harvested. The states will give their own reports, so I will leave that to them. The commercial incidental salmon troll fishery harvested 98% of its quota, which was 35,620 pounds. And the commercial incidental sablefish fishery harvested 87% of its 50,000 pound quota. The directed fishery is open for 3 days and in June and July, and achieved 101% of its quota. And I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, are there any questions? Yeah, that was... It sounds like there's no questions, but 2 comments. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine. I'll note that the United States Coast Guard, as well as NOAA Office of Law Enforcement, is not here to present. So we'll move to the reports from the states. First up is Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Michelle Culver will be presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
and Commissioners. My name is Michelle Culver with the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, and with me is Heather Hall, also with Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I would like to ask Heather to review the department's report that you have in your briefing materials relative to our 2018 fisheries. And then I have a couple of comments that I would like to make on the regulatory proposals. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So I'll just walk you through our report. I won't read word for word from it. Our report starts out just by introducing that Washington halibut fisheries are managed under the Pacific Fishery Management Council's halibut catch sharing plan. It's in that plan where it specifies how that 2A TAC is allocated or shared between our commercial and recreational sectors, and then how that's further apportioned to our different management sub areas. So, okay, so if you're looking at your document, Figure 1 I've included in here to orient you to what these management areas are. Thank you. So starting on our north coast, the north coast area is management areas 3 and 4 on the northwest tip of the Washington coast. In the middle there, area 2 by the circle is our south coast management area. And then area 1 down at the bottom on the coast is our Columbia River management area, which we co-manage with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Our Puget Sound management areas then are to the east of that line at Cape Flattery, the Vanilla Tattoos line up there in the corner, and they represent areas 5 through 10 going down through the Puget Sound. The Washington recreational fishery receives 35.6% of the 2A allocation. And then if you're following along in your report, Table 1 outlines how those allocations are divided for our recreational sectors. And I would note, so I'll walk you through Table 1, the Puget Sound sub-area based on the 2018 TAC received 60,995 pounds for the recreational fisheries. The North Coast area, 111,632 pounds. The South Coast area, 46,341 pounds, and the Columbia River sub-area, 11,682 pounds. This doesn't completely add up to the recreational allocation because a portion of the recreational allocation is used to provide for an incidental fishery for the primary sablefish fishery in the area north of Point Chehalis, and I'll walk you through that when we get to the commercial section of the report. So our fishery, recreational fishery is monitored by port samplers. They're in each port. They meet anglers at the dock. They count retained halibut and ask questions on the amount of halibut that are discarded. They also collect length data, which we use to convert the weight of halibut using the IPHC conversion chart and manage our fishery to the sub-area allocations in pounds. We get this data on a weekly basis. It allows us to monitor the progress of the fishery throughout the season and make changes as necessary and close each sub-area independently when catch is projected to reach its allocation. And Table 2 in your report just summarizes the degree to which our halibut samplers are interacting with halibut that are landed. So going from the Puget Sound area in 2018, Table 2 shows that 1,828 halibut were landed. Our samplers measured 896 of those halibuts, or approximately 49% of the halibut that were brought in were measured. So similarly, going down, you can see that our rates of sampling are from 32% up to that 49% for Puget Sound. We have collected information on Canadian halibut that's landed into our Neah Bay port. Going back to that first figure, you can see that that area is just adjacent to Canada, and we do get halibut that are caught in Canada and landed lawfully into Washington. They don't come off our allocation, but we do summarize that information at the request of Canada and provide that to them. That information is included in Appendix A. And our enforcement officers conduct land-based and at-sea patrols to monitor compliance with federal halibut regulations, and they've summarized their 2018 efforts in Appendix B. And so to go over the 2018 recreational fishery, the Department of Fish and Wildlife worked with our stakeholders and the Pacific Fishery Management Council to make changes to the catch sharing plan in 2017, which established a statewide season approach. And that approach looks to have concurrent season dates in most of our sub areas. So the North Coast, the South Coast, and the Puget Sound sub areas. We've been making this change and working on changes such as this in recognition that we've seen more fishing effort in our recreational fishery in recent years, and we're managing that under a relatively stable allocation. So what we've seen there is fisheries that have lasted in the past, as has been mentioned before as little as 3 days to 5 days in our North Coast and South Coast sub areas. We've seen shifting seasons go from as several months long in the Puget Sound area to as few as 8 days in 2016. So independently, the department worked to improve our sampling methods, and we've also begun working since 2016 with our stakeholders to develop this statewide season approach. It creates season dates that are exactly the same in these 3 management areas, and it reduces effort shift. It keeps the catch within the sub-area allocation. And so for 2019, we had that in place for all of our sub-areas except for the Columbia River. So even though we had these same dates mentioned here, that we still managed each sub-area under its own independent allocation. And I'll get into that a little bit more when I summarize the 2018 season in general. And so just briefly for our North Coast area in 2018, this area was open for a total of 10 days. It opened on Friday, May 11th. At the end of the season, the total catch was 110,929 pounds out of the 111,632 pounds. That left 703 pounds of the North Coast sub-area allocation remaining. The South Coast sub-area was open for a total of 4 days under the same season structure as the North Coast and the Puget Sound sub-area. After the 4 days, the total catch was 41,258 pounds out of the 44,341 pound allocation. That left a remainder of allocation left that was shifted to near shore incidental opportunity for a portion of the remainder of the season. Our Puget Sound area also opened on May 11th, again under the same season structure as the 2 sub areas that I just went through. Was also open for a total of 10 days. The total catch for the Puget Sound sub area after the June 30th closure, after the 10 days, was 42,000 pounds out of the 60,995 pound allocation. That left 18,902 pounds of allocation remaining. And I'll describe this later, but in early June, after we'd seen the progress of the fishery through May and how it went in these sub areas, we met with our stakeholders to address this 18,000 pounds of allocation that was remaining and how we might use that to provide additional fishing opportunity in all of our areas. So for the Columbia River sub area, this fishery again has not been part of the statewide season setting approach. So the days are established in the catch sharing plan to open on Thursday, May 3rd. It's typically open 3 days a week, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday, until that allocation is projected to be taken. In 2018, that fishery was open for 5 days, and the catch, almost all of the catch was taken, with the exception of 717 pounds that was remaining. Also shifted to a nearshore fishing opportunity that we have for the nearshore area in the Columbia River. So in summarizing the statewide season approach for our recreational fishery, again, as I've mentioned, we started working with our stakeholder representatives from the different sub areas to determine how we might use unharvested allocation in sub areas to provide for an all-depth fishing day in all of our Washington sub areas at the end of the year, just to find a way to maximize fishing opportunity for all Washington stakeholders. We discussed these with our stakeholders, and with their agreement to shift allocation, then met with managers at the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, the IPHC, and National Marine Fisheries Service to look at a proposal that would allow for a all-depth fishery, again, in all sub-areas on Saturday, June 21st. This shifting of allocation is allowed through the catch sharing plan. It allows us the opportunity to look at differences in catch per unit effort in each of our sub-areas, and provide additional opportunity to anglers in all sub-areas. So table 3 really is a complete look at how the seasons were open for each sub-area, and then how the catch was attained for each sub-area. But then also, in summary, it shows that in a statewide season approach, the total catch, while some areas might on paper show that they had taken more than their allocation, the overall catch for the recreational fishery was only 97% of the recreational allocation. So I've also included some information on our commercial fisheries here before. As I mentioned, that a portion of the recreational allocation goes to provide for incidental retention in our primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis, Washington. This allocation is only allowed when the two-way TAC is sufficient to provide sufficient opportunity for both the recreational and this incidental longline sector. We started exploring the amount that is allocated to the primary sablefish fishery in 2017. In 2018, a change was made to the catch sharing plan that reduced the cap on the amount of allocation that would go to the incidental retention from 70,000 pounds to 50,000 pounds. Because this allocation comes from the recreational fishery, that 20,000 pound difference in years goes back to recreational fisheries where we've seen high constraint and in a way that doesn't negatively impact the primary sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis. So for 2018, the incidental sablefish fishery did have the new maximum allocation at 50,000 pounds. During the year, the council began with a landing ratio of 140,000 pounds of halibut per 1,000 pounds of sablefish per landing. Those landing ratios were adjusted throughout the season as we were tracking the progress of the fishery. At the end of the year, there were 17 vessels that made 72 landings. That included 43,716 pounds of the 50,000 pound quota for that fishery, which is 87% of the established quota. And table 4 in the report shows how that has looked over the years. And so you can see that in 2017, the quota was 70,000 pounds for the incidental sablefish fishery north of Point Chehalis. The catch was only 51% of the quota. In other years, it's been a higher proportion of the quota. And then going on to the directed commercial fishery, which is south of Point Chehalis, Washington, the catch sharing plan apportions 85% of the allocation to a commercial allocation for this fishery. In 2018, that amount was 201,845 pounds. In Washington, the directed fishery is a small but important fishing opportunity for commercial participants. In 2018, 15 vessels made 35 landings into Washington ports, totaling 61,177 pounds. The landings from the directed fishery into Washington ports has increased since 2014. And in 2018, the total pounds landed represents 30% of the directed allocation. And you can see how that fishery has changed over time. On table 5, I think in 2014, it was the catch was about 16% of the allocation was landed into Washington ports. So in terms of a recommendation, this is relative to the Washington recreational fisheries. We've proposed changes to the catch sharing plan for 2019. Council's adopted those proposed changes, and we would just reiterate that council recommendation for the catch sharing plan in 2019. And so I will not go through Appendix A, B, and C unless you have any questions. Appendix C is the specific WDFW report that we've submitted to the council that outlines the changes to the catch sharing plan that we're looking for 2019. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Heather. Are there any questions for Heather? Neil?
So I have a few. So maybe we can just kind of walk through them.
Sure.
So in your report, you have a map on page 2, I think. Yeah. So I just wanted to confirm, is that the international border you use to delineate Canadian from American catch? Yeah. So, and how do you verify that catch reported from Canadian waters is being landed legally?
Sorry, I must have turned that off. When our samplers interview anglers as they come to the dock, an angler says, I've been fishing in Canada. If an enforcement officer was there or were to question a fisherman, they would have to provide their Canadian license. Whether or not they're checking to be sure that the salmon or the halibut season's open in Canada, I believe their seasons are open most of the year, so they're not necessarily enforcing whether or not the season is open. And if you're speaking to what's going on our enforcement officers are patrolling that line during the season, and that's covered in Appendix B, or that's the enforcement report. That is a big part of what they're doing in their halibut enforcement emphasis patrols.
So I just want to make sure I'm following. So when they land and they report, they're reporting to an enforcement officer dockside, or they're reporting to a creel surveyor, or who are they reporting to?
For the most part, they're probably reporting to a sampler. They could be met by an enforcement officer, depending on whether or not they're in the port. Yeah.
In the cases where they're reporting to a creel surveyor, they're just reporting they landed their catch in Canada, or they caught their fish in Canada.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's the extent of, there's no sort of verification of that by the creel surveyor.
They may ask to see their Canadian license. I'm not certain if they do it every time or if they don't do it.
Okay. And did I hear that the total catch in area 3 and 4 was 110,000 pounds?
That's correct.
And do you do anything to convert the number of fish reported as caught in Canada into a poundage?
We do not.
Okay. I think this is an item for some follow-up. So a couple issues. One is we have a different interpretation of the boundary. And actually, if we were to apply this boundary, there's actually a fairly large closed area
I think
in
that
Canada.
we are aware of those rules, and we direct our fishermen who are fishing there. They're aware of the closure areas that are right adjacent to there.
Okay.
So
and
just because this line is here isn't suggesting that we think that everything on the other side of it is open. So I think there's
yes,
some
right.
pretty,
So that may
right.
be one issue, but
Yeah.
there's also the issue that what we've defined as a closed area may actually extend over the border that you have here. So I think we just have to sort of work through that to figure out how we coordinate. And then the last thing is, I don't know that we're getting actual reports of the catch until this meeting that are being landed into Nia Bay or somewhere else and reported as Canadian fish. That may be another thing for us to follow up on and figure out, can we facilitate some data exchange in season so that we have a sense of what's being landed and reported as Canadian caught.
Sure, I think we can do that.
Michelle?
Thanks. I guess just to add to that response, first of all, we don't at all try to inform the anglers what the Canadian fishing regulations are. So we rely on them if they're fishing under a Canadian license, and they're responsible for going to learn what the Canadian regulations are for the areas that they're fishing. And then the only other thing I would add is a couple of years ago, we did have some port samplers come over from DFO, and they accompanied our port samplers in Nia Bay, and we're there to see how the sampling effort is conducted and how we measure the fish. And so we did do that for better facilitate our coordination on the sampling side.
So maybe just to follow up on Neil's, like, I don't think that line represents the border. So maybe it's just the chart you pulled up, I guess, Heather, but I don't think that represents where the line actually is. So maybe it's just, you know, that map that you have there. But yeah, as Neil said, it would be good to follow up on a couple of issues, and so maybe we do that offline. Are there any other questions? No? Okay, thanks very much, Michelle and Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addition to the report that Heather referred to, I just wanted to refer the Commission's attention to a letter that the Department of Fish and Wildlife submitted in support of a regulatory proposal C1, and just wanted to quickly describe that our understanding of that proposal. This is for the TCEY for Area 2A that would result in an FCEY of 1.5 million pounds. Our understanding of that proposal is that that would be done in a manner that does not shift halibut from other IPHC regulatory areas to increase the amount that is coming to 2A. And so it is based on that understanding that the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife has indicated our support for that proposal. So it is based on looking at increasing the overall total mortality to the coast-wide stock, and then having looked at what our catch and FCEY has been in the last 20 years, we note that the average total mortality for 2A is roughly around what it would need to be under this proposal. So our average total mortality has been 1.6 million pounds, and I understand that this proposal would require a TCEY of 1.65 million pounds.
Chris?
Yeah, Michelle, I don't know if this is a fair question or if you're in a position to answer it, but hypothetically speaking, if we were to reach a point where in order to fund some additional fish to 2A beyond that, which would occur from the projection table based on this assumed apportionment, if we were to have to fund that from a little bit from each of the other U.S. areas in order to stay within an overall U.S. limit, what would be your reaction to that?
Yes, thank you. I guess I would view that as something that would be within the purview of the U.S. as a domestic allocation issue. And so again, I'm not proposing that that is what is done, but certainly I would think that would be something that would be in the broader discussion and context of all the U.S. areas.
Any other questions? Just one, Michelle. Just what was that period for the average years?
Yes, thank you. This is for the last 20 years, and this is taken off of table B2 that is in the report. I believe it's report 7 that has the data assessment, the data sources for the assessment.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. Oh, Bob has one.
So I'm looking at page 2 of the report, and it has a little chart up there. And the heavy dotted line that goes just to the south of the San Juans, and then it intersects with the fine line that is the border. Is the area to the north there, is that the distinct area where this fishery takes place? Is that what that's highlighting?
No, thank you. What this map is, and I'm going to go home and destroy it. What this map is it's commonly used in our fishing regulation pamphlet, and it depicts what our management areas are, as our anglers are required to report the area in which they're fishing, and this just kind of gives them a sense of where those areas are. There are more descript boundaries in our pamphlet as to where the different lines are to ensure that they are compliant. But all this is relative to Puget Sound is just to show the delineation amongst those different management areas in the Strait and Inner Sound waters.
Thank you, Michelle and Heather. I will note for you commissioners that the letter that Michelle referred to is in your information paper 01 as a stakeholder statement from the Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife. Next up is the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and represented by Maggie Summer and Lynn Mattis, and this is paper AR06.
Go. Thanks. Maggie Summer with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Lynn Mattis will present our report on 2018 halibut fisheries in Oregon, and then following the Washington Fish and Wildlife model, I have some comments on the regulatory proposals and catch limits for 2019.
But first, I'm not an Oregon State Police officer, but I'm going to play one at this meeting. None of our state police officers could be here, but they asked if I could give the report. Just for the flow of discussion, it seems like it might be better to give that one first, if that's okay with all of you. This is report AR-07 that Lieutenant Ryan Howell from Oregon State Police provided. This is a summary of enforcement activities related to Pacific halibut. In 2018, there's a table on the top of page 2 that has the number of contacts, the compliance, not in compliance, the compliance rate, and the illegal harvest. For both recreational and commercial fishery, just a little bit under 90% compliance rate. And then there's a table of the hours that were worked on halibut. Lieutenant Howell does provide some narratives on what our Marine team has been up to. They worked in coordination with the Coast Guard and NOAA enforcement, with a combination of on the dock work and at sea work, making contacts during the directed commercial fishery as well as our sport fisheries. The most common violation is failure to immediately validate tag. Some fishing without licenses, both commercially and recreationally. And they have had one incident this year that's getting a lot of attention that some of you may or may not have heard about. It's described in detail on the last page of the report. I was just going to quick summarize it. There had been a lot of reports of a recreational boat in the Pacific City area, bringing in a lot more halibut than was allowed by regulation. A lot of good groundwork by Trooper Reeder out of the Tillamook office and some others. They waited around on a day that boat was out fishing, caught them coming into the dock, talked to the skipper and the anglers. They said it was a slow day fishing. They had one halibut and one lingcod. Trooper Reeder asked if he could search the boat, and they said, sure, we've got nothing to hide. He started searching the boat and realized back in the back at the stern of the boat, there was a gas can that looked a little odd. It wasn't attached to anything. The trooper lifted up that gas can, and there was a hidden compartment full of halibut fillets. The captain said he had been fishing this boat in this gear and this configuration for many years, had gotten it handed down from his father. So they're not sure how long this had been going on, but it has sent some shockwaves through the community of Pacific City and the fishing fleet there. This did get, like I said, did get a fair bit of publicity in Oregon, and it was through a lot of hard work and persistence by our troopers. I can't really answer any of the questions from OSP, but if you have specific questions, I can contact Lieutenant Howell and get back to y'all in a day or so.
Chris? It's really more of curiosity, but in this particular case, was there any indication that they were doing anything with all that halibut other than personal consumption, than selling it?
Chair Ryall, Commissioner Oliver, unsure. They think it was all going for personal use. It might have been sold. They're not sure. I think that's some of the stuff that they're still maybe looking at tracking down as to what the ultimate end game for this halibut was. But they suspect it had been going on for years.
All right. I don't think there's any more questions. If you'd like to carry on, Lynn.
Okay. Thank you. Now I will go back to the agency I actually work for, which is the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. This is AR-06. This is the overview of our 2018 fishery. As a reminder, the Oregon recreational fishery gets just under 30% of the Area 2A non-tribal allocation each year, and then we subdivide that into 3 sub-areas: the Columbia River sub-area, which Ms. Hall described, and I won't repeat what all happened to that fishery. We have the Southern Oregon sub-area, which is the southern 2 ports in Oregon, and then the rest of Oregon is one sub-area that gets the majority of the effort and the quota. We do have a recreational catch monitoring program, the Oregon Recreational Boater Survey. This is our creel samplers. They sample both charter and private boats. In 2018, coast-wide, our samplers sampled 4,092 halibut, which was an estimated 39.4% of the estimated 10,395 fish landed into Oregon. Their sampling goal is 25% based on what they needed for code wire tag program, but halibut days, they often get more than 25%. As a reminder, in Oregon, due to yellow eye that Mr. Anderson and others have mentioned over the last couple of days, on our all-depth fisheries, there is no ground fish or very limited ground fish retention, and that is to prohibit bycatch impacts on yellow eye rockfish. And then we have some closed areas like the Stonewall Bank Yellow Eye Rockfish Conservation Area, which there's a map of toward the back of the document. Like I said, Ms. Hall went over the Columbia River sub-area. I think she did a good job going over that. So I'm going to skip to the Central Coast sub-area. This area is subdivided into 3 fisheries: a nearshore fishery, which is inside the 40-fathom regulatory line, and then a summer and a spring all-depth fishery. The nearshore fishery this year did last until the regulatory closure of October 31st because we removed some fish out of the summer all-depth fishery, and that did allow it to remain open. Total catch was 25,000 pounds, which was just under 500 pounds under the original allocation, and then some adjusted allocation. Our all-depth fishery is split into a spring and summer fishery. The spring opens up with a number of fixed days, which are set pre-season. We'll be having a public meeting next Monday night to get input on those days. We have fixed days that are guaranteed to be open, and then if there's any quota left, we go to backup days. Last year, we had 12 fixed days and 2 backup days. And after those days, there was just under 8,000 pounds left, which was not enough for an additional opening. So we moved that to the summer, or well, that was available for either the summer or the nearshore fishery. Our summer all-depth fishery, which tends to be one of our most popular and highest effort fisheries, opens up in early August. Last year, 2 of the first 3 openings had really good weather. Efforts and landings were above average than the previous couple of years. Weather for the middle opening wasn't great. However, after the 3rd opening, due to approaching the yellow eye rockfish harvest guideline for the Oregon recreational fisheries, we examined the yellow eye impacts from the all-depth fishery. At that time, we determined that we had met the 23% total allowable yellow eye rockfish impacts that's allowed out of our halibut fishery. So to prevent additional yellow eye rockfish impacts, which could impact then our sport bottomfish fishery, we ended up closing the summer all-depth fishery, even though there was enough poundage remaining for additional halibut days. It was the yellow eye impacts that made us close the fishery. So the remaining 2,700 pounds from the summer fishery and the 8,000 pounds from the spring fishery were then transferred to the nearshore fishery, and did leave a little bit of fish on the table there. So the combined nearshore and all-depth fisheries in the Central Coast was 204,408 pounds, which was, I think my math's off there a little bit. It was just under the 215,463 pound initial allocation for the Central Coast. Our Southern Oregon sub-area, again, those 2 southern ports, Gold Beach and Brookings, it's been a little slow down there the last couple of years due to a combination of weather, some gear impacts, some dredging. This year was the highest catch they'd had since 2014, with a little over 6,000 pounds landed. That was just under 33% or 33% under the allocation. Note this area's allocation is a little under 9,000 pounds. So saying we left 33% on the table, that's 2,900 pounds that we left on the table. And we do note that as in several other years, this sub-area had the highest average weight by almost 5 pounds of fish, at about 26 pounds instead of 21 pounds for the other sub-areas. So just in summary of the sport fishery, total estimated catch was 211,450 pounds, an estimated 10,395 fish, average weight of 20.3 pounds. And we had an estimated 19,000 halibut angler trips. These are trips that they specifically targeted halibut, not trips that were for bottomfish or salmon that also incidentally caught a halibut. And that's estimated to have contributed $2.5 million to the Oregon economies via spending on trips, fishing-related expenses such as hotels, lodgings, tackle, and other items. Topic 2 is the commercial fishery into Oregon. This fishery does provide a small amount of opportunity and revenue to a relatively large number of participants. A few vessels are dependent on the fishery for a majority of their annual income. Table 2 has the number of vessels with an IPHC license that were based in Oregon. Approximately 40 of those vessels, 40% of those vessels that had a directed license made a delivery in 2018, and approximately 23% of the troll vessels that had a license actually made a landing. As far as the harvesting and processing, during the directed fishery, there was approximately 196,000 pound round weight landed into Oregon with an ex-vessel value of 1.21 million pounds, or $2 million. During the incidental salmon troll fishery, there were 3,053 pounds net round weight landed for an ex-vessel of about 20,000 pounds. The ex-vessel price averaged $6.19 per pound round weight, and there were a total of 97 unique vessels that had shoreside halibut landings in 2018. Now, of those vessels that made landings, 43% of the vessels in the directed fishery had less than $10,000 in ex-vessel revenue in 2018, while only 14% had over $50,000 in ex-vessel revenue. The average revenue in 2018, that should say 2018, not 2017, was $23,700, while the medium was approximately $15,700. And with that, I will stop to answer questions on that part of the report, and then turn to Ms. Summer for the recommendation section.
All right, thanks, Lynn. Are there any questions? No, I think we can carry on.
Thanks, Chair Ryall. Included in the AR06 report, ODFW has a couple comments on some of the issues that you all will be considering at this meeting. First is the start date for the directed commercial fishery. We were aware that there might be some interest in a change and possibly some proposal of that. We note the potential for conflict with our recreational fishery, particularly our Central Coast spring and summer, spring all-depth fishery in this context. We do recommend that if you consider a change to move the start date of the commercial directed fishery earlier, it would be best to avoid putting it during or before our spring all-depth openers in the Central Coast. That timing is not yet set. Those open dates are determined by our State Fish and Wildlife Commission in April. It does open the second Thursday in May and then proceed every other weekend, but we do have the option to skip weekends with adverse tides, and that is what we will be consulting our stakeholders about, as Lynn mentioned, next week, and then working it through our commission process. We took our best guess at what those dates will be and included them here for your consideration. Second, on the length of the directed commercial fishing periods, we do concur with the concerns raised by the Pacific Fishery Management Council in the letter, and then as reiterated and with some detail added by Mr. Anderson earlier this morning. We believe that delaying a decision on this would allow some more time to explore some of the outstanding questions and best ensure that we don't create some negative consequences that we don't mean to related to this. Just as an example, I'll note Lynn gave an illustration a minute ago of yellow-eye bycatch in a recreational halibut fishery affecting other fisheries. We really want to avoid setting up a similar situation with a commercial fishery. Moving on, the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife did submit a letter on Friday. It is in with the stakeholder statements online. This is regarding catch limits for 2019 and the proposal for a minimum floor for a TCEY in Area 2A. We wanted to provide some information for context on potential impacts to Oregon as you consider these issues. So this letter primarily details some of the potential economic impacts in terms of income and jobs to Oregon and both the recreational and commercial sectors. Those are found in Table 1, which is on page 2 of the letter. In summary, overall, 2018 halibut fisheries provided approximately $4.1 million in income and supported 86 jobs in Oregon. And with the range we looked at, which was from a TCEY for Area 2A from 640,000 pounds up to 1.5 million pounds, we ran the expected numbers of impacts on halibut angler trips in our recreational fishery and landed pounds in our commercial fishery through the IOPAC model that's used by the National Marine Fisheries Service for West Coast economic analysis, and estimated that that range would be anywhere from a decrease of 26% compared to 2018 to, a decrease of 46% at the low end of that range up to possibly 26% more. That gives you an idea of some of the economic impact. There are less easy to quantify impacts. In part, the timing of the halibut fishery is important for our recreational fishing related businesses and communities. It's really one of the first big fishing opportunities in the springtime that brings anglers out to the coast when there aren't a lot of other fisheries going yet. We also we are challenged in managing our recreational groundfish fishery with some pretty limiting quotas for some of our nearshore rockfish species. Halibut opportunity is important alternative that might draw some effort away from that, helping to reduce the risk of emergency closure in our recreational groundfish fishery. And it's an important part of commercial fishing portfolios. I know we're all well aware of the declines in salmon fisheries in recent years, so this is one of those pieces that has become relatively more important in a commercial fishing portfolio. One of the things we do note is that if the 2A FCEY is less than 700,000 pounds, according to the catch sharing plan, we won't have our summer all depth fishery at all. So it'll remove that opportunity from our recreational fisheries. And that's that basically the summary of the information in there. We appreciate the information that the Secretariat has provided, and in particular the mortality projection tool. I also really want to commend the management strategy evaluation efforts. That is a lot of information to hear about this morning, and it's an ongoing effort, and understand that you all will have some challenges considering catch limits in that context, and I'm sure you are thinking hard about a harvest policy. Within that context, based on the understanding that the proposal for a for a minimum 2A TCEY that would result in no less than 1.5 million pounds in FCEY would not present a conservation concern. We do support that proposal and wanted to provide you this information for your consideration. Happy to take questions.
Any questions for Maggie? No. Thanks very much, Lynn and Maggie.
Okay, thank you, Lynn and Maggie, for the report from Oregon. And next is the report from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Melanie Parker is here to present that. And that is paper AR08.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Melanie Parker with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife in Monterey, California. Today I will report on Pacific halibut fisheries in California during 2018 and offer considerations for 2019 and beyond. The recreational fishery in California was open for 93 days in 2018 and was closed on September 21 due to projected attainment of the quota. Estimated catch in the fishery was 31,156 net pounds, or 100.7% of the 30,940 net pound quota. The quota amount, the distribution of catch, and management of the recreational fishery in 2018 was very similar to 2016 and 2017. However, the average estimated weight per fish was 24 net pounds, which was an increase compared to recent years. Please see the appendix to our report for additional details on the recreational fishery. The commercial fishery in California consists of two sectors, the directed commercial fishery and the incidental to salmon troll fishery. In 2018, 4 vessels participated across 3 opening days in the Area 2A non-tribal directed fishery and landed 2,457 pounds, all into the port of Eureka. Generally, the California commercial salmon season and the incidental to salmon troll fishery for Pacific halibut dates do not align, meaning California salmon fishery participants are usually unable to retain Pacific halibut caught while targeting salmon. However, in 2018, the season dates for the 2 fisheries aligned, and 5 fishermen landed approximately 300 pounds of Pacific halibut incidentally to their salmon catch. CDFW does not comment on the specific regulatory proposals in front of the IPHC this year, but does offer some thoughts on 2 topics for 2019 and beyond. First, the Area 2A FCEY, and second, the Area 2A directed commercial fishery. The Area 2A FCEY. CDFW supports year-to-year stability in the Area 2A FCEY. The Area 2A FCEY has been greater than 1 million pounds each year from 2016 through 2018. This has proven beneficial to California's recreational fishery. When the Area 2A FCEY is greater than 1 million pounds, the resulting California sport quota provides for a significant season length and greater certainty of fishing opportunities later in the season. Fishing effort is spread over several months, limiting the derby nature of the fishery, and provides economic stability to the North Coast fishing communities. An Area 2A FCEY less than 1 million pounds would result in fewer days open to fishing. Under an Area 2A FCEY of 640,000 pounds, the California sport quota would be 15,600 pounds. It is expected the quota would only last for about 15 to 20 days of fishing, a significant reduction compared to the 2018 sport season length of 93 days, and would result in significant economic losses. California's North Coast fishing communities are socioeconomically vulnerable for numerous reasons, including the overfished Klamath Falls Chinook stock, poor ocean salmon seasons and opportunities, the virtual absence of offshore albacore in recent years, continued restrictions in ground fish fisheries to allow rebuilding of overfished yellow-eye rockfish, and the unreliable nature of the Dungeness crab fisheries the past few years due to domoic acid closures needed to protect public health. Area 2A directed commercial fishery. CDFW views the 2019 IPHC proposal to increase the Area 2A non-tribal directed commercial fishery season length as a measure that could eliminate or reduce the derby nature of the fishery. Directed commercial fishery constituents in California have expressed support for maintaining open access Pacific halibut fishing opportunities on the West Coast. Although directed commercial fishery participation in California is relatively new and involves only a handful of individuals, catches have increased since 2015, and it is important to maintain fishing opportunities for this species as part of their fishing portfolios, along with salmon, crab, groundfish, and albacore. CDFW does not support efforts to develop a restricted access or individual quota fishery as an alternative to the current directed fishery. Traditionally, such management programs rely on past fishery participation levels to determine qualification or allocation of shares. Because Californians have had only minor and inconsistent participation in the directed fishery, CDFW expects there would be few, if any, California qualifiers in any future program that limited entry based on past participation levels. CDFW is supportive of eliminating the derby nature of the Area 2A non-tribal directed commercial fishery and would support investigating options over the coming years to find a long-term solution. CDFW is supportive of work through the IPHC and Pacific Council processes to analyze restructuring the directed commercial fishery into one that is incidental to groundfish fisheries. An incidental-only fishery might achieve a twofold goal of providing minor harvest opportunities over a longer season and reducing regulatory discards. Transitioning the Area 2A directed commercial Pacific halibut fishery to one that is only incidental to groundfish would potentially allow for a broader distribution of commercial catch across space and time and across markets and participants, and consequently might better serve the needs of buyers, commercial harvesters, and local communities. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thanks very much. Are there any questions? Bob?
Melanie. So the 2,457 pounds, that is the directed non-tribal fishery, commercial fishery. And I believe the photograph in our report was from a vessel making a landing into that directed fishery. And correct.
I don't see any other questions. Thanks very much, Melanie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That completes the contracting party agency reports for Regulatory Area 2A, the U.S. West Coast. And next up is Regulatory Area 2B, which is Canada, British Columbia. And I'll ask Mr. Shane Peterson to come up and introduce us to that. The two papers for this section are AR09 and AR10.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Keith, and to the staff for putting this on, and to the commissioners for listening to us today. As mentioned, my name is Shane Peterson. I'm the Halibut Hook and Line Coordinator for DFO Groundfish Management. I'll be speaking to our Fisheries and Oceans Canada report, in particular Appendices 1 and 2, which are the 2018 annual report and recreational report, respectively. And my excellent colleague, Ann Bussell, Groundfish Enforcement Coordinator, will be speaking to Appendix 3, which is the 2018 Enforcement Report. So just a summary of Appendices 1 and 2 to start. So the Pacific Halibut Canadian Total Allowable Catch, what we call the CTAC, is composed of the Fishery Constant Exploitation Yield, FCEY, carryover from 2017, and food social ceremonial fish, aka subsistence fish to our American colleagues. For 2018, the CTAC was 6.69 million net pounds. Net carryover from 2017 to 2018 was 21,927 net pounds. For 2018, commercial and recreational total allowable catch was 6.224 million net pounds. This includes all non-trawl commercial groundfish mortality for discards and landings, effective as of December 13th, 2018. So what you'll see in the report, combined catch for commercial and recreational halibut in 2018 was 6.106 million net pounds. I'm going to go, that includes all landed catch and mortality associated with released fish in the commercial groundfish fisheries. I'll go ahead and update that for you with more recent numbers, and that's 6.114 million net pounds as of January 17th of this year. So as I'm sure you know, management measures for the commercial fishery include 100% at-sea coverage via electronic monitoring or observers, combined with 100% dockside monitoring. Commercial halibut, sablefish, rockfish, lingcod, and dogfish license holders also have individual transferable quotas by species and groundfish management area. Some notable factors affecting the Canadian halibut fishery in 2018 included, similar to all my American colleagues, we have our yellow eye rockfish rebuilding plan, where in the third year of mortality reductions were implemented. The commercial halibut of note, commercial halibut fishery has achieved a 73% reduction in yellow eye catch during these rebuilding plan years, so pretty significant. Another major piece of work is our Canadian government marine conservation initiative. And I'll make sure I get all of these in order here. So it includes implemented closures for the Hecate Strait and Queen Charlotte Sound Sponge Reef, as well as ongoing work related to Pacific vents and seamounts, the Guayhanas Land Sea People Management Plan, the Scott Islands National Wildlife and Marine Area, as well as the Northern Shelf Bioregion. And one last notable fact for the halibut fishery is it's also undergoing review for continued Marine Stewardship Council certification. I'll move now to the Canadian recreational fishery halibut catch report. So the recreational TAC for 2018 was 0.928 million pounds net weight. Traditional catch monitoring and reporting programs, including creel surveys and logbook programs, are used to generate catch estimates in peak months. DFO's internet-based recreational survey, IREC, collects information from recreational license holders on a monthly basis and is primarily used to estimate catch in non-peak months. We call them summer and shoulder, respectively. As part of our standard in-season recreational review, catch estimates to the end of August 2018, combined with catch forecasting for September onwards, predicted an estimated balance remaining on our recreational TAC for 2018. As a result, the rec fishery remained open to December 31st, a full season. Our estimated catch to December 31st of 2018 was 0.848 million pounds, excuse me, an estimated remaining balance on the recreational TAC of 80,000 pounds. So in the report, you'll find unique details of catch monitoring, including our biological sampling by coastal area. Those are provided for you in the appendices. Catch estimates by Pacific Fishery Management Area and month are also provided in tables 5 through 9. Some notable factors affecting the Canadian recreational halibut fishery in 2018 included a reduced recreational TAC for 2018. This necessitated a corresponding reduction in 2018 size limits, which were developed in cooperation with the Sport Fishing Advisory Board Recreational Halibut Committee. In addition, the department continues to work with the Recreational Halibut Committee in 2019 to explore options for maximizing the use of the current recreational allocation and for improving accuracy of both our pre-season catch predictions and our in-season catch estimates. And then lastly, for rec as well, was the yellow eye rockfish rebuilding plan, wherein the daily limits were further reduced to 0 for all outside waters. And our initial estimates indicate that the recreational fishery has also achieved significant catch reductions in yellow eye mortality for outside waters in comparison to our 2017 estimates. So I'll pause there and take any questions you might have on our reports and appendices 1 and 2 in particular.
Thanks, Shane. Any questions on Shane's report? Bob?
I'm looking at your table 1.1 harvest. And so is it typical that the South Coast has a larger size fish? And South Coast, I assume, is Vancouver Island?
Thank you, Commissioner Alverson. That's correct. South Coast is roughly west coast of Vancouver Island, inside waters, etc. I was a little more blunt last year when asked a similar question. The difference in average weight of fish from the north coast to the south is more accurately a reflection of the nuances in our recreational creel programs and the managers who collate that data. Specifically, there's a very large number of biosampled fish in the north coast and a lot of smaller catch. It's also a reflection of not necessarily angler preference, but the fish that they're able to catch while they're out on the water. So some of that is the split between lodge-based anglers, a lot of lodge customers in Haida Gwaii and Central Coast in particular, They go out and get 2 small fish to a really large percentage. That's the second fish in possession. Whereas South Coast anglers, there's a larger proportion of stay-at-home anglers who do day trips and therefore can catch that larger fish and go home for the evening. So that's a little bit of what you see in the average weight tables. And as well, there's less biosamples in general as you get to the South Coast and in particular the Victoria area, the day anglers, they have fewer biosamples of larger fish.
Thank you.
Richard?
I might have missed it, but you did mention some kind of a recreational data collection program. What is the name of that program again?
Thank you, Commissioner Yamada. Do you referring to traditional creel programs or our internet-based surveys?
How is recreational data collected?
So it's a bit of a combination coast-wide. So traditional creel programs are dockside surveyors combined with overflights and estimating that way. The Lodge logbook program is logbooks submitted to DFO managers who then vet those logbooks and submit them to myself for their given areas. And then the last is primarily used in shoulder months, we call them, and that's the IREC survey, which is the recreational estimated catch survey. So that's distributed to tidal water license holders on an annual basis where they recount their catch online and submit it to the department. So where we have the good stuff from our creel managers, we use that. And then to fill in the shoulder months, we use this correlated IREC data.
Thank you.
So I don't see any more questions on your report, Shane, so over to you, Anne.
So I'm Ann Bussell, the Regional Groundfish Enforcement Coordinator for the Pacific Region of Canada, Regulatory Area 2B, and I will present the enforcement report for 2018, which includes our commercial, our recreational, and our Aboriginal fisheries, which FSC fisheries. In 2018, for the commercial fisheries, there was a total of 148 vessels that participated in 449 fishing trips. And enforcement priorities for that year include fishing in closed areas, ensuring compliance with the dockside monitoring program, retention of halibut caught, retained, and possessed without the authority of a license, and in particular, retention for the purpose of sale. Conditions of license for dual fishing. Dual fishing is where a commercially licensed vessel may also, with a properly designated person, fish for FSC purposes as well as commercial. And enforcing compliance with the electronic monitoring conditions of license, investigate any false and misleading information provided to dockside observers. So all of our groundfish service provider employees, including the observers, subcontractors, and other employees, have been designated by our Director of Conservation and Protection, who is a fishery officer, as authorities under Section 63 of our Act. So we can charge under that section for any false information provided to them. And also, lastly, to investigate any allegations of observers, in this case, dockside, not carrying out their duties. I'll go now to the recreational halibut fishery. Between January 1st and November 30th of 2018, a total of 231,926 recreational licenses were issued. Of that, and I don't know what percentage would be halibut fishers. And one component of our recreational fishery is the halibut experimental program, or otherwise known as XRQ for short. There were 243 licenses issued in 2018, and the fishery was open from April 1st to December 31st. And In 2018, we had a new staff member join our groundfish management unit, and she was able to spend a fair bit of time monitoring the XRQ fishery, closely tracking and sending out information to license holders. And this has allowed me to have increased ability to identify non-compliance issues. The next will be our commercial, and this is referring to the dual fishing and our FSC fisheries. And this will include our treaty fisheries under FSC as well. So for all dual fishing, commercial and FSC halibut trips, the vessel master is responsible via conditions of license to comply with what's required when you hail out on a dual fishing trip. So all of those trips there's 100% monitoring at sea and at the dock side when they offload their catch. Our strictly FSC fisheries, they are protected under Section 35 of our Canadian Constitution, and the monitoring requirements are different from our commercial and our recreational. So our department continues to work with our Indigenous nations to improve upon catch monitoring and reporting, as we do in our other recreational and commercial. There's always room for improvement. And now I'll move to the appendices and start with Appendix 1, covering our occurrences. Table 1 of Appendix 1 is our commercial occurrences, and this is what's being reported in our departmental violation system and from our groundfish service provider, Archipelago Marine Research. So I have access to a database that is maintained by Archipelago, otherwise known as AMR, and I can access that daily and check on occurrences. And then what I do is I will triage according to the priorities that have been set and send out the highest priority, most serious occurrences to the field for officers to further investigate. So I've given you a range of the types. Dual fishing, there's 77, and I'll point out that I wouldn't necessarily follow up with all of those. I'm still spending time analyzing some of them. I haven't completed that. And then I'll also point out the second highest rockfish releases. So in the halibut fishery, they are required to retain all rockfish that are caught. Of the 37, I'm only following up on 2 because the others were very minor, and often the fish fell off before they were able to retain it. So I get from AMR, I get an occurrence report and a video, and so I can review that and make a decision. So there were 149 total. And moving on to our recreational fishery, there were a total of 66, and the range involved reporting issues, quota, all the way to inspections. And you'll notice there were 27. Often we find that the recreational fishers will fail to record the halibut, which they're required by condition of license on their license. And there were also 20 XRQ occurrences as well. What I did in 2018, I issued 17 warnings for the previous year because the XRQ license holders have until January 31st of the following year to send in their logbooks and sign licenses. So there's a bit of a time lag there. The next one are Aboriginal halibut fishery occurrences. There were a total of 18. The highest number occurred in illegal buy, sell, possess. And that was what I determined from the departmental violation system. So these are ones that the officers have come upon themselves rather than me sending out the information, because I don't get that information at my end, generally speaking. Appendix 2 is fishery officer enforcement effort summary, and I've just compared 2016, 17, and 18. And I give the number of hours for the 3 fisheries and the percent total of enforcement effort. The reason it appears very small percentage is because the total enforcement hours in 2018 were 66,571.5 hours. And it just shows that officers have categories. I think there's 10 main categories and 285 work elements total within those 10 categories. So they're multitask, and depending on their priorities, they focus on particular issues of compliance. And I also, for recreational, I include finfish in tidal waters and salmon, because during those particular patrols, the officers will often end up checking a halibut fisher. So it's kind of a combination of those. The next in Appendix 3, Table 5, just a summary. We have one aerial surveillance plane that weekly will patrol our coast as weather permits and as priorities permit. We do share a number of patrols with our Department of National Defense. So that is the reason sometimes you'll see a variation between the years. So again, I've compared 2016, 17, and 18. So in 18, we did 178 missions for a total of 1,057 hours and recorded 294 halibut vessels. Appendix 4, I'll get into violation summaries, and these are what have been entered so far by officers in our violation system. So at this time of year, they tend to spend more time in the office catching up with their files. So it's not a total for 2018, it's just what's being entered to the dates of this report to the end of November 30th. So for Aboriginal halibut fisheries, there were 34 occurrences. I've broken down into charges laid, charges pending, under review, and tickets and warnings issued. And for the commercial, there was a total of, in 2018, 14 occurrences logged. Currently, there's 3 with charges pending, and there will be more because I'm working with officers, probably up to at least 7 or more. For the recreational groundfish halibut, the recreational halibut fishery, in 2018, there were 69 occurrences. And again, I've broken it down into charges laid, tickets, warnings, etc. And at the very end of my report, I just significant convictions. In 2018, we had a fishing lodge that was charged and successfully convicted with a court-ordered fine of $2,000, and then under our section 79.2 bracket F, $45,500, which will be put towards some project to protect fish and fish habitat. And I don't know what that is currently, but this particular case involved one oversized halibut, which led to a whole bunch of other things that happened between hiding information, not reporting information, obstructing the fishery officers, etc. That's why the fine is of the size that it is. It's not just the one halibut, which it may sound like. The other one was restaurant sales. So this is part 1 of 2 parts. A restaurant was fined $5,000 and forfeiture of 106,000 pounds of halibut. Part 2 is is before the courts currently, the person that sold the fish to the restaurant, the local restaurant. So that $5,000 fine was providing false statements to the fishery officer and obstructing them. And then significant investigations this year are 7 closed area occurrences. They include some of our marine protected areas, RCAs, gear in the water after halibut season closed, and and so forth. And then I provided background on how we do enforcement and what we use as platforms, if there's any questions around that. So if there's any further questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Okay, thanks very much, Anne. Are there questions on the enforcement report from Anne? Chris?
Anne, can you give me a sense just generally of the frequency or magnitude of cases that involve illegal sale of halibut into the market or restaurants by recreational or aboriginal fishers, just generally? Is it frequent? Is it a little tiny bit? Is it a lot?
Sorry, I turned my, oh, that's a really tough one to answer exactly. I know from, there's a couple in the court system right now, and I really can't speak to the frequency, but we definitely do investigate generally each year, not necessarily leading to charges. There's some challenges around that, and we do the best we can, but there's, yeah, that's about it.
Okay, thanks very much, Shane and Anne, for the report.
Next up, we have the report from the province of British Columbia, and that is your paper AR10.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm David Travia, Director of Intergovernmental Relations and Seafood for BC's Ministry of Agriculture. With me is Mike Turner, also with the Ministry of Agriculture. We appreciate the opportunity to present the province of BC's 2019 agency report to the Commission. I have some prepared remarks that will briefly summarize our report. For those that don't know, the Ministry of Agriculture is the province of BC's lead agency for commercial fisheries and seafood issues. And while the province does not have management authority over commercial fisheries in the Pacific, we do work closely with Fisheries and Oceans Canada as part of the Canadian delegation to ensure the interests of British Columbians are considered. Our government decided to submit an agency report this year to reflect the renewed provincial interest to the importance of fisheries in this part of Canada. Our report contains 3 themes. The first is a recognition of the importance of the treaty to the bilateral management of this fishery. The second is the paramountcy of reaching successful negotiations in 2019. And the third offers encouragement to the Commission to use its authority to increase monitoring and catch counting standards in areas of high uncertainty, for example, Regulatory Area 3. I want to thank you for considering our submission, and we're happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thanks very much, David. Are there any questions? Not seeing any, David. You had a report as well, right, Mike? Or no? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, David and Mike. Yes, I will note, as David mentioned, that was the first time that we've had an agency report from the province of British Columbia to be part of your contracting party reports. So that concludes the reports for IPHC Regulatory Area 2B. And this is the point in the schedule where we can take a break, if you like, before we resume with the last reports.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea to take a break now and get back together in 15 minutes, which would be, I guess, 3:40. Okay, we're going to reconvene, and we're now moving to reports from Alaska, I think. And how many are left for us this afternoon, Steve?
So, Mr. Chairman, in this section, there are actually 6 papers, but there's only 4 reports for you. The papers are AR12 through AR16, as well as information paper number 5. And the sequence that we're going to go in, because all the presenters have agreed on this, is that we'll hear first from the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. That's AR14. And then we will hear from the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. That's AR12, followed by NOAA Fisheries Alaska Region, AR13, and then ending up with a presentation by Alaska Seafood Cooperative, and that's your info paper number 5, and they also have a presentation for that. So first up is going to be Sarah Webster presenting for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Webster. I am a fishery biologist with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game in the Division of Sport Fish, and I am here with Jim Hasbrook. Dr. Hasbrook is the Chief Fisheries Scientist for the Division of Sport Fish. I will be presenting information on Alaska's recreational halibut fisheries. This presentation is in 2 parts. The first is a review of the fisheries through 2018. The full report of this, as Steve mentioned, is the agency report number 14. This was submitted in the form of a letter to the IPHC in October. The second portion of the presentation is our analysis of charter management measures for 2019 for areas 2C and 3A. And the full report of this is available through the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council website. So starting with the fishery review through 2014, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game provides several recreational fishery estimates to the IPHC. We provide the number of halibut harvested and released. Oh, sorry about that. We provide the number of halibut harvested and released by sector and by area, the average weight of harvests, the yield and release mortality in pounds, the harvest prior to the average date of the IPHC setline survey in areas 2C and 3A, and the length, age, and sex composition as requested by the Commission. There are 3 primary data sources that we use to provide these estimates. The first is our charter logbook program. This has been mandatory statewide, since 1998, and it has been used for charter harvest accounting since 2014. This does include effort and harvest information of salmon, rockfish, lingcod, and salmon sharks as well. The second data source is our statewide mail survey, or statewide harvest survey. This is sent out to approximately 45,000 households. This is a stratified random sample of households, and we do receive over 20,000 responses each year. These are household responses, so they may encompass more than 1 angler. This is for all species in both fresh and saltwater for charter and unguided fisheries. And the third data source is our creel surveys at major ports in areas 2C and 3A. This includes both biological sampling and interviews, and it is for multiple species, not just for halibut. There are no creel surveys in areas 3B or 4. In 2018, 17 ports were sampled, 9 of those in 2C and 8 of them in 3A, and 16,000 halibut length measurements were taken to estimate average weights. So I'm going to start off with a summary of some numbers of charter businesses and vessels operating in Alaska. This is from 2017 because that is the most recent year with complete logbook data available. So in 2017, there were 472 businesses that harvested at least 1 halibut. This is down from 592 businesses in 2011 when the Charter Halibut Permit Limited Access Program was first established, and there have been progressive decreases in the number of businesses participating in this fishery since 2011. Most of the businesses harvesting halibut are either in Area 2C or in 3A, with a handful operating in both areas and 4 businesses in the remainder of the state. In 2017, there were 892 charter vessels that harvested at least 1 halibut. Most of these, again, are in areas 2C or 3A, with 25 in both areas and 4 operating in the remainder of the state. This is a good time to mention that we now have an electronic logbook for saltwater. This is an HTML-based application for tablets, iPads, and smartphones, and it does work on most devices. This collects the same information as the current paper logbook, and there are opportunities for future enhancements of the electronic logbook. So moving on to some removals estimates. The gray bars here are, this is for the Area 2C charter sector. The gray bars here are estimates based on the statewide harvest survey, and the blue bars do include release mortality, and they are based on the logbook data starting in 2014. This was a stipulation of the catch sharing plan. The red line is the guideline harvest level through 2013 and the catch sharing plan allocation from 2014 on. Over the time series with fishery limits, the charter sector in Area 2C has been on average 13% over their allocation. However, since the catch sharing plan was implemented in 2014, they have been on average 2% under their allocation. Looking a little bit more closely at the number of fish harvested and the average weight of those fish. In recent years, the number of fish harvested decreased in 2009, and this was due to the implementation of a 1 fish daily bag limit. And the number of fish harvested has increased every year since a low in 2011. The drop in average weight in 2011 was due to the implementation of a 37-inch size limit. This was the first year with a size limit, and a reverse slot limit has been used since that time to control the average weight in the charter sector in Area 2C. Our final removals estimate for 2017 is 0.941 million pounds, and our preliminary estimate of removals for 2018 for the charter sector in Area 2C is 0.729 million pounds. This is a projection using logbook data through July 31st, and we should have final numbers sometime in the spring. This looks at the unguided sector removals in Area 2C. These are based on statewide harvest survey estimates. The unguided sector in Area 2C is not part of the FCEY. This is taken off the top of the TCEY. Release mortality is included in this starting in 2014. The removals have been variable from year to year, though the trend has been fairly flat since 2013 and at a higher level than the rest of the time series. Looking at the number of fish harvested and the average weights, the number of fish harvested did increase in 2013 and have generally been decreasing since then. However, the average weight has been increasing over that same time frame, thus the relatively stable level of removals. Our final removals estimate for the unguided fishery in Area 2C for 2017 is 1.234 million pounds, and our preliminary estimate for 2018 is 1.379 million pounds. The preliminary estimate is a time series forecast of harvests, and it uses weights from the 2018 creel surveys in each port. We should have final numbers for this in the fall of 2019, the fall of this year. Oh, sorry. Oh, I got that. This looks at the charter and unguided sectors together in Area 2C. There was growth in the charter sector during the 2000s. However, both sectors took a dip in the late 2000s, and this was due to management actions that were specifically targeted at controlling the charter sector, and likely due to the economic recession. The unguided removals have exceeded the charter removals since 2011. We're moving on to the Area 3A charter sector. Once again, the gray bars represent estimates that are based on the statewide harvest survey, and the blue bars include release mortality and are based on logbook data. The red line is the GHL, the guideline harvest level through 2013, and the catch sharing plan allocation from 2014 on. Over the time series with fishery limits, the charter sector in Area 3A has been on average 4% over their allocation, 4% under their allocation. They only exceeded the GHL in 1 year. Since the catch sharing plan was implemented, they have been on average 11% over allocation. And in 2018, the preliminary estimate is that they were down to 4% over their allocation. Focusing on recent years, the harvest dropped in the late 2000s, we think due to the economic recession, and the harvest has been decreasing since 2014 with progressive changes in regulations specifically targeted at reducing effort. The harvest per unit effort has also decreased during this time. The average weight decreased from 2006 to 2014 and has increased in recent years. We suspect that this is because anglers are deciding to forego the harvest of a second small fish in order to focus on one larger fish. And this is reflected in the decrease in harvest per unit effort that we have also seen. The final estimate for 2017 for the 3A charter sector was 2.089 million pounds, and our preliminary estimate for 2018 is 1.867 million pounds. Once again, this is a projection using logbook data through July 31st, and we will have final numbers later this spring. Now we are looking at the unguided sector in Area 3A. This does include release mortality starting in 2014. And as with Area 2C, there is no fishery limit for the unguided sector in 3A. This is taken off the top of the TCEY. Focusing on recent years, the overall harvest has dropped since highs in the mid-2000s, and the weight has been fairly stable in recent years. The recent harvest is slightly below the average since 1995. In 2017, our final estimate was 1.553 million pounds, and the preliminary estimate for 2018 is 1.675 million pounds. Once again, this is a time series forecast of harvest and uses 2018 average weights from our creel surveys. The long-term unguided removals seen in the light gray bars have been fairly stable between 1.5 and 2 million pounds since 1995. The charter removals peaked in 2007 at about 4 million pounds and have declined since then to less than half that number. And since the catch sharing plan was implemented in 2014, the charter and unguided removals have been fairly similar in Area 3A. Now we are looking at the recreational removals in areas 3B and 4. They are treated differently in these areas than in 2C and 3A. The recreational fishery in these areas is quite small. The charter sector is not part of the catch sharing plan. As with the unguided sectors in areas 2C and 3A, this is not included in the FCEY. The recreational removals in these areas are taken off the top of the TCEY. Most of the Area 4 harvest is in Area 4A, with a small amount each year in Area 4B, and in some years there is harvest in 4E as well. We use the statewide harvest survey to estimate recreational harvest in Western Alaska. There is no sampling of average weight in any of the ports in Western Alaska, and this is once again not broken down by charter and unguided removals. So these plots are showing the trends in the number of fish harvested in the recreational fishery in Area 3B and Area 4. We assume the average weights from the unguided sector in Kodiak because this is the westernmost port that's sampled that does not have size limits in the recreational fishery. So therefore, the final removal estimates for 2017 for Area 3B are 1,000 pounds, and for Area 4 is 6,000 pounds. The preliminary removals are for 2018 are based on a time series forecast of harvest as well, and they use the 2018 Kodiak unguided average weight. The preliminary estimate for 3B is 2,000 pounds, and for Area 4 is 11,000 pounds. Data on the number of released fish are collected in logbook, statewide harvest survey, and dockside sampling. The release mortality is then estimated by applying assumed mortality rates to the estimates of the number of fish that are released. And then the average weight is estimated based on the sizes of the retained fish. The release mortality makes up a relatively small part of the total recreational removals. In Area 2C, where charter anglers are not allowed to retain most of the larger halibut, it is slightly higher, between 2.5% and 4% of total removals. In Area 3A, the release mortality accounts for about 2% of removals in the recreational fishery, and in Area 4, the release mortality is negligible. The Department of Fish and Game provides age information to the IPHC upon request. This was requested in 2018 for the 2017 ages. We collect otoliths in Area 3A only, and they are sent to the IPHC for aging. Halibut enter the sport fishery between ages 3 and 4, and the primary age classes are between 6 and 12. This is based on age determination of between 1,300 and 3,200 halibut per year, and in 2014 there were 1,422 halibut that were aged. So moving on to our analysis of charter management measures for 2019, the Area 2C and 3A charter sectors are part of the catch sharing plan. There is no in-season management of these fisheries though, so the regulations are aimed at keeping the sector within their allocation, and they need to be evaluated annually. So this section of the presentation is to provide you with some general information on the methods for forecasting the 2019 harvest and removals, the projected removals under status quo management measures and under council preferred management options, and a brief description of other management measures that were analyzed. A full report of this is available on the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council website under the Charter Halibut Management Committee page, and the council staff will speak to this as well. These are the general methods that are used to obtain removals projections for 2019. Effort is the number of angler trips that are taken. In Area 2C, we use a time series forecast to forecast the coming year's effort. In Area 3A, the 2018 effort was used as the 2019 forecast, and this is due to progressive changes in regulations that restrict effort. Harvest per unit effort is the number of halibut harvested per angler trip, and time series forecasts are used in both area for harvest per unit effort. And the harvest is the number of halibut that are retained. The average weight is estimated using length measurements from creel surveys in areas 2C and 3A. We use the most recent year with no size restrictions. So for 2C, we use weight data from 2010, and for 3A, we use weight data from 2013. And then we apply a correction factor to account for differences between that year and recent years. The weight is then multiplied by the harvest to get yield in pound. The charter allocation does also include release mortality, so that's added to get total removals. The release mortality inflation factor is based on the ratio of released yield to retained yield in recent years. So in Area 2C, that is now a function of the lower slot limit, and in Area 3A, that is an average from recent years. In Area 2C, the status quo regulations are a one fish bag limit and a reverse slot limit of less than or equal to 38 inches or greater than or equal to 80 inches. So shown here are the preliminary estimates for 2018 and the 2019 forecast. The forecast is for an increase in harvest of about 5,000 fish, and this is due to forecast increases in both effort and harvest per unit effort. The average weight is forecast to increase by about 0.6 pounds under status quo under status quo regulations, and the removals are projected to increase altogether by about 0.1 million pounds in Area 2C. The preferred alternative from the council is to use the status quo regulations if the allocation is the same as it was in 2018, so 0.81 million pounds, and otherwise to adjust the lower slot limit. This table shows the removals forecast under a one fish bag limit and variable reverse slot limits. This uses the harvest forecast for 2019 and weight data for each reverse slot limiter from 2010 with a correction factor applied. And then a release mortality inflation factor is added, and that again is a function of the lower slot limit. With release mortality, the estimated status quo removals are 0.833 million pounds, and I apologize, that is small right there. And then the council recommendation is that the lower end of the slot limit is adjusted to keep the charter sector within their allocation, while the upper end of the reverse slot limit remains at 80. The projected removals range from 0.731 million pounds to 1.101 million pounds. We were asked to analyze several additional management measures that were not selected. More detail can be provided on these if requested and can be found in the report to the council. All management measures included a reverse slot limit and a 1 fish daily bag limit. They also included implementing annual limits of 1 to 5 fish, trip limits of 1 trip per permit per day and per vessel per day, a closure of 1 day per week, and a combination of both annual limits and trip limits. In Area 3A, the status quo management measures are a 2 fish daily bag limit, 1 fish of any size, and 1 fish less than or equal to 28 inches, an annual limit of 4 fish, a limit of 1 trip per vessel per day and per charter halibut permit per day. Wednesdays are closed all year and 6 Tuesdays are closed. The forecast for 2019 is that harvest will go down by about 7,200 fish. The average weight is projected to increase slightly from 2018, and overall the removals are projected to decrease by about 30,000 pounds under status quo management measures. So under status quo, the projected removals for 3A for 2019 are 1.834 million pounds. The first step in the council's preferred management measure is to adjust the number of Tuesday closures to stay within their allocation. This uses harvest data from previous years to determine the effect of opening or closing additional Tuesdays. Each opened or closed Tuesday could change the harvest by up to 2.7%. These are considered to be maximum changes. For the closures, there are a substantial number of permits that are not being used and boats that are not operating at maximum capacity, and we don't know how many anglers might rebook on alternate days if closures are added. Depending on the number of Tuesdays closed, the projected removals range from 1.718 million pounds at 13 Tuesdays closed to 2.023 million pounds at 0 Tuesdays closed. The second step in the council's preferred management measures is to adjust the size limit on the second fish up to 30 inches to stay within allocation. We looked at a range of maximum size limits on the second fish combined with Tuesday closures. This used the same Tuesday closure data shown on the previous slide and uses weight data from 2013, the last year without a size limit, and a correction factor is then applied for recent harvest. To orient you, the status quo management measures are a 28-inch maximum on the second fish and 6 closed Tuesdays, and the forecast removal is 1.834 million pounds. If we focus on the 0 to closed Tuesdays column, if the allocation is greater than 2.023 million pounds, the council recommends raising the size limit of the second fish up to a maximum of 30 inches, and removals under this would be 2.088 million pounds. Again, we did evaluate a couple of additional management measures for the 3A charter sector, and more detail can be provided on the methods and results if requested. These were not selected because the allocation is not anticipated to be below 1.718 million pounds in this area. This included status quo regulations with all Tuesdays closed from June through August and additional day of the week closures, and status quo management measures with a reverse slot limit on 1 fish and the same maximum size limit of 28 inches on the second fish. And that is all that I have. I would be happy to take questions, and I think it is pertinent to take a moment to acknowledge that there were a lot of people from a lot of different organizations that contributed to this report.
Thanks, Sarah. Are there any questions on the report from Sarah? Neil?
Can you remind me, Sarah, why there's no limit on unguided catch in 2C and 3A? And if there is no limit, what you're kind of managing to, or what you're trying to achieve with, or maybe that, I mean, if that's not a question for you, that's fine, but.
Yeah, I think the answer is that is not a question for me. That probably is a question for the council. So we provide the harvest estimates. We evaluate the harvest, but we don't actually manage the fishery.
Chris?
I can just give you a perspective on that. When, at the time that the council developed the measures for the allocation between the commercial and charter sectors and the attendant management measures, it was at a time when it was rapidly escalating charter fishery, in contrast to the unguided sector in Alaska, which over time has remained virtually stable or almost stable. And so they didn't feel like it was necessary to manage that fishery specifically in different, any differently, because that estimate of total removals is, as I understand, that estimate is taken into account, but it's fairly stable, and therefore there was not the same need, is the short answer.
Thanks, Chris. Any other questions? Maybe just a follow-up on that, Chris. So is that still the case? I mean, I guess it seems like there's a bit of increase in some areas in the unguided. So is that?
And now I've probably gotten to the point where I don't know the answer to that question, because I haven't been in the last couple of years deeply involved in it. So I don't know if someone else in the room has thoughts on that, but I don't know the extent to which things have changed in the last couple of years. Probably a good question that I can't answer.
All right. I was wondering, maybe not right now, but maybe if we could get an answer to that, Chris.
What you're looking for is how our estimates of that unguided sector have increased over recent time.
Yeah, well, I guess when I look at it, just generally, it looks like there is some trend, maybe not, but it does seem to be going up. And then what are the implications for the council to consider to stay within allocation?
The other things that would be of interest to me is, in the absence of a catch limit, what is the objective? What's the management objective for that fishery? Are you trying to manage it to a certain level of access, or what? And then sort of that in the context of the last number of years where we've been faced with some catch limit decreases, and whether that's giving the council any pause in terms of revisiting whether management should be changed.
I'm finding myself regretting I punched my button earlier. I can talk to some folks and see if we can get answers for those questions. Mr. Witherell may have some insights on that, not to put him on the spot, but I'll talk and we'll see if we can get back to you on that.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
For the record, my name is Jim Hasbrook. You might want to look at slides 8 and 11 that Sarah presented earlier. Those give the estimates of removals by unguided anglers, or unguided anglers in 2C and 3A. So there's slide 11 in front of us. That's the unguided removals in area 3A. And I think 2C shows a kind of a similar picture that doesn't really look like there's been a great deal of growth in the unguided removals in either one of those particular areas. And then in 3B and area 4, there's not a whole lot of recreational fishing for halibut and great removals at all. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much.
Thank you. And next up is then the report from the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, and Dave Witherell is is here to present that, and that is your papers AR12.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I feel like I just walked into a bee's nest after it was hit. My name is Dave Witherell. I'm the Executive Director of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. As most of you know, the Council develops fishery management plans and regulations for the federally managed fisheries off Alaska. Those plans and regulations are approved and implemented by the National Marine Fisheries Service. Sarah just did a really nice job of explaining the methodology for the Council's decisions relative to halibut charter measures for this coming year in areas 2C and 3A, and I don't need to repeat them, but I would note that in this case, if the allocation in 2C was 0.81 million pounds, that the recommended harvest measures are slightly over that, the projected overage. But the discussion at the council was that charter businesses had seen fewer advanced bookings for this year, and that the very low abundance of king salmon in Southeast Alaska probably wouldn't, with that, you wouldn't see quite the effort with expected this year. So the council said, you know, it might come in at those numbers. But again, you adjust the lower slot limit size up or down to keep within the allocation. In area 3A, again, the recommendation is for the number of Tuesdays closed to be adjusted to bring the projected harvest within the allocation. If the allocation was above 2.0323 million pounds, then you could adjust the second fish up to a maximum of 30 inches. If the allocation was above that higher number under a 30-inch amount, then that the extra fish would just stay in the water. There's interest by the 3A charter fleets to maintain stability in those regulations from year to year. I gave you a detailed report at the interim meeting about some of the management actions that the council took in 2018. And so I just wanted to briefly review those with you. The council did take a final action to require annual application process for charter permit renewal. The idea was that it would allow the council to have data on understanding how those charter permits were used, and also to facilitate retirement of the non-transferable permits. For example, if somebody is deceased, they would not get a permit anymore if you didn't apply for it. Council also took an action to limit the simultaneous possession of guided and unguided fish on a vessel, and this applies really to those multi-day lodge type vessels, and in some days they would fish under a guided manner, and some days maybe the fishermen might take their own kayak out or fish by themselves in a different boat or off the rail, but in an unguided sense. And the council made a determination that regardless, that any fish harvested on one of those vessels would have to comply with the regulations that apply to the charter fleet. Now, this might get at your question about growth of the fisheries. The council did initiate an analysis to require registration of non-guided rental vessels and then apply the bag limits, size limits that apply to the charter fleet to those vessels fishing off of rental boats. And the council also looked at those, the data that Sarah showed on the catch by unguided anglers, which is currently regulated at 2 fish per day of any size. And there was a feeling that since the implementation of the catch sharing plan and the tighter restrictions on the guided fleet, that a new opportunity, a new business model emerged where an owner could simply rent out vessels for private use, and an angler could fish as a private angler and catch 2 fish of any size on those days that they used a rental boat rather than a guided angler, be on a guided boat. And this, some of the lodges in Southeast Alaska had adapted to this business model, as well as some independents. And so the council will be looking at that. Well, it was originally scheduled for April, but I'm not quite so sure anymore. Our schedule kind of got messed up with the shutdown, but the council is going to be taking a close look at this in the coming year. For commercial fishery actions taken in 2018, the council is going to look at changing the medical transfer and beneficiary provisions for the IFQ fleet. We had that scheduled for February for final action, but that will be in April. I think that might be one of those ones. You can't take final action. We have the analysis ready, but you can't take final action. The IFQ CQE fish up in 3A. The council is looking to possibly allow CQE communities to fish their D-class quota on C-class vessels at the end of the year to accommodate concerns about small boats and weather that occurs end of the season. If you remember, the D-class quota is generally fished on vessels under 35 feet, and the C-class vessels are under 60 feet. So it allows the CQE communities to fish a larger vessel at the end of the year to do a cleanup fishery in 3A. The council also took action to allow retention of halibut in pots in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island. If you recall the discussion from the interim meeting, that means just the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island north of the Aleutian chain, if you will, not in the areas of the Gulf of Alaska that 4B is in, right? 4A. And this would allow directed fisheries because it takes away the 9-inch pot tunnel opening requirement. But so a vessel that had an IFQ owner or a CDQ holder could fish on a directed pot fishery and retain those halibut as long as they have IFQ or CDQ quota aboard the vessel. There's a lot of interest from the IPHC about the abundance-based PSC limits. And there's really not new information here. The council does have a suite of alternatives that are going to be examined and for analysis in October of 2019. There is a stakeholder committee that was established. They'll be meeting next Monday in Portland to forward several scenarios for analysis and also make some recommendations on performance measures if they have time. I went over the list of committee members or the representation on the committee at the last meeting. These are stakeholders. It's really to help the council and decision makers understand the different impacts of combinations of not only the alternatives chosen, but the elements and options that are used to or are chosen within each alternative. So it's a combination package of elements and options. I had 2 requests from the interim meeting from the IPHC that I have tried to address. There was a question about the observer program, and certainly I could answer some questions you might have, but Glenn Merrill is following me, and he's prepared to answer any of your questions on the observer program. And then we have a presentation coming up from the Amendment 80 Fleet and the Alaska Seafood Cooperative on their work on deck sorting and efforts of that bottom trawl catcher processor fleet to avoid halibut. And that concludes my presentation, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be glad to try and answer any questions that you might have. Not so sure I can answer that one about the 2 halibut per day per person of any size for the recreational private angler, but there isn't a direct allocation to that sector.
There is not.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Thanks very much, Dave.
So
Are there questions? Bob.
Sorry. So Dave, I didn't quite hear what you said. with regards to permits that are no longer used. I missed what you said. Either you're going to look at or you took action, and I can't remember what.
Okay. I'll see if I can go backwards. No, I can't. Okay. Oh, there you go. Okay. So if under the CHP renewals, we have transferable and non-transferable permits. And we're not quite sure, council really doesn't have data to know what vessels those permits are used on, how they are used, how they are transferred. And so it's as much of a data collection effort as anything else. But there's also been an issue where we have non-transferable permits and many of them aren't used. And the question is, why not? Well, it could be that the permit holder is actually deceased and the permit is no longer active. And so if they don't apply, if there's nobody, that permit holder is not there to apply for the permit, then that permit will be retired.
Wants to shut me off. With regards to bag limits, I heard you say regulo. Apply to restrictions of bag limits, apply to, I didn't hear you articulate clearly what you meant on bag limits, restrictions on bag limits.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you, Commissioner Alverson, I think you were talking about the unguided rental boats bag limits, and that a vessel, a fisherman fishing right now from a rental boat, unguided rental boat, is allowed to catch and retain 2 halibut of any size. And that regulation has allowed, if you will, an expansion of the rental boat, a number of rental boats in Alaska. And it's a kind of a newer developing business model that the lodges and others have been using. There's demand obviously created by the differential bag limits between unguided fishermen and guided fishermen, particularly in Southeast. And so what the council's contemplating doing is to require vessels fishing from a rental boat to comply with the guided vessel regulations. And what it means, of course, is that if the fleet of rental boats grows and more fishermen are utilizing their catch are utilizing rental boats, and that increasing catch is negatively affecting the other sectors, the growth in the unguided sector, right? Because it comes off the top. So this gets at your concern about any potential growth in the unguided sector, sport fishing.
Yeah, Chris.
Clarify that last point, Dave. It's sort of an artificial growth in the unguided sector, but it could result in more fish being attributed, more fish being taken off the top rather than accounted for in the what used to be the charter sector, if you will. That kind of way. Maybe I didn't say that clearly.
And that is one way to look at it. If I was part of the charter sector, I would be more interested that all of a sudden this other fish is now being allocated against my allocation, right? It's now being charged against my allocation. So it's got to come from somebody's side.
To follow up though, if I were in the charter sector, then it's no longer coming out of my allocation. It's going into this open sector, which is now sort of artificial, is growing. And so it's more, as maybe Paul or Neil was pointing out, there could be other growth in the non-guided sector that is what I would call more natural growth than this, which is sort of a substitution fishery. But either way, it increases that part that comes off.
Any other questions? Chris?
Just one. Are you watering my aloe vera plant?
I am pleased to report that it's been subdivided into 4 different plants at this point, because during the earthquake, it fell off the shelf, smashed into 4 different pieces, so it was repotted. Now there are 4 plants. You're glad to take one home. And I will report there was a question that I had at the last meeting about the fee relative to the observer program that you asked, and I will tell you that the council was scheduled to take action at the February meeting to look at ways to, or possibly increasing the fees that pay for observer program from 1.25% to up to 2%. But that was, a lot of that analysis was being done by the regional office, and of course those folks were all furloughed. So no additional work was done on that project. Consequently, we had to delay that till our April meeting, but it'll certainly be a big agenda item in April.
To follow on that point, because I was thinking of different ways the council has addressed or is addressing the bycatch issue, and that's an additional, and the monitoring issue, that they're looking at different ways, including increasing the fee percentage, all of which would be aimed at increasing the pool of money available to increase observer coverage in the fleet. Maybe that was a statement, not a question.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Oliver, the council is trying to be responsive to the directive from the National Marine Fisheries Service headquarters that observer program should be funded by the fishing industry rather than supplemented in perpetuity by the agency.
I have to learn to quit punching my button.
Is there a caveat that says except in New England and Hawaii?
No, you guys might want to have a private conversation. I know that Neil had a question. I had one too. So, but you go ahead, Neil.
Well, just on that last note, I don't think we particularly care who pays. My question, Dave, was you had some updates on the BSAI work around abundance-based PSC limits. A couple years ago, there was some work that was being contemplated around a Gulf trawl bycatch management program. Last I heard, it had been, I think, indefinitely postponed. I wondered if there is any update on that particular kind of line of work, whether it's falling under that name or not, but there were a number of the things that we have long advocated for that were being contemplated there, so would be very interested to hear what work is either underway or envisioned for the council to pick up some of the important discussions on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. You're exactly right. The council did table any further action on Gulf rationalization that would look at slowing down our fishery and having some type of allocated quota through a cooperative system or otherwise for many of our open access, if you will, race for fish fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska, our groundfish fisheries. And until someone on the council brings that forward and the council decides to move ahead with analysis of that program again, it's tabled. When the council took this up the last time, that was the 3rd try. And I don't know, with the change in state administration, state of Alaska, we have a new governor, a new administration. I do not know where they stand or what their policy is relative to considering program, an allocation type program for the Gulf of Alaska. I don't know.
So, Dave, I think it's slide 6 and the abundance-based PSC limits. Can you just repeat what you said, what's going to happen in October?
Sure. Chairman, the council has a multi-step analytical process that it uses in the decision making. And we've had a series of discussion papers over the last couple of years that have looked at different types of indices, whether it's the NIMS survey, bottom trawl survey, the IPHC setline survey, a number of other indices, fish and game surveys, things that might be useful to measure the abundance of halibut and the bycatch of halibut relative to the abundance. And we've looked at different ways that those indices might be constructed in the terms of a control rule, whether or not it's going to be your groundfish style control rule, or it's going to be some type of a lookup table, or all the kinds of things that you might evaluate. And what we're anticipating is an MSE type evaluation of the different performance of the different alternatives and combinations of elements and options. That would be our ideal level of analyses that the council will get its first look at in October. As far as I know, we're still on that schedule. I can't tell you how in-depth that analysis will be, but it will get scientific peer review, the methodology by our scientific and statistical committee, and the council seeks their kind of approval for whether or not the analyses are adequate enough for decision making before they move ahead. And if not, then we go back out and reanalyze until it's done scientifically correct and approved by the scientific and statistical committee before the council makes a decision on any action. So we want to make sure the analysis is right, done correctly. We want to make sure that we've got all the possible alternatives, elements, and options that are reasonable, evaluated, and like I said, the scenarios that are being developed by the stakeholder committee, I think will help tease out the synergies that and effects that different combinations of elements and options might have on how an abundance-based management control rule would actually work.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Are there any other questions? Peter.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm asking the right person, but I was curious as to how you set your bycatch limits. It's defined as limits, but how do you forecast them? Because I noticed in a couple of particular areas they exceeded.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Commissioner, I think you're talking about the bycatch limits in our groundfish fisheries, the halibut bycatch limits in our groundfish fisheries?
No, in other fisheries other than the groundfish. Yes, the groundfish fisheries, yeah. Like trawl.
Well, it's a fairly complex situation, and I'm sure Glenn might have a slide that describes it, but the halibut PSC is allocated among a variety of different sectors of the fishing industry, and that's measured in mortality. And then within that, you might have subdivided under the different target fisheries or the different vessel operating types, if you will, or seasonally allocation. So a lot of different boxes that PSC fits into, and the fleet works very hard, I'm sure, to keep their bycatch use well under that cap, because if they hit that cap, it shuts the fishery down. And so you'll see in all years that the amount that gets used is substantially less than the amount that is allocated as a limit. And that's because they don't want to hit that limit or it shuts the fishery down. So for example, in this case, in the Bering Sea, the total amount of halibut PSC is 3,515 metric tons. The actual use, how much mortality occurred is, I want to say 2,500 metric tons.
Yeah, it just goes to my question. It was set pre-season at 1.9 million pounds. So I'm just curious as to how you determine the 1.9 million pounds.
I think, Peter, you're looking at the table that identifies TCEY limits.
That's correct.
Yeah,
Sorry.
so there was an expectation, I think, of a TCEY bycatch of 1.9 based upon past years. And then that table reports that it was in excess of that, and I forget what the amount was. I think that's the table you're looking at. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So I think just the question, and it was in two areas, I forget which the two areas. The question was, okay, so the previous year showed an expectation of how much harvest would occur, and then it was in excess of that in two of those areas. So that's what Peter was asking. Wasn't that you were in excess of your PSC limits?
No, just that you were in excess of your forecasted or...
I'll let Steve answer that. I think it depends on what they anticipate is going to be used as bycatch, and if based on the previous year.
Right, if I could jump in on that. It was not their forecast. It was our estimate of what might be taken as bycatch. And so when we forecast that for getting from TCEY to FCEY, we have to use some number for bycatch, and we use the previous year's bycatch to do that. So this year, when you make a TCEY decision for 2C and 3A, then to get to FCEY, which is the entering argument for the catch sharing plan for the North Pacific Council, you take bycatch off, and the number you take off is what was taken in the previous year. So that serves as a forecast, but it's not a limit in the actual sense.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. I referred to, I was asking the wrong person. So thank you.
I mean, I don't know, I guess I would disagree, Steve. I mean, it's a limit for 026, and so when those go over, then that's an issue. So it's not that it's going over the PSC amounts, but we're making decisions that said this is our expectation of what is going to happen, and so if it goes over on those expectations, then that has issues for staying within the total TCEY. And so I guess, I mean, the question, you know, is, okay, so, and maybe it's not for you either, Steve, but it's why, was there something that changed really? Was it probably between last year and this year that contributed to that realized harvest being greater than what was being forecast?
Just add, when you receive the presentation from the industry representatives on deck sorting and their efforts to avoid halibut, I think if you ask that question again, they could explain well why the bycatch changed from year to year.
Okay, great. Thanks, Dave. Oh, Neil had a follow-up question. You were almost... Oh, it's a comment. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So it is in the fishery statistics report, but I think it would be useful. It's in a fairly large table. I would like to more clearly understand each year how has each regulatory area as a whole landed in terms of its catch limit, TCEY, versus its realized catch. Most of the information that's presented to us at the beginning of day one is broken out fishery by fishery. and it's, no, none of us can do the math on the spot. I think that would be something I'd like to talk about with my fellow commissioners about requesting to be part of what's presented to us each year, so that we have a very simple understanding of catch limit by area for the previous year and realized total catch. Because I think it will roll up some of these questions that Peter's asking about and that others may have.
So just to carry that on, you're kind of thinking of a similar sheet to what we look at when we are setting TCOI limits, and you can see what at a higher level, for example, that shows what happened for each one of the regulatory areas.
Something like that, yeah.
So we can spend a little more time on that, but we don't need to do that right now. But I think it would be a good idea to, there's a very good summary at the front of, that shows it in a pie chart, but it doesn't show it within the limits. And so it gives the percentages, but the next table has a lot of detail that's kind of hard to see the comparison between what was expected and what actually realized. All right, I think, thanks again, Dave. And I think Glenn is going to provide a report.
Yes, next up is the NOAA Fisheries Alaska region. Glenn Merrill will be presenting, and the paper is AR 13.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and apologies, I have 5% power left and can't seem to find a charger for my Mac, so I'll have to make this quick. But the beauty of going last is that I think a number of these issues have already been addressed by either Mr. Witherell or by Sarah. So I will go briefly through my presentation here, and then obviously if there are questions, I'd be happy to answer those. The first section of the report just gives you an overview of some of the charter halibut fisheries. I think a number of these issues have already been described. I don't intend to go into them in any more detail here, other than the fact I did want to highlight at the end of the second page of the presentation, and then following on to the third page, is a description of our guided angler fish program. And this is a program that effectively allows for there to be a limited form of transfer of our individual fishing quota from the commercial fishery to the charter halibut fishery to provide additional harvest opportunities within the constraints of the allocations that are provided. And it effectively allows for some supplementation for a number of different harvesters and provides sort of unique harvest opportunities, particularly in Area 2C that tends to have the more restrictive size limit applicable to those fisheries. One of the things you can see from this program is that there's been an increasing use of the guided angler fish program. You see a relatively larger amount of poundage that's being transferred from the commercial fishery to the charter fishery on an annual basis, providing additional opportunities. And you're also seeing a larger percentage of those fish, once they're transferred, actually being used in the charter fishery. So for the first few years of this program, when it was implemented in 2014, there was a relatively limited amount of that fish that would actually get used in the charter fishery. It was almost like an insurance policy, if you will. But we're seeing some changes in the dynamics of that fishery. I think that's proving to be a useful tool for a number of charter operators. In terms of the commercial groundfish fisheries, we've had some discussion here about halibut bycatch, and as we've done in past years, we've provided you with an overview of the overall amount of prohibited species catch, which is another term for bycatch. That's halibut mortality that occurs in our various groundfish fisheries. One thing I did want to highlight is we haven't exceeded any of our PSC limits in various areas, and I think we did clarify that we sometimes may have different amounts of PSC use within specific IPHC regulatory areas than perhaps might be projected. That can be due to a wide variety of factors. Fishing is fishing, and there can be some changes in year-to-year encounters of various halibut. Also, I should note that the crossover between our regulatory areas that we use to manage our groundfish fisheries and the IPHC regulatory areas can become complicated sometimes, and there are some challenges in terms of how we choose to allocate specific bycatch to specific regulatory areas. So depending upon the nature of the fisheries and where they're fishing right on those borders between, say, area 3A and 3B, you can get differential rates between one area. What we do see, however, overall, which I think is a hopeful picture, is a continued trend, or a stabilization of the trend of low bycatch. I believe this year we had again record low bycatch overall on a coastwide basis, and we had low bycatch again in Alaska as well. I would attribute a lot of that to some pretty substantial efforts by the fleet, as well as our continued coordination with the various participants in the fishery to continue to ensure that they are paying attention to halibut bycatch rates. There are some very highly sophisticated players, particularly in the Bering Sea fisheries and a number of the Gulf of Alaska fisheries as well, who are constantly watching their halibut PSC rates. I think if you will look as well, both on page 5 and 6 of your document, you can see graphics showing the trends in bycatch that is occurring overall in these fisheries over the last, I believe, was that 16 years. Again, you're seeing some fairly consistent trends. A number of those are also linked to the implementation of various programs that reduced bycatch rates, and particularly in the Bering Sea. The implementation in 2008 of our Amendment 80 fishery provided a catch share program to our non-pollock catcher processor fleet, and that fleet was able to realize some substantive reductions in their bycatch rates. In 2015, we further limited the PSC rates, the PSC limits rather, that are applicable in our Bering Sea and Aleutian Island fisheries, and the fleet again responded with some significant reductions in the amount of bycatch. In the Gulf of Alaska fisheries, on the next page, you can see also reductions in overall use of halibut bycatch in our fisheries. We've had a less expansive use of catch share programs in the Gulf of Alaska. However, in 2012, we implemented a new catch share program. It was really rolling over an existing catch share program, but it had some additional provisions that limited bycatch rates within our Central Gulf of Alaska rockfish program. And again, the fleet has been concerned about bycatch rates as well in that fishery. I'll also note that there have been some fishery dynamics that have resulted in lower bycatch rates in the Gulf of Alaska fisheries, in particular for the last couple of years and likely for the next few years in the future, unfortunately. We anticipate very low Pacific cod harvest being available to our fleets, both to our hook and line fleets as well as to our trawl fleets. That is a significant fishery, both in terms of economic value, but it also does tend to have relatively high rates of PSC use compared to other groundfish fisheries. So that may affect the overall groundfish use, the overall PSC use that we see in some of our groundfish fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska in future years. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, in addition to the efforts by the fleet to try and avoid bycatch, they have undertaken a series of exempted fishing permits to try and test various mechanisms to reduce halibut bycatch, either through gear modifications or through the use of deck sorting. Since you'll be hearing about that particular issue from industry participants, I was not planning to go into detail, other than to note that there's been an extensive amount of increase in the use of deck sorting. Both I believe almost all of the vessels in the Amendment 80 fleet are now conducting deck sorting in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, and now that is extended as well to the Gulf of Alaska. That has significantly reduced the overall halibut mortality in that fishery, and we are preparing a regulatory amendment that would implement that as a permanent fixture of our regulations. We're hopeful to have that in effect with implementation by 2020. In terms of the commercial IFQ program, just a couple of things that I wanted to highlight that weren't covered in the previous presentations. The retention of halibut and pots used in the Gulf of Alaska sablefish IFQ fishery. So several years ago, 2015, we implemented a program to authorize the use of pot gear in the sablefish IFQ fishery, and as part of that, we also authorized the retention of halibut that can occur in that sablefish pot fishery as well. Although the fishery is relatively young, there are a couple of graphics that I have later on in the presentation that describe the use of that fishery and some of the bycatch that we see in that fishery. The other thing that I wanted to highlight as well is that we have this Area 4 CDQ leasing. This is a final rule that would allow, under conditions of extremely low catch limits in Area 4, the leasing of IFQ from commercial halibut fishermen to the Community Development Quota Program. to provide additional harvest opportunities for a number of the communities throughout the Western Alaskan region that are highly dependent upon halibut. We don't anticipate at the current catch limits that provision would be in effect, but it could, depending upon the actions of the commission, obviously. Finally, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that I wanted to highlight for you is the implementation of a program that would provide the use of pot gear to retain halibut in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. This is different than the sablefish Gulf of Alaska issue. This would allow effectively for there to be, should it prove to be feasible, a pot halibut fishery in the Bering Sea. We noted, just one thing that I want to highlight is when we developed this program, we did raise a number of concerns about the potential impact of the use of pot gear as causing additional bycatch for a number of our crab species. And we have 2 crab species that are of some concern to us in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, Pribilof Island blue king crab, as well as now St. Matthews blue king crab. One of the provisions that we have in effect would effectively establish the same mechanisms that allow us to close a fishery or close an area of a fishery or the timing of a fishery if it were to result in overfishing of any of those crab stocks. Those 2 crab stocks are a particular concern. And that would apply to halibut fishermen who are using pot gear as well. So it's the same measures that we currently have in place for our groundfish fisheries. We would extend that as well to our halibut fisheries. The next several pages of the document, starting on page 10 and moving on, just provide you an overview, and you've seen this in past years, of the use of halibut in our various fisheries. I'll note that these are estimates that were made the day before the shutdown, but given the very, very low amount of harvesting that's occurring in those last 10 days of the year, they're very close to the actual final numbers, and I'm sure we will provide those shortly to the IPHC staff. I do not anticipate that having any substantive effect whatsoever on either the stock assessments or the numbers that you're seeing here, given the small number of vessels that were active. And I guess one other thing, if I could, just so you're aware of it, if you would like to go to pages 14, 15, and 16 of the document, that gives you just a snapshot picture of the use of the type of gear that is being used to harvest sablefish in the Gulf of Alaska. You can see overall that there's an increasing use of pot gear, particularly in the western Gulf of Alaska, where it seems to have been somewhat successful at providing reasonable harvest and also reducing some whale depredation. That was a concern from a number of our sablefish fishermen and has been a growing concern, I think, throughout the entire West Coast. And then also on the next page, on page 15, you can see the incidental catch that occurs in the different gear types that are used to harvest sablefish. So in the various areas that we manage sablefish, they're slightly different than the halibut regulatory areas. You can see that overall pot gear is almost exclusively harvesting and retaining sablefish. You have a broader mix of species that are being harvested with the use of hook and line gear. And that gives you some example of that. And then in the next page, that provides you with an overview of the amount of sablefish that's retained and discarded by using these different types of gears. Overall, I think that if pot gear is increasingly used in the sablefish fishery, that may change some of the dynamics in the fishery and change some of the potential discards that occur in that fishery, both for halibut and for other groundfish fisheries as well. And I'm at 3% power, so I made it. With that, I can take any questions.
All right, thanks, Glenn. Questions? Yeah, Glenn, you mentioned the Pacific cod, so the abundance is relatively low, and and so the TAC has been reduced substantively. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And I think, as you heard during Dr. Stewart's presentation earlier, that we think is largely attributable to some of the increasing ocean temperatures, the blob, and the potential adverse effects that had on recruitment in that fishery.
Okay, I don't see any. Oh, Neil has a question.
So I think we had, could be misremembering. it's a very politician type word, misremembering. Anyway, I thought there was something earlier where you had been the man who was going to give us an update on the observer program as well. Is that a separate, should we come back to that, or is that part of what you intended to cover here?
No, thank you for reminding me. No, I did not have a separate discussion here. I can, so as I think we've noted in the past, our observer program deployment plan is available online, and we also have an annual report. I can give you a brief overview of observer program deployment for 2019 that we're anticipating. One of the things that I wanted to highlight is for 2019, this feeds into a number of issues that I've just discussed here. We're anticipating relatively higher rates of deployment in our partial coverage category than we've had in previous years. And one of the things I also want to highlight for you, and this is reflected in the annual reports as well as our annual deployment plan, a large proportion of the observer coverage that we have off of Alaska is under the full coverage category. So that's almost 10 times larger than the observer coverage category that we call the partial coverage category. Full coverage category covers almost all of the Bering Sea. There's a very small proportion of relatively small vessels in the Bering Sea that are not in the full coverage category. It covers all of the catcher processors in the Gulf of Alaska, and it covers the catch share program, the Central Gulf of Alaska catch share program in the Gulf. Overall, so that means effectively you have 99%, 100%-ish coverage in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands groundfish fisheries, and then you have less than 100% in the Gulf of Alaska. Overall, it depends on the fishery and it depends on the year and the dynamics of the year, but a large portion of the Gulf catch is also observed under the full coverage category. The partial coverage category is applicable to vessels that are, any vessels not in the full coverage category. So that includes the halibut fishery, includes the sablefish fishery for the most part, unless they're operating under some of these specific catch share programs. And it covers as well a number of the trawl vessels that are active in the Gulf of Alaska. Again, if they're not already in the catcher processor fleet or they're in the rockfish program fleet. For that partial coverage portion of the fleet this year, I believe we have a 28% coverage rate for trawl stratum. We have a 16% coverage rate for the pot stratum, and then we have about the same coverage rate. I believe it's an 18% coverage rate for the hook and line stratum. And those are the three main, and we provide observer coverage based on those gear strata as a way to effectively distribute catch. We have a mechanism with the North Pacific Fishery Management Council where we identify particular priorities or ways to optimize observer coverage within our specific fleets to address a range of different policy concerns. So that's why you see the relatively higher rates of observer coverage on the trawl vessels than you do on some of the other vessels, both as a way to accommodate some of the concerns about ensuring good estimation of bycatch, not only for halibut, but also for salmon and for other groundfish species as well.
So the deployment, you said the deployment plan is available, and that's for the coming year. That's what you intend to do. Is there also, there's typically lots of documentation with anything around this. I imagine there's something that reports out on and summarizes the previous year. Is that also available now?
Yes, that's correct. So that's been available since 2013 when we restructured the observer program to move from a program that established coverage rates that resulted in large doses of coverage at certain times of the year that weren't necessarily reflective of fishing patterns throughout the year. We now have a random deployment where every trip there's a random chance of being selected for a coverage. Since 2013, we have prepared an annual report that describes how coverage went in the previous year. That's available in June of every year for the preceding year. And then we have the annual deployment plan process, which is developed through the council each year, and that's finalized in December. There's a draft of that that's provided in October. The final annual deployment plan, ADP, is available in December, and then the annual report for the preceding year is available in June. So in June of this coming year, there'll be the 2018 annual report that evaluates the performance of the observer program. And that is used as the basis for informing how deployment should occur in the following year. So when we get to October, we have an opportunity to review the annual deployment plan, other input from other sources, and are able to review the performance of the program, review the amount of fees that are available from the fees and any federal supplementary funding that we may receive. And that is then used to deploy observers throughout our fleets.
Excuse me, Bob. So Glenn, I'm looking at page 14, and I was wondering if you conveniently have somewhere in the cubbyhole of a computer, the Bering Sea information on pot sablefish. And the reason I'm asking is I'm in the middle of the MSC certification. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bob, I know we have that information. I don't have it at in my head in terms of like what proportion of the catches by pot in the Bering Sea relative to the Gulf of Alaska. Pretty sure it's higher overall, yeah. But I couldn't tell you the exact percentage.
Yeah. Last one. So I think we have heard plans for increased levels of coverage through an increased fee. I'm wondering if there are specifics available around that, and also if there are any, I guess in terms of coverage levels, but also in terms of which fisheries the increased levels of coverage may be directed at.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Were we not to have had a shutdown, we would have had information for you. Unfortunately, so there will be an analysis that it'll be the initial review analysis that will describe the potential impacts of increasing the fee, both in terms of its impacts on the fleet and then what it might yield in terms of new coverage rates under a variety of different assumptions. That will be, our plan is to have that available for this April council meeting. And without getting into a lot of detail there, unfortunately, it's a rather complicated analysis, but we are looking at a range of different options that would provide additional funding from the components of the fleet that currently pay into the observer program. By statute, we are limited to collect no more than 2% of the ex-vessel value of those vessels that are subject to the observer fee. So it would look at the range of different improvements in observer coverage that could be achieved at the existing 1.25% of ex-vessel fee, which is paid equally by all the different years that are subject to observer coverage, up to a maximum of 2%.
Thanks very much, Glenn.
Thank you. And then next we have the Alaska Seafood Cooperative presentation on their deck sorting EFP. And while they're getting set up here, I've received a couple of notes from Dr. Stewart while we were talking earlier, noting that table 1 in document 5 is probably a good place to start on the conversation about different sectors and what they took and their performance.
Hi, we're kind of, Steve, I don't know if you noticed, but we're kind of surrounding you here. We've got Chris Woodley. Chris Woodley, who's the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum on the end there. Beth Concepcion, who is our Operations Data Manager in the co-op. And then I'm Mark Fina, I'm the president of the co-op, and I work for one of the companies that's a member of the co-op, U.S.A. Foods. We are we're known by a lot of different names, some of which I probably can't say in public, but the Alaska Seafood Co-op and Groundfish Forum are effectively the same companies. We're also called by some of the Amendment 80 fleet. We are all the vessels, catcher processors that participate in the Amendment 80 program, which is 90% or so of the flatfish in the Bering Sea in Aleutian Islands. We are, I would say, the major halibut bycatch users in the Bering Sea just because of the nature of those fisheries. That's why we're here to talk to you. One thing I guess I'll preempt a question which we'll get later if I don't answer it right now, is that we're kind of outside that observer program that Glenn was speaking about when he presented to you a minute ago. We have 200% coverage on our boats. There are 2 people on board at all times. Sometimes we have 3 observers on board. It's paid for by the companies independent of the observer program that's used for the other fleets. So we pay for our own observers right up front, and we don't leave the dock without at least 2. Beth is going to give you the presentation, and Chris and I are here to help with questions.
Thank you. So we're going to talk today a little bit about our 2018 halibut performance, our halibut avoidance plan, and deck sorting. It's not. Oh, this one. Great. Thanks. So here's our performance. We mostly are in the Bering Sea and Aleutians Islands, so we're showing 4A and 4B and 4C, D, and E. This is our halibut bycatch mortality 2014 through 2018. 4A and 4B, last year we had 191 tons of bycatch, and 4C, D, and E we had 1,153 metric tons. It's slightly higher, but this is our second lowest year since 2008, which is when our co-op formed, Amendment 80 formed. A little background: in 2015, Amendment 80 sector got a reduction of 25% to our cap, approximately 581 tons. At that time, we were directed to develop halibut avoidance plans. This was outlined defining avoidance practices, assessing vessel-specific performance standards, and creating reduction incentives. Part of the halibut avoidance practices we do on a daily basis when we're fishing is determining target choice, location, time of day, small test tows when entering an area, excluder use, vessel-to-vessel communication when on the grounds, weekly bycatch conference calls, and one of our main tools is deck sorting. Some of the performance components of the halibut avoidance plan are: vessels must meet halibut rate standards. We have 2 standards that we have. We have an annual standard in each target. We have 3 targets: flathead arrowtooth, rock sole, and yellowfin sole. And then we have a 4th quarter standard, which is all of those targets combined. If any vessel does not meet those standards within a given year, there is a monetary penalty for failing. Those penalties range from $25,000 to $100,000. Right now, they're just deemed for bycatch research if a vessel, so it'll go into Groundfish Forum and it'll be used for bycatch research. For those who fail the annual standard the following year, they then have quarterly standards that they have to follow. If they exceed those standards, the annual standard quarterly, then they have to forfeit halibut. The annual test was really meant to eliminate outliers in the flatfish targets based on our historical rates. So the vessels must achieve rates based on the historical average fleet performance. So 2018 was the 3rd year of the program. Every year it ratcheted down a little bit lower. 2018, the rate that vessels had to stay under in yellowfin sole was 8.7. It's 10.8 in rock sole and 17.5 in flathead sole arrowtooth flounder. The 4th quarter test maintains incentive for avoidance throughout the year end, and it applies an aggregate rate standard to all flatfish targets of 12.1.
The objective of the 4th quarter is that we get annual allocations of halibut PSC that we can use. And at the end of the year, if somebody has a lot of halibut left over and they know it's just going to go away at the end of the year, why not just burn it up and not really kind of disregard where you are. This standard was set to say, it's kind of a to limit people's potential to do that. So if you don't meet the standard in the fourth quarter, you'll get a penalty. And it doesn't matter how much halibut you have left, you still have to perform on the grounds. I mean, we've been successful in kind of keeping people below that number, and that was the historic average rate in the fourth quarter. So we just chose that when we put the program in, we just basically said that we didn't feel comfortable going higher than that level. Rates rise in the fourth quarter typically. The target fish get dispersed and they get more mixed in with halibut, and you tend to see them go up. But we've been fairly successful in the last couple of years making sure we leave halibut in the water.
In 2018, the annual outlier, we had one vessel of the 19 vessels that met the ground fish catch threshold who failed to meet the halibut rate standards set in that fishery. And fourth quarter, all the vessels that fished in the fourth quarter who met the ground fish threshold achieved the halibut rate standard.
So we've got one boat that's getting penalized based on last year's performance. It looks to be a $50,000 penalty, and we'll put that money to research. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go, what it might go into. We haven't made a decision yet, but we're kicking around a few ideas.
Next, I'll go a little into deck sorting. Usually Mr. Gavin has a whole presentation. So this is really just a big overview of deck sorting. Prior to this EFP and deck sorting, we are required to put all of our catch into the live tanks and let it go over the flow scale and for the observer to sample. This allows us to sort specifically halibut off deck while they're still alive and kicking and get them off as quickly as we can. So the objective of deck sorting is really to reduce the mortality of bycaught halibut while still accurately accounting for the amount of halibut sorted from the deck and its conditions. We're required to work within a complex set of monitoring and data collection protocols that really have been developed over several years. All of our vessels have deck safety plans on board. We all have sample stations on board. We have cameras that nymphs can go back to and look to make sure that things are working the way that they're supposed to. We've noticed over time that deck sorting and the data collection really results in one less haul per day for all participants, which is roughly 20% loss of catch or daily production. So there's a lot of work and a lot of effort on everyone's part to really make sure that we're getting the most benefit not only out of this program, but to make sure that the halibut get off and that we're all benefiting from it. But there is a result of that, of some loss of catch. We've had, I believe this is our 5th year of EFP. As Mr. Merrill said, we have full intentions of having this implemented in 2020. We've been working very closely with NIMPS and really refining this. 2019, we believe, will look very, very close, if not exactly the way it should look in regulation. So it's been a long process, but we're all very excited for it to finally get to be in regulation. This is our deck sorting performance over the years. So there's a couple notes in here to start off with. Every year we've had a different number of boats. 2015, I believe we started off with 7, then we got 9, then we got 15, then we got 17. So every year we've increased our boats. The time frame has also changed. We originally started just looking at really target fisheries that we knew had a lot of halibut bycatch. Now it's expanded to all of our flatfish targets as well as some mackerel and POP targets. We included the Gulf of Alaska last year. Last year in 2018, you can see it has the highest total ground fish catch. This included 21 catcher processors, so it included everyone in our sector, but it also included trawl limited access vessels, two of those vessels, and CDQ fishing. So the total halibut mortality was 1,457 tons. And as I mentioned, this is not just Amendment 80, but this is really CDQ
TLAS fisheries and Gulf of Alaska fisheries. The mortality rate was 49%. The standard mortality rate in 2018 was 84%. So if we were to go back prior to the EFP, that's the mortality that we would have had without deck sorting. So last year we saw a savings, the way we can do it, of over 1,000 tons. We obviously couldn't get there. We don't have a cap that would allow us to catch that much halibut. But that's just to show you kind of that's how much this program works for us. I mean, we had a 49% mortality rate last year compared to an 84 standard.
I guess one thing just to add on this slide, I mean, you see that this has been phased in. There are a lot of factors that went into that. One is we didn't know if it would work. So not everybody wanted to race out and do it. Some people were doing pretty well with excluders and thought that, you know, they're doing okay with excluders. Let's not rush into something else. We're already devoting a good amount of effort into excluders. Let's not change our focus immediately and jump into deck sorting if we don't know if it'll work in the first couple of years of this. And then there were also limitations. We didn't get the permit in 2015, I think, until May, because it was working its way through the regulations, through the agency. So, and each boat, in order to enter the deck sorting program, had to have a sea sampler on to train the captains how to do, and the crews how to do it. So there was kind of a training process everybody had to go through. We didn't have, 15 or 20 sea samplers that were ready to do that. It was usually just one or two people jumping from boat to boat. So there were several factors that kind of took us a while to get it in place and really get it out on all the boats. Part of it was demonstrating that it would work. And then also another thing that had an impact was that we really concentrated on the fisheries where we were going to get the most savings. Some of the boats are out doing acro mackerel and Pacific Ocean perch where they had limited amounts of bycatch. It didn't make any sense to send a sea sampler out there into those fisheries, get them on the boats. Instead, we got them on the boats when they're in the fisheries where you'd see a lot of, more halibut bycatch. So it was just a matter of kind of an iterative process of getting us all up to speed on this. And right now we're to the point where everybody's in it and everybody's doing it. Don't do it on every tow. Sometimes weather will stop you from doing it. Occasionally you'll be in a fishery where you're not seeing any halibut bycatch, and you may not do it in those, but typically we keep it open to do it on those tows because you never know what you're going to catch. So I would say it's by and large, almost all our fishing now is deck sorted. Even in the fisheries where we don't expect to catch much halibut, we're doing it just because there's not a reason not to.
So we've given a similar presentation over the years, and we've been asked, is estimated halibut survival actually realized? Are these halibut really alive when you sort them off deck? There was a study that was published last year, 2018, a cooperative study, Nielsen et al. It was a 2016 field study that compared actual survival to current observer viability assessment methods. They put approximately 200 satellite accelerometer tags on deck sorted halibut, and then compared the viability assessments on deck using the current observer methods with observed mortality post-release. This study basically concluded that observer viability assessments work well for predicting survival of halibut after the release.
So one thing just on that last point is that the way that our deck sorting protocols are set up right now and the way the observers work on deck is that 1 in 5 halibut get measured in a viability check on them as they go off the deck. So it's pretty extensive observer coverage on these and pretty extensive sampling on these halibut, more than you see almost anywhere else that I know of, and certainly more than anywhere else in the North Pacific fisheries. And we, so I think that you can feel fairly confident that the deck sorted halibut, you know what you're getting. You know the size composition well, and you know the viability pretty well.
Lastly, so right now, observers, we're just using the standard observer length board to acquire most of this data. 2018, we did a trial of an electronic length board that we carried out with FMA, or the observer program, and it was really there to assess the speed and work potential of this device. Data was entered by touching that magnetic wand to the length strip, and then that was then communicated via Bluetooth to a tablet, which was then gave access to not only the observer but the vessels as well. All vessels keep a spreadsheet and track data on a toe-by-toe basis, so they know what their mortality rates are. So we have further testing for this in 2019. I think they're looking at barcodes, looking at a similar type thing, but this will help us hopefully get more accurate data quickly. And by more accurate, just data transcription errors and stuff. This will go automatically into a spreadsheet for us and the observers. So we have more testing with 2019. The way the regulations are being written, to my understanding, is that it will allow for new technology, because technology changes all the time. So it will allow for new technology to be used as it proves worthwhile. So then I do have just one small video that shows deck sorting. Basically, it's just a 30-second clip, but here's just a little clip of one of our boats deck sorting.
Nice view of the moon there.
So we have several guys on board. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for halibut. All halibut has to go through one point of release from the boat, so it all has to pass the observer. They say whether it's a sampler or not. And that's all I have, so we'll take questions.
All right, thanks very much, Beth and Mark. Any questions? Bob.
One of the tables showed a mortality of 49%. So is that 49% of all the halibut? Or only that which gets deck sorted?
Correct, only that which gets deck sorted. Any halibut that ends up in the factory will get the standard rate, whatever it is for that year. So in 2018, it was 84%. In 2019, it dropped at 78%. So that was just deck sorted halibut.
Shows 19 vessels participating in Ryall, and some of the boats are having trouble of some sort. What it says number of vessels meeting minimum 16 in one column and 15 in another. Is there something unique about Ryall? Because I noticed the other two, Yellowfin Sole and Arrowtooth, seem to be doing okay.
So we have two kind of measures that we apply when you do this, when we do those tests. The first one is before we even decide whether the standard's going to apply to you, you need to meet a groundfish catch threshold. And the objective of that is if you have very minimal participation in a fishery, we don't want you to get nailed with a penalty because you had a bad tow that gave you a bad number. So in Ryall's a fishery that not all the boats target very extensively. Some of them don't target it at all. They just end up in a Ryall target because the way the targeting algorithm works. It's flatfish targeting is if you're primarily flatfish, you go into a flatfish target. If you're more than, I want to say 70% yellowfin, then you're in the yellowfin target. If you're less than 70% yellowfin, then you go into the target of the next most common fish in your flatfish in your. So it's easy when you're fishing yellowfin to end up in a Ryall target by accident. With all that said, what we we had several boats that didn't have over 1,000 tons of rock sole target catch. Some of those boats were boats that just didn't spend much time targeting rock sole. A few of them may have been boats that saw that they weren't doing well with halibut bycatch and rock sole and decided not to fish any more rock sole and got out of it. But that's the objective of that 1,000-ton threshold. So if you don't go over the 1,000-ton threshold, you won't be subject to a penalty anyway. But the typical boat that really is in the target is, 5,000 to 10,000 tons of catch, in that range, depending on the different targets. So the goal is to say, if you're not doing well and you aren't confident you can clean up your act, get out of the target.
Just to follow up, rock sole is also, so yellowfin sole we can fish mostly year round. Rock sole really is more of almost a specialized fishery. It usually shows up in A season, so January, February, March, and then you don't see it again. You may, and a lot of time it's mixed in with this yellowfin sole in the summer and the fall, and so you get this mix. And so it is a little bit of a special fishery, because if you're doing really well in A season, but then you happen to be in this yellowfin rock sole mix at the end and you ended up with some rock sole target, there's no way to go back into rock sole to fix your rate, if that makes sense. But you could fish yellowfin year round, so it's easier to stay under a yellowfin sole rate than it would be a rock sole rate.
And the one guy who got penalized was in rock sole, and it was one of those things where midsummer he got himself into a rock sole target and realized he had a bad rate before he had done the damage, before he realized how bad of a rate he had, and he really hadn't caught that much rock sole.
Other questions? Go ahead, Neil.
So thanks for the presentation. It was a lot of really interesting information. If I was following it correctly, I think you mentioned you've sort of tried to step down the rates that you're asking fleets to achieve. But I didn't catch sort of where those are going. So I think I saw 3 steps there. Are you at the end of your steps? Are you planning to introduce further steps?
Right now, we're at the end of our steps. We had 3 years in which we started with we started at roughly 2 or 1.5 times, 2 or 1.7 times the fleet average is what we put in, because we did have some boats early on that were really bad outliers. So what the objective there was, the objective of that measure is to bring in the outliers. And we feel like we've gotten down, I think now it's 1.5 times the historic average. And we feel like that's kind of a reasonable boundary to have people within at this point, to actually achieve good results. And I think that shows we're significantly under the limits that we have in the fishery. We feel like that program has been a big contributor to getting us there. So we feel like it's effective at the rates we're at right now. We will meet and talk about kind of, do we want to make any changes in this program in the next month or so. But I don't anticipate us making a change right now, because I feel like we're kind of at the margin in terms of what we can do and what we're capable of. And I think people are generally performing as we hope they would under this program.
I also noticed you had the slide summarizing the deck sorting, and I think there was a footnote that said something about Gulf of Alaska participants. So could you expand a little bit on that? I had understood that this was primarily a Bering Sea initiative, but has it grown beyond that? And maybe also, of the fleets that you're working with, what proportion of them are now participating?
So of the vessels that effectively qualify to do this activity, I think we have all the boats there. We're catcher processors, and this wouldn't apply to catcher vessels. So I think we effectively have everybody right now in the multi-species groundfish catcher processor fleet. The one exception applies in the Gulf of Alaska. There's a boat down there that that I don't know if they'll ever be able to get into this program. I doubt they will because they're too small to carry the extra observer. They have one observer on board when they fish. This program really requires you to have two to effectively do it, and I don't even know if they have a bunk beyond what they've already got on their boat. They're a pretty small boat, and the agency was essentially looking at writing the rule so that they wouldn't be in it even at one point. So we now have everybody who kind of fits into this category is in the program, including a couple of boats that aren't in our co-op. We are, in terms of the Gulf participation, this was designed as a Bering Sea program. That's primarily where we fish. We have a handful of, we have a handful of boats that fish, 2 or 3 boats that fish flatfish in the Gulf of Alaska fairly regularly. We have a couple other boats that do a little bit of flatfish fishing in the Gulf, and we have a number of boats that do rockfish in the Gulf. Those we've now, last year was the first year where the agency allowed us to do this in the Gulf of Alaska, and now we're expanding so we can do it. We anticipate that the rule will allow us to do it in the Gulf, and that most of the boats will just continue to use deck sorting in both areas. But we aren't a huge amount of the Gulf fisheries. We're a relatively small part of the Gulf fisheries.
So that's helpful to understand, but it is a little hard to get my head around all the different fleets and things. So not that we can compel you to do anything, but I think it would be really helpful and of a lot of interest for us to see sort of the global picture of which fleets are involved in which areas to get a handle on how much of all of the fisheries that are of interest to us with respect to halibut bycatch, how many of them are kind of either already involved or, as you say, may become involved given where this is going. Some kind of pulling together of that could be really interesting.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, one, that's kind of a little bit beyond us because we're one individual fleet. That may be a better question directed towards somebody with the council staff or with NIMS. But I do think that the real gap you will see is the Gulf catcher boat fleet is in terms of this program, and I think it's just that this program doesn't really apply to them, and it's not really something they could do on their vessels for savings. But that would be the people who aren't able to participate in this, and and they do put some in what the rules are in getting halibut back in the water. You'd have to ask Glenn that in those fisheries. But they're sampled on board by observers. It's completely different. It's a completely different animal. Peter?
Thank you very much for the presentation. I very much appreciate it. One quick question. You briefly mentioned it. Deck sorting program, it's weather permissive. Like what kind of a gap is there due to bad weather?
Not big. I mean, we occasionally have boats that won't be able to deck sort. I mean, the weather can stop you from deck sorting occasionally. Our boats tend to be pretty big, but there's some smaller boats that can have a little more difficulty in bad weather. There also are even some of the bigger boats where the stern ramp just isn't a good one to be on, to be around when the weather's bad. But I'm thinking it's certainly less than 10%, maybe less than 5% of the tows that we won't deck sort. And I mean, the summertime, it's essentially all of them. In the fall and winter, we'll miss a few, but not many. I don't know that we missed. I'm just thinking about the boats for the company that I work for. I don't think we've missed any tows this year, and we're only a few weeks into the season, but it's January, so it is the large majority of tows that we deck sort on.
Okay, and who would determine that at the time? Would it be the captain?
The captain, but they certainly, if an observer was concerned and said something, the captain would definitely listen to that.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I was just going to say that that's part of our deck safety plan as well. If there's any sort of concern from the observer, either about what they're seeing on deck or whether they have the ability to talk with the captain and say, hey, I don't feel safe being out on deck, and the captain will just call it off. The other part of deck sorting is it's a tool, right? It's not an end all be all, and we try to deck sort as much as we can, but sometimes excluders work better. So we're using excluder. We have found that excluders and deck sorting don't work very well together. Separately, they work well. So, you know, the tows that we can't deck sort, we're excluding, even if we're not, even if it's a weather situation. So that's something to keep in mind as well.
Right, and the other thing is, I mean, there's no substitute for just moving. If you find there are too many halibut and you're not catching enough fish, that you just got to move. I mean, and boats know that. They'll, you know, they'll just pick up stakes and go somewhere else.
Thank you.
So whales follow just about every boat out there in the Bering Sea. And I was concerned about how many of these survive. And I think I heard you say you did a survival with tag studies. Is that study available for the public, or have you submitted it to the council or anything like that?
The study is available. You'll see it on, she's going to the slide that has it. And in terms of whales, the latest that we're hearing from our captains is that, you know, in yellowfin sole and rock sole, there really is not a whale issue. You're up on the shelf and you don't see that many of them around. There can be whale issues in arrowtooth and flathead, and it varies. It's not, you know, they're not always there. When they are there, you try to avoid them a little bit if you can. It's not always easy to do that. But there was one year of the program a few years back where there was a lot of concern about whales, and I think there's been a lot less reporting in the last couple of years of whale issues.
I have one question and one request. I don't think we have, the request is I don't think we have your presentation. At least I didn't see it on the...
It will be posted. We got it this afternoon.
Okay, great. So, Mark, I just wanted to make sure I heard you correctly earlier. With this, so I'll just repeat what I thought you said. That you think that the fleet has at its limit on reducing bycatch, and at this point don't think there's more that could be done to reduce further.
Well, let's put it this way. I mean, I think we're going to see fluctuations up and down in our bycatch, and a lot of that's going to be what we're encountering on the grounds, in the situation on the grounds. I think in terms of tools that we have available to us currently, I think we're maxing out in use of those tools right now. I don't sense from, you know, and I don't see it, at least from the fleet that I work with, that there's a lot of room. That when we started doing this, you know, 3, 4, 5 years ago, there was room for us to improve. I mean, and it was very clear when we started these discussions that, you know, I guess in earnest, you know, we'd always talked about halibut, but there really was, you know, a new type of pressure from the council to do something about it. And I think at that point, there was a lot we could do that we weren't doing. I really think we're pretty close to maxing out. I think we will continue to do things. I guess cameras on nets is one thing that people are starting to look at, but I don't have a lot of confidence right now that there's some untapped resource that we're going to be able to go to, or untapped tool that we can go to that's going to make a big difference in our halibut bycatch right now with what we do.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. I mean, I wasn't holding you to it or anything. I just want to make sure I understand that things will go up and down, and who knows, new technology comes online, you know, and so things could change. But at this point in time, given the tools you have at hand, you kind of think you're at the max.
Yeah, we think we're doing what we can do, and you know, it's fair enough. You know, it's one of the things that it actually, I think the fleet needs to continue to hear about issues, you know, and it's important from our standpoint. I guess, I don't know, I came from the regulatory side, and when I went to work for the company I work for, and I do think it's important for you all at the Halibut Commission. It's important for the council to know what we're doing. If this is an issue you care about, which obviously you do, it's important for you to remind us. And then when you remind us, we remind the boats to stay on there, you know, to do what they can. And, you know, as a group, we continue to work on this. And, you know, so I think it's a good thing that we're here to talk to you. And I think it conveys a message to you, and your interest conveys a message to us. And that all has a big feedback, I think, into our fleet. So, you know, I think, I guess what I'm saying in a roundabout way is I think we have to we won't come up with new things if you don't tell us to. So it's good that you're continuing to tell us to.
Don't sweat that part.
All right. Thanks very much, Beth and Mark and Chris.
Thanks.
Do we have any public comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, we do not. We had one question we answered online, and so we have no other questions for this session. That does conclude all the reports. I will call your attention to information paper number 2, which is our draft contracting party reporting template. So for this year's reports, we used an initial version of that. And the paper has that as an appendix, as well as the possibility of a combined contracting party report. And so not now, noting the time, but we would like your guidance on how to move forward on reporting from the contracting parties.
Well, yeah, and I guess the template came a bit late for people, and other issues arose that were unforeseen. So they'll remain unnamed. But I think the intent is to look for some efficiencies in reporting by the parties, and the template was one step to do that. I think post this meeting, or even just some point later in this meeting, I think we need to look for some efficiencies and using a template and seeing if contracting parties can consolidate, or what the best way to consolidate would be, I think helpful for this part of the agenda. So I would make that request for the parties to consider. I note tomorrow for the commission, we're back to financial statements for fiscal year 2018, and we had spoken about this on Monday, about actually making and approving at that particular session tomorrow. So I just draw the commissioners' attention to that, is that we'll hear again, and then there'll be a request for approval of certain items on financial statements. I don't know if it's audit reports as well. Yeah, it is, as well as audit reports, and some reappointments as well. So I just draw your attention that tomorrow we're going to try to make those approvals. Is there anything else?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask you to make that request or draw your attention to that. That's on the menu for tomorrow morning. And then a bit about performance review, and then per our schedule this year, you have open time. The commissioners have open time for the rest of the day tomorrow. So that's all we have for you today.
Great. Thanks very much, Steve.
Yes, correct. Commission AM095 will be meeting here, same place tomorrow morning. Thank you. Beginning at 9 o'clock.